Just the finger pointing in Dota, especially like I've had games where I always play mid or carry, which are like pretty two relatively important roles, and I'll have a game where I've gone 15 for 2 for 5, and it's been a super close game because I've just had two absolute deadweights on my team. And I won't call them deadweights but then one of the deadweights will tell me that I'm the reason why we lost, and I'll go, "You gotta be fucking baiting me hard here," but I'll take it every time. So I had to mute everyone.
Yeah, it's rough. 100%. And I'll do it one day, but when I eventually bite the bullet and go, all right, I'll play Dota against human competition, I don't want to see any of the shit people are saying, because obviously, like, I'm brand new. I'm going to make all the mistakes. And people are going to be like, oh my god, fucking, what are you doing in your lane, mate? And it's like, I don't care.
It is it's a bottomless pit of a game. Like, you can play it forever and you'll still learn little niche things. So I wasn't even that particularly. Well, it's kind of funny. It's like, I guess in percentile, I think like I was at the top 10% of the player base, but the guys that are ahead of me, you watch them play and go, fuck, I'm so shit compared to them. But there's the weird, when you get down to the median players all think that they're as good as anyone above them. It's just that the rest of the community keeps them down.
And
they call it the trench.
Yeah, that's the problem with any competitive game is like it's an issue with I was going to say self-identity, but it's not that. It's like, yeah, when they look in the mirror, their distorted picture of themselves where like every player, everyone thinks they are in the top 20% of people that play the game. And it's like, so where does the other 80% exist if all of you are in the top 20%?
Yeah, I've got a mate that's played pretty much exclusively Dota 2 for the last 7 years. He has about 12,000 hours on it, and he is literally to a T. Like, there's, what is there? Herald, Guardian, Crusader, Archon, Legend, Ancient, Divine, Immortal. Crusader 4 is the median rank. Like, you are the 50th percentile player in the fucking world.
Yeah.
He has been that for 7 years. But he will still try to tell me what I'm like. He'll watch my games and be like, "You should have done this."
Yeah.
And he goes, "But I've played like 1,000 games, and I'm like double his MMR." It's just like, I know what I'm doing. It's just funny, like the delusion, kind of.
Yeah.
But everyone's got it on Dota. Like, Dota's the worst for it by far. At least in games like Counter-Strike, it's so blatantly obvious when someone's better than you because they'll just kill you 10 times in a row.
Yeah.
Whereas Dota, there's a million immeasurable variables.
Yeah.
That's going on in your head.
If you're the problem with your team, you can somewhat conceivably convince yourself that you're not, because I guess you can't see what the others are doing, but also like, yeah, you're just watching your lane going, well, I'm mostly doing my thing, so everyone else is the problem.
Yeah, and there's everyone thinks everyone thinks that they're the guy that's writing the script of the game. Like, the team's following my plan, and it's like someone else in your team has a completely different plan to you.
Yeah, everyone's got the main character syndrome.
Yeah. Nah, fuck, it's a good game. I had to uninstall it because it brings out my worst competitor. Like, I try so hard on Dota, shamelessly. I don't care to say it. I try so hard.
It's funny because that's what I'm like with WoW PvP. It brings out the worst in me. My blood boils. I seethe when I lose matchups. I feel like I should have won. Like, I'll slam the fucking desk. I'll fucking scream. I'll cuss people out. Like, I wouldn't say I'm toxic, but I'm like uncomfortable to be around. But no other competitive game gets me like that.
Yeah, I guess it's just Dota for me. Any other game, like, I'm pretty decent at FPS games, but I don't play competitive Counter-Strike anymore because that used to be my bread and butter, and I'm just a rusty boomer, and I kind of like, I'm just going to leave it on the pedestal of when I was 20 and like really, really good at it. And now if I go play COD, Warzone or Battlefield, I kind of do good enough still that it's like, this is all just dumb fun. And how can you get upset about Battlefield? It's literally just spawn in, go kill 6 people on some control point and rinse and repeat. So.
Well, that's why COD never bothered me, because of the instant respawns. It's like, even if you made a massive mistake or some fuckwit massively outplayed you, whatever, like, you get maybe a little upset, but because you're back in the game straight away, there's no time to sit there and fester with what just happened, as opposed to Dota, as opposed to WoW, where you can now be sitting there for 30 seconds just like left to think about it and save. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And there's also, in Dota, there's a whole heap of... There's so much data out there to know, like, you know, matchups, positive, negatives, like drafting straight from the draft. But that's the thing too. That's like, I'm bad for it to the point where, you know, I'm there putting in effort or just considering what they've already picked into my pick, and then you'll let some guy have last pick, or mid usually gets it anyway. And he'll just pick literally, like, the other team have 4 of what he's just gone and chosen, like his hardest counters. Like, it makes his game, and he just goes, you didn't even look at the other team, fuck me. Like, you're almost like, we've almost lost just straight from draft, from one guy's decision.
That'd be me, because you'll laugh at this. I mean, granted, I've legit only racked up like 50 hours in Dota or something. I've only learnt one character.
Which character?
You can probably guess which character it is. Who's the most like noob friendly character?
Axe?
No, it's not Axe.
Oh, I'm not sure. There are a few.
It's Sniper.
Oh, god damn
I'm
it.
the Sniper fuckwit.
I hate Sniper.
He's really fun.
My mate with the 12k hours spam Sniper.
But it's like, it's kind of like Hunter and WoW. It's easily the most forgiving. Now, I get that like high level Sniper play is insanely like nuanced, but like, it is easily the most forgiving for newbies.
Yeah, he's actually super effective against other newbies. Like, but if it's a high ranked game, he's so easy to beat. Like, I look forward to anyone picking Sniper.
Yeah. Just
because if you know to target him and he's going to flank from a awkward position, if they're even good, then he's so easy to beat. I sometimes pick him when I'll randomly pick him mid if I kind of just want to win mid without, no matter who they have, because he's just so easy to play. I don't believe it. We found 2 priest healers for an 8 AM fucking pug Noma.
Oh, very good. So you're not coming to BFD with us today?
I was going to try to, but this took so long to form. Unless this wraps up in like 50 minutes, I doubt it.
It's all good.
Does that mean we'll be potted around 10 my time, I think? I'll be only half an hour.
That's right,
or so.
around 10 your time.
Yeah, cool.
Okie dokie, I'm going to go quickly do about half an hour worth of herbing before this BFD forms up, if I have the time. Hey everyone in chat, thanks for being here. Sorry, I'm just talking to you ubiquitous, just talking shit. Guys, I'm going to dick around for half an hour and do some herbing, then we're going to form a BFD, and then we're going to podcast after that. All these poisons when all I need is Deadly Brew. I don't always use Deadly Brew in PvP though. That's the thing. Do I buy some? sorry. Actually, I might just check the prices before I head out there.
I really rated my fucking DB copper
Oh yeah?
name, and I know that no one on that server will understand
get
it
it, yeah.
unless they're an Aussie.
There's probably a few Aussies on that server, surely. Alright, let's see here. Goldthorn's doing well.
Yeah, I farmed for a little bit yesterday, and I was
Yeah.
making about 40 gold an hour herbing.
Ooh, that's nice. So Goldthorn, let's see what Khadgar's Whisker... No, Khadgar's Whisker is tanked.
Yeah, it's Purple Lotus, Goldthorn, and even Wild Steel Bloom still sells
Oh,
for
Purple
18
Lotus
silver.
is tanked. I was selling... at Craftageddon, I was getting a gold a pop.
Yeah, it's kind of, Craftageddon, it was pumping, then it dipped right back down to 4 silver, and now it's gone back to like 20.
No,
so.
it's 9 now.
Oh, damn, I sold
Yeah.
it for fucking 20 yesterday.
What was the other one you said? Goldthorn...
Wild Steel Bloom
Oh.
seemed to still be okay.
Wild Steel Bloom, really? Oh, no, it's 5 silver. Gross. It's pretty much just Goldthorn.
Yeah, well that's why I've turned all my filters off except for Goldthorn, and I just run laps of STV.
STV, you say? Winter's
Usually
Blood,
that's just because I'm where I am.
Winter's Blood.
There's probably a better zone for it.
Purple Lotus, no. I'll check Fire Bloom. No. Okay, yeah. Goldthorn is the only herb worth anything. Oh my god. But they'll all reset. It'll be different in a day or two.
Yeah.
Alright, so you reckon STV is the best place for Goldthorn?
That's just where I go because I'm always I'll be farming before an event or some shit. Maybe there's a better zone for it,
Let's go have a look see. Thankfully it's not.
but it does
Bloodline.
seem decent.
I'll just say Goldthorn, wow, classic. Let's see where it is. STV has the most nodes by far. Arathi. Yeah, let's go to STV. Fuck it. STV has 123 Goldthorn nodes, so we like that. Everything else was like 100, 80, 60. Anyway.
Yeah.
Let's put on some PvP runes. Even though I'm not PvP spec, this will be interesting. Just in case. There won't be many people around because it's 7 o'clock in the morning, just in case anyone wants to fucking dance. Let's go herbing, guys. Fucking all over here. Alright. I should put some fucking crippling poison on. That's what I should do.
I'll be back. Dog's having a spew.
Alright, man. I know that feeling. Yeah, because of the size of STV, that's right. Pod starts in 2 hours from now. So just adjust your clocks to that. Hey Jake, how you going? Your missus is out on the piss, so you get to listen to the pod live. Good stuff. We're not starting for another 2 hours though, unfortunately. So hopefully your missus is having an all-nighter. So what I might do is just mosey on up. We're only going to do this for about half an hour. I'm just going to do a lap or two of STV, and then we'll start putting the BFD together with the boys. I can quickly do this quest while I'm here as well. Hey-oh. I love safe fall for rogues. It's very, very convenient. Very convenient. Oh, there's one. Oh, boys. Stonks. Remember, it's 37 silver apiece. Come on, 3. Come on, 3. You can't say, I'll have to tell you. Oh, 1. Fuck off. Rigged. The system is fighting against me. Ooh, there's... Oh, it's level 37. We don't kill anyone who's not 40. That's the rule. Unless they open up on me. They've got to be 40. We don't kill lobies. Hey, hey, let's go. I didn't check life route. Let's get these blueprints in here. There we go. Requires Kozzel's key. That's right. Oh, could I be bothered? I guess. Let's sprint. Come on. Come on. Up. Wait. Oh, I missed the ramp. Where is it? Oh my god, I'm such a doofus. Oh, anything that gives honor is dead on your screen. If you're doing the honor grind, I get it. If you don't need the honor and you're killing level 34s as a 40, let's just say we're very different players. Let's just say I like a challenge. I don't get off on being a lawnmower when I don't need the honor. Bam! Bam! Alright, let's get this thing. Bam! Oh, I'm gonna have to get rid of my weak aura. I wonder what weak aura I can set up to not do that. What should I do? This guy's good. Bam! What weak aura can I set up? I got the thing. Oh, I know what to do. Let's do this. Let's do... fuck, where is it? Play dance. Trigger. Load. Spell known. Blade dance. Oh, that didn't work. Great. Fuck. Oh, I know what to do. Only load an instance. Instance size type. Very good. Okay, and then we do the same for slice and dice. There it is. Load instance size type. Very good. Now they'll stop annoying me. Now, go back and get my thing. Get out of stealth. And we go on the search for Goldthorn once we finish this quest. And here's my little Cozzles. I'm sorry, my fuel regulator blueprints. That's what I need. Thank y'all. And now I'm out of here. And we keep an eye out for Alliance and Goldthorn. And that's the two things we're hunting. Alliance and Goldthorn. And I'm all out of Goldthorn.
I'm back.
Hey, mate. Whoa.
You gotta love when the dog chooses to vomit on the bed that you just washed for him.
It's funny, we were just talking the other night about how our dogs haven't done anything, had any accidents on the bed for quite a long time. What level is this guy? So yeah, no spews, no poos, no nothing. So we're lucky in that regard. But I'm very used to cat vomits in less than ideal places. And the dogs do vomit, but like not that often. If they do it like on the hardwood of the living room or something.
Yeah. No, he's been pretty good. I was out of the blue. Caught me off guard. And then now he's walking around wagging his tail, so he's all good.
Happy days. Fuck, I hate being out in the open worlds outside of sub.
Oh, like spec?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you leveling again on fucking Crusader Strike?
A rogue, of course.
Oh, you tool.
And I'm doing it with no sponsorship because it's a fresh character, so I'm not going to be able to just bankroll fucking more weapons and shit. But I feel like a rogue's a good class to have as just your only character somewhere.
Right.
Make it work.
Fuck, I've made a grave mistake. I've gone out with basically full bags to herb. That's a good start. Oh, there's one. So another rogue. Yeah, but yeah, I enjoyed getting like set up and getting the cash flow happening from scratch on a new character, new server.
What was that, sorry?
I enjoyed like sometimes starting from, not all the time, but starting from scratch on a new server and being like, well, I've got to make money.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Like I said, maybe nothing will come of it, but I've just realised that I always, like literally the 3 times of the week that I play the game the most are the most off-peak Australian times. So I'll just see what's happening on fucking peak hour American.
Yeah,
so,
that's the way.
Who knows, maybe join a guild or something, we'll see. It's only, like, I've got pretty good ping here, so when I play there, it must be US West, but I only got 195 ping.
Yeah, it's not bad. Noticeable. It's not like fucking obnoxious by any means. You can go and join Ale and Clevis in Onslaught.
Oh, are they on Crusader Strike?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Did you go Horde?
Yeah, of course. I don't think I've ever played Alliance past like level 10.
I really don't. I prefer Horde, but I really don't care either way, like that much.
No, I'm an out and out Horde enjoyer.
Fair enough.
I just don't like how any of the Alliance races look.
Yeah.
Like if I played Alliance, I'd use like iMorph to make my character not look like their races. I could probably, actually I was going to say I probably could put up with a Night Elf Rogue, but even then I'd just be going, man, I could be undead.
I love Orc and Undead are where it's at. I love being either of those. Oh, this is a spicy node. Fuck me dead. Oh god, I'm in trouble.
Bam!
Oh, he's level 45. What the fuck?
I hear you're near the ogres.
Yes. Oh, I'm very dead. That's a runaway. Oh my god, I'm so dead. This is a problem. Oh god, that was dumb of me. There was one node behind like 4 level 44 elite ogres, and I was like, yeah, I'll go get that one. Didn't pan out. Oh, that's the way, Rob. Oh, that was one of the dumbest things I've done in a while. Fuck.
Now they really want Mage to use Frostfire and Spellfrost.
They do. I mean, I guess they're just helping out Frost Mages all the way down the bottom of the DPS table there.
Because, I mean, base damage increased by 50%, and then you factor in, like, we're getting more spell damage, but also it starts to get, like, if you've got Shatter for 100% crit and all that kind of shit, it could start getting pretty good.
Could be, I wonder how that will go in PvP. Because I don't mind me a Frost Mage. I think they're very fun. They're just cunts to level.
On the on the forum post where they put all these hot fixes, the very first reply, excited to see what the forums will find wrong with these. Thanks, Kyvax.
Yeah. It's true though. It's just let the complaints begin.
The very next post has been flagged by the community as temporarily hidden. This guy's a wizard.
I love it. I've got a. Do you know? No, I've got the link. I was going to say, so I've got to pull up the link for today's changes and last week's changes. Last week's got everyone talking. I don't know if anyone has much to say about this week's.
Nah, this week's is pretty chill, it seems.
Yeah,
but
the Warrior Devastate change is nice, but like, did they need it?
yeah, I'm not sure. I've had warrior tanks in every run. Seem to be alright.
Oh, have you? I'm complete. I'll level it, but I'm completely parking my warrior this phase. I am not enthused for it. Oh, how do
I think I'm just gonna leave my fella at 25.
Oh, this is problematic.
We'll see. Once that XP change comes in and I just come home and level for an hour a day, I'll probably end up with 5 level 40s again.
Oh my god, I'm so fucked. Fuck! I died trying to get away from the ogres because my body was right in the middle of the camp. This is where I rage about more graveyards in if we're going half retail, if SOD is a combination of retail and classic, again, I'll do my more graveyards rant of like in 2024 people are sick of running 2.5 minutes back to their body.
Nah, I firmly agree with most of your suggestions, but there'll be some codger out there going, no, you have to learn your lesson for dying. That's vanilla.
Death has to have a penalty. It has to have meaning. So, like, explain to me how I get taught more of a lesson by doing a 60-second run back to my body as opposed to a 140-second run back to my body.
Yeah. I just like how there's a lot of people that'll say, like they like it because it's just vanilla, and it's like, well, what do you like about that? Like, what is your actual, what's the bit of it that you appreciate? And they just like it because it's how it was. Well, that's half of their answers.
Yeah.
It's just how it's supposed to be. All right, so you don't even know why.
I'm massively torn because obviously I'm a huge vanilla Andy, but I'm also equally not married to vanilla concepts just because it's vanilla. And I think a lot of the vanilla love comes from a sort of if it ain't broke, don't fix it mindset. But like you try to say, but some of it is broken. No, it's not. It works well. I mean, it's organized chaos, but that doesn't mean it's not chaotic at times. I don't know. I feel bad because like I sound like this massive blood traitor to vanilla as someone who like dedicated fucking the last 5 years of my life to vanilla World of Warcraft. Like I love the game, but I've for years now I've been open to like common sense changes.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I mean. There's like the three partitions of any given crowd, and then I only firmly don't get along with the third crowd of just like, no, literally not one thing is wrong with 2004 WoW. It is perfect. It is beautiful.
Yeah.
Leave it exactly as it is, and it goes, all right. So that's just a load of fucking baloney.
That's the funny thing is that like the no changes crowd started getting a lot of heat around like 2021, and everyone kind of after 2 years of Classic went like, oh, you know, maybe a game with changes would have been an interesting thing to see, when it was like, you know, you were a heretic to say anything like that. And I was a no changes guy for 2 years. No changes. I was absolutely on that train, and anyone, you know, fucking 80 to 90% of the community was. So, you know, when people go like, oh, I was always, in 2019, I was screaming for changes, like half the people who say that are full of shit. But like, it really became, I don't know, kind of less sexy to be a no changes guy as time went on. And the people who have really held on to it now, like you say, it's kind of like, don't change it just because. And when you suggest things like, oh, you know, here's a practical or common sense change, and no, it should take, you know, 35,000 hours to do this one thing or something. Like, oh, that's a slippery slope to retail. Is it? Yeah.
Morning, gentlemen.
G'day, mate. How are you?
Right. Wow, the damage in this group is ordinary as fuck.
Oh, where are you? Oh, your boy Jimson's here. Jimson, we love you, mate. I want you to know how much I've appreciated your mature attitude in the face of pushback of your points this week. It was very, very welcome. And when we have the chat on the podcast about the XP changes, I mean, you're probably going to get in there. I don't want to make it sound, and we're not going to be like, fuck you, you're wrong, because all the rest of us disagree with you. I appreciated that we had someone like you in there saying, I don't like it and here's why. Even though I do disagree, you didn't become a dickhead over it, and I appreciate that. And you could have been a dickhead about it, because we were all like, blah, 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 blah. Here's why we think you're wrong, blah, blah, blah.
Who's that? Jimson?
Jimson, yeah.
Yeah, he was a mad dog.
Yeah, he was good about it.
Someone that can actually message back and forth without just going 4 messages. Oh, fuck you. You're just trying to roll me up.
Fucking you made some enemies this week, didn't you?
Yeah, clearly I'm just such a bad fucking vibe operator out here with my chit chat.
Every time I looked at Sod chat yesterday, it was just you be fighting.
It was
some
him
other
picking
dudes.
a fight with someone, yeah. Or actually, to be fair, he wasn't picking the fight, but he was getting involved in a fight.
There were people getting annoyed with me just asking for them to clarify their opinion so that I could know whether I disagreed or not.
Yeah, I've had that before in Discord, and it is frustrating when like you ask the proper like debate style questions of like, you were basically doing the right thing. People call it. I hate it when people call it. People call it lawyering. I really don't like that term. It's generic fucking high school debate stuff of like, all right, I need you to solidify your position so that number one, I know your position, and number two, I've got you on the record for it so that I can counter it.
Yeah, like I didn't understand, because sometimes you don't know, because especially the guys that we've been talking to this week, I couldn't really tell if they're error players only, because they kept referencing vanilla and what's bad about SOD, and I'm like, I couldn't tell if they were, I play both, or am I comparing to vanilla with all my statements? And then it turns out that they're just like, no, I'm just criticizing SOD, and then I actually agreed with his point. I'm like, yeah, cool. Now that you said that it's just a criticism of SOD, I actually agree with that point. I just wasn't sure if he was saying vanilla's better than SOD at this.
Yeah, but the act of asking clarifying questions or saying like, okay, so tell me how if you say X, then let me just ask, how do you feel about Y? And them saying, fuck you, I'm not answering your leading questions. Like that's not quite what's going on here. Like, yeah, it is a leading question, because the thing is they feel themselves being boxed into a corner and they don't like it, so they say, I'm not playing this game anymore, because they can see where it's going.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, but that's the thing. You can't get boxed into a corner of your opinion. Like, it's your opinion, mate. You do get boxed in on your opinion. Like, it's just the kind of a. But you're not entrapping them in any way. It's just like, is this the corner that you want to stand in? All right, yeah, cool. I'm in the same corner.
I think it's entrapment. I like it. That's the point. Is they've made a point that you disagree with. You think you've got the things to dismantle that point. Trap them in the corner with the things that they think prove them right, that you think prove them wrong. And then you start piece by piece picking it apart. And they say, that's not what I said. And you say, that's exactly what you said because I asked you to say it.
Oh, you're getting a big lawyer boner now, mate.
I think it's also important, like especially when talking to people within the WoW community, to try and establish whether they've had a rational train of thought to come to that conclusion. Because there's absolutely no fucking pragmatic thought process within the community, pretty much.
Yeah, I guess I'm probably becoming a bit more fucking combative in the Discord, just because it turns out there's been quite a few people that want to have a go with you for half an hour, and it turns out that they literally just vomited the first thing that came to their mind, and then they end up reversing on their own thing, and you go, well, it's not like I convinced you to get here, you're just doing merry-go-rounds on your own. Like, you didn't actually know what point you were trying to make. So it's just good to clear it out at the start and go, oh yeah, this is just someone that's come in here to rile some people up.
It's a problem, and you could say it's a problem with arguments in general, but particularly in gaming. Like, a lot of stuff is just driven by emotion, just a visceral gut reaction of like, I'm just going to start speaking without thinking because this thing has elicited a response, like a visceral response in me that I'm just going to blurt out. And then you need to figure out, all right, are you saying this just because you're emotional or because you've actually had a stop and to think about it and you still feel this way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent ubiquitous that the lunch lady meme where she's putting the gym mat into the meat grinder from The Simpsons.
Yeah.
I sent him that meme saying there's very little pragmatism in the WoW community. Because it just seemed like the people that he was arguing with were just off the XP boost just because they decided that immediately.
There are, not to say, there are arguments against the XP boost. I get it. And, just because I personally disagree with it doesn't mean you're fucking batshit crazy for being against me on this point. You're going to feel your way, I'm going to feel my way. But there are a lot of people out there that I feel when you do present them with the reasons why or the benefits of this particular XP boost, they will sort of hand wave that and say, yeah, that's all well and good, but it's still shit because of this. You kind of have to somewhat balance in all factors as opposed to just ignoring the ones that you don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to I like to clarify with everyone when I'm in there that like when I'm messaging yesterday, it is literally this vibe. I'm not arguing with anyone. I'm just seeing what they want us to talk about, and I'm just talking with people. I'm not trying to convince anyone that they're right or wrong most of the time. It's just a fucking chat.
I better start putting this fucking STV together, eh? Did you hear?
You
mean BFD?
Did you hear? Sorry, BFD. Did you hear? Ubiquitous is dogged us, Joe.
Oh, he's what?
He's dogged the boys.
Fuck.
I know.
Dog. I'm gonna dog the boys, but in a different way. I'm gonna bring my hunter that's got fuck all runes and no gear.
I love it. That's exactly what I want. Hey, Pube Sniffer. Good morning, mate. Are you coming to BFD with us, Pube Sniffer?
Yeah, I'm in a Noma, sorry.
You're right, mate.
It's actually, we didn't wipe on the first boss, so I'm already beyond
You're
surprised.
optimistic?
Yeah. I thought this would be a shithouse pug.
Alright.
Oh, the epic stuff. They really cranked these fucking salvages up. Like every boss just drops like fucking 3 of them.
We do need people, Pube Sniffer, but only come if you want to. I don't want to fucking... I'm not twisting your arm, mate. If you got better shit to do, don't worry about us. We only had 4 sign-ups this week, so it's going to be fucking a lot of pugs.
Yeah. That's okay.
Okay. See if Hunk's awake.
Old server time will get him again. I'm hoping I can wrap up this Noma and go grab Brekkie before the pod kicks off.
That's the way. John, is there anyone... Is that character in the guild?
No.
Oh, okay, all good.
Secret character.
Carter John is a fucking loner, mate, and he's my place to go when I want to hide from raiding.
Big lone wolf.
But not that I've had the urge to do that at all, really.
Oh, here he is. Here's Pube Sniffer. Love it. Give me 1 second, Pube. Oh, hey, Pube. How are you, mate?
Hey guys,
What's going on?
Hey, man.
doing good. How are you?
Good, good. Ooh. Okay, so you're Ellie.
Yeah, I'm a weird spec. I'm spec'd like full into Resto because it's like useful in the world to be able to heal yourself and stuff.
Yeah,
But like,
all
I
good.
still have lava burst and all that shit. So.
No, all good. So I'm Resto. Voodoo did say he wanted to tank. I'll see if he's online. Oh, Tits McGee can come.
Well, fucking tits, eh?
Oh, easy, man. I'm gonna grab a beer.
Too easy, man. Hey Tits, how are you, mate? Did you not have an ult or anything? I don't care if you come on the 40, obviously, but did you have an ult or anything you wanted for Tits?
I mean, I still need a totem.
Oh,
Like,
really? Is that what you're chasing?
yeah.
Yeah, no, go for it. Chasing that-
But if it's an XP thing, then I can switch to my 25 priest.
Oh, I don't really care. Does
40s don't tank the XP.
Okay.
Oh, well then that's fine. So you're chasing this totem the whole time?
Yeah.
There you
And there's
go.
a couple of like off pieces as well that will be alright.
Oh yeah, fair enough, fair enough. So let me think. That's 2 healers, so we just need a couple of tanks and some DPS. Is there anyone in the guild online? This turn of mine isn't in the guild. I messaged Shock, but I haven't heard back from him.
There's not many people online.
Nah, all good, all good. We'll grab some pugs. Let's see here.
What do you need? Or pretty much anything.
Pretty much anything. We need a tank or an off tank. I think if Voodoo comes, he'll main tank it. So an off tank and some DPS. Anyone in your guild online, Yubi?
I just told them to send you a tell if they want to do a BFD on an ult.
Thanks,
So
mate.
maybe you get a random whisper.
Too easy.
Mud. What's to come?
Who?
Mud from our guild. Rexel.
Oh yeah, too easy. What tune's he on? Mud.
Yeah.
There he is. Thanks, Jeremy. Oh, sweet. He's an OT. Voodoo's coming on. He'll main tank it. And then we just need some fucking randos for DPS.
Glad this is a bit of a carry group because my hunter is fucking terrible.
Yeah, my druid's not got anything good going on either. Oh fuck, I've got to create mouse over macros. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shit-faced, so good luck, everyone.
Oh, happy days.
You healing, Josh?
Might be level 40, but doesn't make a difference if I can't hit my buttons.
Oh good. Yeah, I'm healing.
Okay.
Oh, but I don't have wild growth. Oh my god. Maybe I shouldn't heal.
I can probably solo heal most of them.
Huh?
It'll be fun.
Said I can probably solo.
Yeah. All right, I'll heal, but just I won't have wild growth, and it'll be weird.
Yeah, it's fine. I solo healed last run,
Oh, happy days.
and it was not happy. it was actually pretty butt clench.
Oh dear. Oh, Voodoo, g'day, mate.
G'day, mate.
Morning, Bob.
Morning.
Big fucking pod today, Josh.
Oh, no pressure. I know, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, boys, give me a second.
That's very embarrassing. I've never been to fucking Ashenvale on this character. Good thing I've got aspect of the cheetah. Yep.
Oh, fuck,
Yeah,
I haven't either. I've got to start running.
Yeah, you better
It's-
let Josh
it's
know or he'll
awful.
kick you.
I know, right?
Who's in the bathtub?
In the bathtub.
think that-
Oh, sorry, that's you can hear my sound. I was at Thunder Bluff.
Yeah, it just sounds like something like yeah, play with your rubber ducky.
Sorry, I'll turn my sound down. Is it heaps loud for you?
No, it was very quiet.
Okay. I'll turn it down a little bit more. Yeah, I've got a fucking...
Oh my god, I flew to Stone Talon accidentally. Now I have to go through Crossroads.
Yeah, I'm running from Crossroads as well. Don't worry, mate.
Okay.
We can run together.
Well, I'm flying though, but yeah.
Oh god, this is going to take me a while. Well, that's all right. We've got time to recruit people. More macro.
Flight time is 6 minutes though.
I can't believe I forgot to get the fucking wild growth rune. The one thing I wanted to try.
How long does it take to get?
Um,
Just go get it.
let me see. Druid runes. I think it actually does take a little bit. It's a bit of an annoying one. You
It
gotta
is
go
pretty
all
broken,
around the
though.
world to places I haven't been yet, so don't worry about it.
No, I loved healing as a druid in Season of Mastery.
Yeah.
Had so much fun.
Well,
Like,
I want to get a Resto Druid up and running here in SOD and also for Kadu.
Well, it was like mainly because you know, in like 2019 Classic, you could do no HOTS because of world buffs. Which is essentially Resto Druid's entire toolkit. But with Season of Mastery, no world buffs, so it was free reign. And like everyone's like, why didn't you go priest or like a better healer? And then like 2 weeks later, I was topping metas. And I was like, yeah, well, like we had 2 Resto Druids. One was doing regrowth, and I was doing rejuve. It was broken. Like we were
That's the way.
like out healing priests.
Before I start asking randos, any DPS in... Let's have a look. Actually, I'm in the guild now. I can check.
Good morning, hello.
Hey, Gecko. There you are. What's going on, mate?
Oh, I'm just flying out to Zoram in a sec.
Too easy. Which character are you on?
His name's Chesterton.
Chesterton. That's very bougie. I like it.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're a mage. Very good. So we've got everything. We've got healers. We've got tanks. We just need 3 more DPS.
My tank just copped Pummeler's blast wave to the face.
Fucking see
Nice.
you, bud.
It's getting a bit hairy. 4 dead.
Did you hear about my heroic healing of Noma last week? On Wednesday, Yubi?
Oh, did
sure,
you carry the boys?
I'm sure it should have been told by all of them, sung by bards and scholars, and told by scholars all over the world by now. But since it hasn't, yeah, I just like one heal. I healed the last boss for
Yeah, we
75% or something.
We lost Hunk about a third of the way through fucking Thermoplug, and fucking John, in an effort that will go down in Outback Raid House history, steps up to the plate and just fucking basically solo heals the rest of the encounter, and we killed it with like half of 5 or 6 dead. Very, very close call.
I did a pug, Noma pug yesterday, and it made me so thankful and appreciative of how good Red Team is. Like, because of how terrible the pug was.
The pug scene, yeah, not great.
Oh well, it's like any suggestion they made on bosses, like they just like dismissed it. I'm like, I'm not like forcing you to do it. It was just a suggestion. Like they were doing Managerie, whatever it's called, in like weird split. So the dragon was getting like kited as well, instead of all 3 together and the sheep separate. So it was like, so we had an OT on the dragon, main tank on the 2 things, and range on the sheep. Like it was like, just put them together. It's gonna be so, like, just, it's so simple. And yeah, they did not agree.
Hey, I've got a wild suggestion, and tell me if I'm a fucking idiot for saying this, and don't hold back. With a 35 and a 40, one of them being a healer, we can 8-man this, can't we?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
There you go. That's the fucking spirit. That's what I like to hear at fucking 8 o'clock in the morning.
Well, it's
right,
kind of late for me,
long
but
neck.
yeah, okay.
Is Tits McGee a healer?
No. Oh, he is, sorry, yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, questionable then.
Well, he's
you know.
drunk, but that's okay.
I am half a healer at best.
Oh, fuck, I'll just go pick up this flag point. All right,
got
we'll
the
start
gear,
making
no
your way
idea.
there, boys, and we'll just kick off when everyone gets there.
Yeah, start running.
Hell yeah.
I can drop a sleeping bag too.
Oh, stop
Oh,
it.
Ooh, yeah, same. But yeah, okay.
Fuck yeah.
Well, who doesn't have a sleeping bag?
I
I mean, that's like the first port of call when you start leveling a new alt, right?
yeah, I've got it on
True.
my main. I haven't picked it up on this druid yet. I'm not playing this druid until the 100% XP buff comes in.
Oh yeah, that's smart, eh?
Yeah, I'm leveling a hunter for that.
It sucks.
I don't understand. I don't understand why they didn't drop it like
straight away.
the last reset. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think I get their point where they were like, oh, people freak out if we drop the news too early or too late, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, I don't know. I can't see it being a problem if you just drop it. Just
Yeah.
it's in the game.
It's not
guys.
a thing.
Yeah, nobody cares. Like, just go do it.
It's not a thing you have to prepare for.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. It should have been dropped straight away.
Yeah,
I think.
I
Everyone would have welcomed it, wouldn't they? They would have been,
Yeah.
wait, this is so cool.
yeah, and it's
Yeah,
really
there's
weird.
a few that wouldn't have.
I feel like they don't have to wait for a reset. Like, you can just do a quick hot fix and throw it in, and they're not doing it, which I find extra strange as well. Because they've seen everyone going like, just do it now. Like
Yeah.
like I'm one of the tens of thousands of people who are like, it's really frustrating when I want to play and I want to level an alt, but now I have to wait 5 days.
Yeah. Very true. Everyone I've talked to has said, I don't understand why they didn't just like drop it as soon as they said it.
Oh, hey, Silvio in YouTube chat. I have tried the new redirect. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to disagree with you. I actually think it's cool. I think it works really well now. The 10-second cooldown is wild. I don't use it super often, but I'm still learning. I kind of like it.
It's a little annoying that you have to be in melee range. I keep having humanoids run away from me, and I'll hit redirect, and I think I've got my combo point.
Yeah, I think if they
And I don't.
if they change that, then it's perfect.
I just started tanking on my rogue, so it's kind of cool.
With the changes they made like 5 days ago, it's night and day from what it used to be. Just the 10-second redirect, plus more importantly the extra threat that they buffed us with, is I can't believe how different it feels now on a rogue tank. I still don't think rogue tank's weird because like I was going to bitch about this on the podcast a bit. Like after now having played it for a couple of months, I'm like, we need, and maybe this will come in phase 3 or 4, but like we need more than just this is the tank that just keeps up 2 buffs and that's it, because we don't have like a kablamo button. So you like build combo points, and you can argue that mutilate hits hard enough that you should be satisfied, but it's like build, and then you want to hit the big fucking whammy button with your 4 or 5 combo points on Blade Dance, on Slice and Dice, and that's it. You're not like smashing something with these massive combo points, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I reckon it would be much better if you did have something you could hit.
Yeah. And
if you miss 2 mutilates in a row, you've got no combo points. Or if you get disarmed, you've got no combo points.
Yeah.
You're just auto-attacking stuff.
It's weird because like it's kind of like Warlock gameplay in the plate spinning where you're just like, keeping up dots. But, imagine saying to a Warlock, hey, you've got to keep up these 2 dots, except they're debuffs and they do no damage. You've just got to watch these 2 timers and constantly apply them, and that's basically your role. It's boring as fuck.
I think it's because like you actually, if you put up Slice and Dice and Blade Dance, you have way more combo points than before those fall off, and you only have Rupture or Eviscerate to press, and they don't feel great to press.
No, they don't
at all, because Eviscerate's the worst fucking scaled spell in the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm on the copium now. I think it would be fun to have an AoE finisher. And that would really just shut up all the... Not everyone's allowed to have a fucking AoE ability. Well, fuck you. Make it burst of knives, and every combo point shoots a fan of knives out, or some shit. That way you get up to 5 points and you press it, and that would give us some AoE threat or some shit.
It's still a spec that is interesting, but not necessarily as fun as it could be.
I think there's more coming. I think in phase 3 we're going to see more.
Yeah. Huge call there, Gecko. We're going to get more in phase 3. Can I put you down for that one, Nostradamus?
I mean, quite specifically for rogue tanks, because they might be a lot better than they were. I have no idea. I just started tanking this week.
Yeah.
Because it was hard to find a tank while I was leveling. I was like, I'll give it a shot.
Oh, I wish you'd seen the old version now.
I'm glad I didn't.
Oh, did they get Silvio saying they had an AoE finisher in MOP? Is that true?
I didn't play Rogue in MOP, but I wouldn't be surprised. Let me go have a look at that.
Yeah, everyone's on board with what we've been saying on the podcast about a area effect poison ability.
Yeah, I think we need, and I'm perfectly fine for it to be behind the finisher fucking system. So that you got to mutilate, and then we get an AoE, rather than just running into a trash pack and pressing an AoE button.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck is going on with Shuriken Toss. Like, I literally just don't know if they thought it was a cool little...
It is better. With our increased threat, it is better. I think it's probably gotten to the point that they want it now, because they don't want 3 Shuriken tosses to mean they now stick to you like glue.
Well, I did the first boss as off tank in Nomar, right? And the ad waves come. This Shaman does press 1 Molten Blast or whatever it is, the cone. It's done. And it was twice the threat of 5 Shuriken tosses combined.
Yeah.
Double. So I would have to cast 10 Shuriken tosses for his 1 GCD that it probably comes off cooldown and he can press it again. Like,
yeah, and that's kind of been my thing of like, you kind of can't say that you want threat to be a thing and you don't want tanks to have all of the mobs stuck to them when Molten Blast is sitting right there, working the way that it is.
And they weren't. That's a new ability. It's not like shamans were casting that in vanilla. Like, but nah, you can't, mate. It's just community fucking don't want rogues to have a Merry Christmas or a good Easter. Fuck them, you know. It's just the same old shit.
Mm-hmm.
The world would probably be happy for us to lose our dual wield ability, and we just become one-handed baguettes.
Yeah, I don't think it's very law friendly that rogues have 2 weapons. I think they should only
Just
have one.
One-handed
Become
baguettes.
swashbucklers.
But we can't use a two-hander. Like, we just have to run around with one-hander.
Yeah.
And a buckler.
You can
A
equip
shield?
like a fish or something in your offhand.
Oh
And
yeah,
community.
fish
I
slap.
don't know, I like the buckler idea for swashbuckling.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in alpha. It's like rogues had bucklers
That's
in
right.
alpha.
Yeah. Oh, John, are you being polite and sticking with me even when you could run off with the cheetah?
Nah, it's taken this long to catch up to you.
There are very good odds that I just leave this Noma after we wipe like 5 times.
Oh, what are you up to?
We're about to get to Electric Crab, and I
Oh,
know that
yeah.
we're gonna die because
Oh,
these guys,
yeah.
like, we've lost 5 out of 10 raiders on every fight thus far because they're just
Ooh.
absolute baboons.
Oh, they're dying
it-
on every fight.
Yeah,
Oh.
like they got punted and not a hit. We have 2 priests, and they let all 3 people that got picked by the claw. They just died. And it's like, all right, we're in trouble.
My
How
goal-
did you clear Viscous if if they were dying?
Like they died towards the end. The tank, I had to type in raid chat, move boss. He literally just stood him still in his AoE for like, no joke, a minute. So the melee DPS couldn't DPS the boss. So it took like 2.5 minutes to kill him.
Wait, what boss?
Vicious
Second
Fallout. Viscous
Hmm.
Fallout, sorry.
That's something.
Yeah. He's gone the long way around every single edge in the dungeon so far, where you have to kill
Oh.
twice as much trash. He's up there in all, and his name's Wazza. So
He's farming the salvages, man. He knows what
Where are
he's
you
doing.
guys going?
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe, back this way. You've decided that tune is your safe space tune, guildless. I like it. I do that with some of my tunes as well.
Yeah. Safe space.
What was I going to say? Oh, it's my goal for the phase, Yubi, is to not get punted once by Crowd Pummeler.
he just did the classic tank thing. Like he was good at avoiding it whenever it chose someone else, but when it chose him and just stayed facing, he missed it completely and just got sent flying.
I
Did you
thought I
get
could have a.
saved by the bleachers or something, Josh?
Sorry, say again?
Did you get saved by the bleachers?
No,
at
I
one
haven't
point?
been kicked once yet.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm a
I thought I could have a
fucking
perfect
gamer.
run as well, but then I got boxed in by cogs on both sides, and I didn't know at the time that they knocked you back, and it knocked me into the punch.
Right.
Ooh.
The cogs also, like, if you get hit and then hit while you're, like, flying, you go further again, and so on, until
Oh,
you
shit.
just zoom off the edge.
I need to get these.
Yeah, if you're
quests.
exactly in the path of the cog, it can just like throw you down the entire way of the thing, and you can't do anything. At least with some classes as well.
I just stand in
You
the
can shadow
cog
step,
to heal pass better.
Ooh, that's smart.
I've done the coward's move. I've rebooned my buff.
Ooh.
I'm not losing it with these guys.
Do
I
it
can
right.
keep
Do it
shielding.
right in front of them, like a slap in the face as well.
I did. As soon as we got to the bottom of this elevator, I rebooned.
That's perfect. And they'll be like, mate, maybe we would have killed you if you hadn't have fucking rebooned.
Yeah, if we're relying on a rogue to carry this DPS, we're in trouble.
Tariak, I'm going to say I'm one of very few people that will understand that Michael Flatley reference, and I love you for it. Let's do a fucking quick survey. We got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 people in this voice chat. Does anyone know who Michael Flatley is?
Yes.
Very
Yes,
good.
yes.
Just say, don't answer it,
Well,
just say yes if
I
you
won't
do.
say what it is, but yes, I do.
Okay, so we got a
I think
few.
so,
How many?
yeah.
How many?
I think
So
so.
Pubes
No
even
idea.
knows, Gecko knows. Who else knows?
No.
I think so.
He's the best answer.
That's
Ha-ha.
well, fuck,
Yeah.
here we go. You've blown me out of the water. Everyone knows. All right.
Flowing water.
Fucking
Yeah.
Lord
I
of the
have
never
Dance.
heard of
no
that man
idea
in
who
my
that
life.
is.
Yeah.
I
Never
only
heard
know
that
it
name,
because
but
of Friends.
It's definitely a boomer reference. I feel like you have to be over 35 to know who Michael Flatley is.
Yeah, I'm 27, so
There you
I'm
go.
27 as well. I have no clue.
I'm 31. I only know it because of friends. Yeah, they reference it there.
I'll bet you something weird as well. Like Tariak, we have like what we call Order of Australia, what do you call like Order of Australia titles here in Australia for like fucking significant Australians who have forwarded the progress of our culture and science or whatever. Blah blah blah.
Yeah,
I'll bet you Michael
Grant,
Flatley
Sergeant,
has the Irish
Sergeant.
equivalent of that. What would you say? Sorry, Joe.
Wasn't me.
Oh, sorry, Tids.
No, I was naming WoW PvP titles when you said that.
Tariak, what's like the Irish equivalent of being knighted or some form of
OBE.
recognition? Is it OBE? I'll bet you Michael Flatley has something, right? Surely.
Or CBE.
Is he like a fucking god in Ireland?
CBA more like.
How far away are the furthest people?
Oh fuck! I didn't pick up the quests. I'm such an idiot. Did anyone grab the quests?
I just handed in and picked up one. Don't know which one it is.
No, it's all right. I'll do them next time because it's not going to be the last time I do on this character.
I've only got the Sapphires one, which you have to do outside of the raid group.
Isn't there one that you get to kill the first boss, or is that inside?
No, you pick up the water globe from the first boss, and then you hand it in.
Yeah, Alliance has to pick up the quest to kill the first
is there
boss.
no BFD quests outside there in fucking...
You have to do the Sapphires one, and then you get to kill the fourth boss.
Right.
There's one to get Kelris's head, though. I remember that.
There is. Well, you go and... Oh, shit, what have I done? You go and get that from... don't you get that inside the instance from the place we normally
Yeah, I think you
fall?
can just pick up his head.
Yeah. All right, everyone in the sleeping bag.
That looks a bit full today.
Just like Harry Potter's sleeping bag.
I was thinking... I think a strange amount about... what's her name? And by forgetting her name, I'm sort of contradicting myself. But the amazing and the poor lead singer of was it the Cranberries that died a few years ago? I always think of her.
Oh yeah, Princess Diana.
Hey T, how are you, mate? We're about to find out. I don't have wild growth, so I kind of fucked up. I love that the sleeping bag icon is a cup of coffee.
Yeah. Is it a cup of tea or is it a cup of coffee?
It's got to be coffee, right?
Coffee.
I mean, it's well rested. Are you rested when you have coffee?
I thought it was hot chocolate.
Oh, it might be
Oh,
hot chocolate. I
could be.
do love a good hot chocolate. Hot chocolate is the greatest
Could be.
beverage in the world that we don't drink enough of. How many hot chocolates do you reckon you have?
Yeah,
How many hot chocolates do you reckon you
I
have? a
could give you
fucking
that,
year?
yeah.
I reckon I have like 2 hot chocolates a year.
Yeah.
I reckon I have 2 every 10 years.
There you go.
That's
It is.
I
No
think I
one
had
ever
5 a
gets it,
week.
and they're so good.
2 a month.
2 a month. There you go.
Can't remember my last hot
Easy.
chocolate.
huge. 2 a month.
Yeah.
Someone-
You
someone
can't
gets
go
4.
Milo. You've got to go Cadbury drinking chocolate.
Oh yeah, you can't go Milo. No, Milo doesn't.
I
They
think
give
I
you the
have, like,
shits. So.
I have
Milo
like
is
4
the
or 5
tool
a
of the
week,
devil.
but I work at a coffee shop and I don't like coffee, so...
Oh no.
My last one definitely would have been like year 6 school camp.
Yeah, same actually.
Only a couple of years ago.
Yeah, 2.5 years ago.
Oh, well, when you repeat the 6th grade 10 times, it happens.
Yeah, math's hard.
Yeah, just can't find Tasmania on the map.
No, I was good at geography. Maths, not so much.
I can't believe it. These guys are better at electric crab than some of my guildies.
Oh, really?
Well,
They're doing it. Look at
we're
you.
on for a one-shot
You
here.
underestimated these poor cunts, and they're just,
Wait,
proving the haters wrong.
You almost wiped on the loot pinatas, and now you're killing the boss that actually can kill people.
As I said that, someone's died. It's going to spiral here.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I put thorns
You
on.
jinxed it.
Talk too soon. Unlucky.
Oh my god, I don't think I've ever had a Mark of the Wild.
Well, today's your lucky day,
Yes.
sunshine.
What do you guys think about the class changes that were posted today?
Well, yeah, I'm so glad I went to Resto when enhancement was dog shit, and now they're in the top 3. And I'm like, yeah, sweet. Of course that happened to me.
I thought it was very interesting that Blizzard saw the DPS logs, saw enhancement DPS and rogue right next to each other, and they were like, yeah, let's buff the one with all the utility.
Just give me 1 sec.
Oh, we got the fucking teleport trinket.
Kind of weird.
Tell you what though, Resto is a lot of fun, and it's what I've spent the most time playing in my classic years. I think I've got like 160 days playtime as Resto Shaman.
Go for it, boys.
Not in Season of Discovery, but
I haven't been 160 days in Season of Discovery. That would be pretty difficult.
there's a will, there's a way.
Oh shit, I've got some bad weak auras up. Alright, sorry about that.
I only have 1 water breathing, so that's for me.
I haven't even learnt water breathing, so good luck. Not even a joke.
Oh shit. It's so weird playing an undead as your main for so long and then doing this, where you don't have the underwater breath.
Yep.
Like, undead's like probably the most OP thing in hardcore just because of drowning.
Yeah.
I wish I was like level 40 as a mage with not even dipping below like 50% health, and I get bored and just jumped off TB so I could play on era.
Oh shit.
I dispelled my water breathing.
That'll learn you.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, God damn it.
Nice. Didn't even have to press spacebar.
Is everyone ready?
Oh shit, I haven't even spent any talents. Oh my god.
Shit.
This guy.
I reset yesterday. I forgot to spend them.
That's so good.
Oh my god.
No wild growth, no talents.
No, nothing. I know. Okay, I'm all good now. Someone in
Right.
chat goes, "Don't you have improved wrath?" And I was like, "I should." Oh shit, I forgot to spend my talent points.
Well,
This is just streamer Benny's, mate.
Oh,
Just getting a
mate.
carry run.
I take a small amount of pride in being the worst fucking streamer alive in terms of like skill.
Oh, come on.
oh no, my parcels.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my god. Just got up there.
Oh, that's not working.
Oops.
Better not be logging this.
Huge. Oh, what? How did I get hit? Oh,
Wow.
no idea where I am.
Josh, you might as well roll on the tanking gear as well, man.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
You don't need
If
any
it
of
comes
it?
up. Nah, I don't need any of it.
Okay, sweet. Thanks, man.
It was good back there. We're doing a mini hill.
No,
Get
we're
together.
Good, we're good. Okay. Now, where the fuck am I? Okay.
God. Fucking cat chewing me out for coughing.
I'm probably gonna need help healing the next boss.
Mate, you're in luck. You've got a talentless, wild growthless druid with you.
Oh, I can cast whatever the mage thing is, that zappy sparkly thing.
No, we'll be fine. It's all good.
I mean, I've been doing it occasionally anyway, because I'm arcane.
It's just this boss and second last boss. Just after the bubble pops.
I can do the mass renew one, actually. I've never done it.
Oh, get a key bound.
Ooh, out of mana. There you go.
Oh, is Mud a tank as well?
He's our off tank.
Oh, sweet. Look at all us playing druids.
I know, right? It's all
Druid
happening.
galore.
Just let me know when you guys are ready and I'll pull.
I'm never ready. But you do you, boo.
Let's do it.
Go for it.
I didn't mean to do that, but okay.
Come on, back up here.
Swear I'm not trying.
That's all. I'm just trying to get the rage. We've got no rage.
Whoa, mud.
Oh, I got thread.
Here we go. Ooh, that's a big crit. It's another big crit.
I've got 16 of these fucking salvages from Noma, and it's just wild to know that some people were paying 15 gold for one of them for like the first 2 days, and I just sold like 5 of them, knowing now I have them. I just have excessive, and they're a gold and a half. It's like fuck paying 15 gold to have it 4 days before the rest of the server.
Some people do that though.
It's just wild. I love profiting off them every phase. Like whatever the in-demand thing is, it's like, here you go, bud. You can pay 15,000% scale up than what other people will pay next Friday.
Oh god.
Oh, did it, boys.
Are we going to have the DPS on Calrus?
Oh wow.
I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no dispels, that'll be fine.
Old Joe's just got to step up with that fucking geared hunter.
Yeah, mate. I've just got 2 buttons to press. It's fucking sick. I think we should all blame Tarded Snack. He's not doing enough work. Kick him from the group. I'm just fucking straight up on the nod playing this character.
Oh shit.
Lava burst is so nutty.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it?
Everyone right to pull?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, 3 seconds?
Yeah.
Just a bit of mana for
Go
some
for
people.
it. Yeah.
How about 10 seconds? Then I can enrage.
Sure thing. Alright.
Spread.
Spread. Jesus.
Spread.
Spread them cheeks.
That's it. Ooh, hello.
Ooh. God. Okay.
Oh boy, it's clearly like 5 guys' first time ever doing Managerie, so this is just where the run will end 100%. With a tank that's never done it, you've got no fucking chance.
Hello.
Hey, hey, hey.
How's your run going?
Yeah, it's getting there.
We wiped 3 times.
Our DPS is a little low, but we're getting through it. We've only got 8 people.
I could use that.
What boss are you up to?
We just killed the 3rd boss.
Oh, okay. Do you have at least 140?
Yes. Tits.
Oh, gotta love the tits.
Gotta love the tits. Now we got 2 35s
Tits
and
are very
40.
great.
So, yeah, we're doing okay.
Yeah, I'm doing adequate at best.
Lava Burst is carrying me.
I feel bad. I just did the STV event and I saw Joe Mad on the beach and I targeted him.
Mate, you did what you had to
Yeah.
I'm gonna follow you, so I gotta pee.
do. All good.
It was like that situation where the dude's like crying while he's hovering his finger over the button and he still presses it.
Gotta love a good, like, the Wesley Snipes meme. I better bring this to you guys.
Does the Druid's AoE taunt? Do you ever get a lesser cooldown on that? Does anyone know?
Ah, it's pretty long, dude. I think the warrior one's even like long too.
10 minutes, man. Crazy.
Sorry, I didn't have a mouse over macro for my remove curse. I'm just throwing that in now.
I mean, I don't even know who was tanking. I'm just
You playing at Mage?
Druids have that spell too.
You're gonna pull that?
It takes us out of bear form.
Ew.
I'm gonna level with you, Josh. I don't use mouse over macros for healing, eh?
Really? I can't heal without them.
Yeah, that's so gross.
Yeah, I can't heal without them.
I find them a little bit too inaccurate in PvP encounters.
Oh, in
So I just
PvP,
fucking
well, it depends.
full
Are
send
you
all the
using it
time,
to
man.
mount over nameplates or like, or raid icons, raid bars, things?
Just fucking target my guys, man. Always have. Haven't really lacked on throughput either. I don't know whether it's just
I
fucking...
don't like them. If you're mousing over nameplates, I think you do miss a lot. But for raid frames, oh, baby, they're amazing.
should try them, but that just means more.
Yeah,
fucking
I think
shit
PvP is
to move around.
a different thing though.
Yeah, when I was quote unquote high ranked in threes, I didn't use mouse overs for anything. But I just had keybound, target like enemy player 1 2 3 and target team 1 2 3.
Yeah.
And that made a fucking massive difference. But
Does
holy
anyone still
drywall!
use Healbot?
Yep.
I wrecked so much drywall when I was ranking. Like, it's so stressful.
I think my sister still uses something like Healbot or some shit.
I use what's the one that starts with V?
Voodoo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used Voodoo for a while, and it was really good as a druid because instead of like I hate decurse, like decursive or whatever it's called, because I don't know who I'm decursing.
Does everyone want to wait here, and I'll just go grab him?
Yeah, right.
But with Voodoo, it would just show up, like, it would just change the person's plate thing to, like, purple. It's like, oh, decurse that person. Prioritize the tank or the healer. Like,
Yeah, I much prefer seeing the specific frame.
yeah.
Heals now.
Yeah, I got him.
Gets it.
I haven't used Healbot in ages, but that you used to be able to see. You came up with the curses that you could decurse, but then you could also have it set up so that you could separate the tanks. So you could identify who the tanks are compared to who the DPS is.
Yeah, if there's any work besides installing an add-on, I'm not doing it.
It takes a little while to set up, but once it's set up, it's fantastic to use.
Same with weak auras.
Yeah.
Like,
or macros.
yeah, like all of my abilities are macro. Actually, they're all mouse overs.
I think I'll have to use mouse overs for PvE when we get more players in the group.
Let me know when you're ready.
I guess you just do whatever you feel most comfortable with.
It'll just be a time thing. It'll save time then.
I've never done this fight as a ranged. Here we go. Fuck me dead.
That sucks.
First time I did it as a ranged, I died.
I'm about to.
If it all gets too much, you just hide up in here. It's all good.
Being a melee is so much easier.
Oh shit.
Oh. One drummer.
Tremor's down. Almost be out of range.
Yeah. was just not doing his job.
Yeah, it's on a 3-second burst.
Yeah.
Or 4? I forgot.
Oh fuck. It's probably 3 seconds. I just got feared. Acid probably proc. Oh god.
Everyone's arcane intellect is running out in the middle of the fight.
Oh, we're not going to be smart enough to win. Fuck.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, my IQ.
Don't get dumb.
No promises.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
Keep forgetting I have nature swiftness.
Ugh. It's killing me.
Ooh, here we go. Nice.
Nice.
Not hating this.
No cloth gear yet.
Nice. Nice roll.
Oh, this guy gives a quest, that's right. Go talk to the repair guy, he gives you a quest.
Oh, does he? Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, one to kill Calrus. Aha.
Wait,
You're going the wrong way,
sorry, I
Josh.
went the wrong way.
He's right here.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just noticed that I've got Chain Lightning rank 2. Just been using rank 1. And that's why my enhancement DPS sucked. Whoops.
Is the add-on, like, in Wrath not a thing in Classic for this? Like, I remember playing my Shaman first when I dinged 80 in Wrath. And getting a bunch of whispers that I was using lower rank spells.
Oh yeah, they exist.
Oh,
Someone.
yeah, like in Wrath, you're meant to use one lower rank for your offhand, Wind Fury, and I would get that message. I would get that message every single time. Like I would have to ignore guild members because I was like, dude, you either you turn it off or I'm putting you on ignore. Like this is because I'm meant to be rocking this.
It's supposed to be like this.
What a terrible add-on.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's pretty useful if you're using rank 1 accidentally, but
Oh, yeah.
I was in
Passive, sounds passive-aggressive, though.
yeah, true.
Oh, yeah, I was in a Tidy's guild, New Horizons for a while, in 2019, and they were sweat lords. Tidy was #1 in the world, tank.
Oh yeah, but he was editing his logs.
And yeah, but every single melee had that add-on that was like, if you were 1 yard out of range for a Wind Fury, you'd get like spammed.
Ooh.
And so it would be, and you could customize it. So I'll just get messages like, "Give me Wind Fury, cunt," or something like. And I'm like, dude, please stop yelling at me.
Wait, there's a guy editing his logs.
Yeah, you never let a conversation about Tidy go by without mentioning that the cunt fucking was that much of a fuckwit that he edited his logs to convince people he was the best in the fucking world.
Tell you what though, his layer thing was.
Oh, everyone agrees that the layer thing was like a server saver.
He invited me to like an IRL hangout.
Yeah.
I said hard pass.
Yeah.
And one of my actual friends who was in the guild, he went along.
Yeah.
And I was like, "So how was it?" And he's like, "Exactly how you fucking thought it was." And I was like, "Go on and go."
Not as good as fucking beers with the boys, am I right, Joe?
Yeah, it's pretty.
Well, it's like,
Yeah.
like, you know, like you talk about WoW when you're in Discord, and like he thought like it was just gonna be like beers with the boys, and nah, they were, like he was talking about logs and shit, like while they were hanging out. And it's like, dude,
Yeah.
maybe for 5 minutes, not for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Like, oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
don't know.
I
We
think
talked about heaps of shit. Bit of
You gotta
fucking
be-
WoW, bit of some other shit.
what are you doing, me?
Classic.
Attack totem.
I think you need to attack a totem.
Yeah, I think you need to attack.
Yeah, true.
Oh fuck!
no.
I've got a thing to do. Oh, don't worry about Tarded John. Just keep. Oh no, Tarded Snake guys too.
Don't worry about Tata.
Got the best names, bro.
Oh my
Oh,
god, dude,
and
I'll
I
be
don't have
raised.
any maple seeds. That's awesome. I'm the best
Oh
druid.
mate, I'm fucking.
I'm the
I'm
best
up.
druid on the fucking server.
Quick, get the snake out. You gotta save the fight. I can do this. Get him.
Was it a druid without any seeds is like a shaman without any anks?
Oh,
You
why
just-
am I
God,
gonna
you
make
keep
it worse?
hitting
I don't know
him.
how to fucking
You
deep
keep
it
hitting
is.
him
Worse,
when his
man.
fucking totems up.
Sorry, I've had the ball following me the whole time.
Quick
Oh,
seed trade. We
this
need
is going to be
snake.
an interesting one.
seed trade. It's
It's going to be a
the
very
underground
interesting
seed
one.
trade.
Does anyone have a seed?
Yeah, I do.
Do we blow it on this fight? What do you reckon?
Yeah,
No.
I'll use one on him.
Save it for Kelris.
Yeah, we'll save
Can
it.
this thing
Bullshit.
fucking leave me alone?
Oh, there's a slight mechanic in that fight, and I was completely fucking done over by it, man. I can't DPS in PV.
Oh, this is going to be
Yeah.
a war of attrition, boys.
I guess the meatball's coming for me.
Where's this my
Making my own
meatball?
meatball.
We just had a Managerie wipe that included
Yeah, of course
11
it is.
self-repairs.
Oh. 11 repairs, fuck.
11 repairs and we didn't quite wipe yet, and Jesus fucking Christ, it took that many. The hunter literally swapped and I watched him kill my target that was on 1% when the rest of them were on like 15.
Oh my god, this meatball does not like me. I'm not Italian.
We
I
aren't
get
all
it.
built the same.
I like lasagna. Get away from me, meatball.
Attack totem.
Oh, come on. This is taking a long time with only
It's
8
going to
people.
be a very long fight.
7 people, and like.
Oh, 7. Yeah, true.
Oh, fucking. I'm back in the fight,
Oh,
boys.
there he goes.
Oh!
God, I hope
Oh,
he drops a
it's-
corrupted fucking lightning totem now.
Oh, it's on me. It's on me. Goddamn meatball.
Attack
Oh,
totem.
there you go, John. Here's your test. Oh, he's passed
Oh,
the
I
test
fucking
this
find
time.
it. Where's the skull target? There it is. Fuck.
Get this
Here we
meatball away
go.
from me.
Oh, mate. I'm fucking getting him. Yeah,
Oh,
take
well,
that.
that was
I
a
chopped
bit of
him
fun,
big.
boys.
Oh, look, it's a hat with stats. I've fucking never seen one of those in here before.
Damn it. No totem.
Sorry, mate.
Unlucky, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's. I'm at 40. Is it good?
Yeah, it's best.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take it.
Oh, no, the totem.
No,
I
the
mean.
totem he means.
Oh.
That didn't drop.
Oh, his fucking snack's dead. He's not going to be happy about this. Good thing I've got some bread for him. That'll calm him down. There you go, mate. Classic fucking Horde.
It's just fucking noodles. Yeah.
Oh, where's my mana?
think I'm slowly working out this Resto Druid thing.
It'd be that hard.
Very slowly. Well, I need to do a weak aura for Fury of Storm Rage that I don't have when I get my instant heals, but that's alright.
Mm.
Yes, we do want another DPS for Killers.
Yeah, we probably do, eh? We'll give it a go. We'll see what happens.
I've only got one FAP, so I won't drink it.
Don't tell
this
anyone
fight.
that I don't have any. Does anyone have an extra?
I logged on, I had like 68 silver on this character. I had to fucking make do with what I had.
It's back to week 1 feels at BFD, boys.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is a nostalgia raid, this one.
So nostalgic for the days of 2
Getting
months
wrecked.
ago.
Off leveled.
I believe in us, boys.
That makes one of us.
Oh, that's close.
Wait, do we have interrupts, or is it just me that heads the other shaman that has to do it?
I think
I
it's
think
just the 2
shock's on a
shaman.
short cooldown, but that just means you've got to stand in a cooked spot.
And it's a 6-second cooldown, yeah. Oh,
Don't kill Druidal. Don't kill Druidal. Don't
I'm not
kill
resin if you
Druidal.
kill.
Fucking get him,
Don't-
get him.
Oh, who was that?
I did. Fucking tabbed to
Did
him, man, and turned him off.
What did he get
Did he
to?
die?
1%?
yeah, it was pretty close.
Who was hitting him? Put your hand
Yeah,
up.
it was 100% me, man. I tabbed to him and
You
just started fucking blasting, but
you
like I didn't mean to.
bastard.
It wasn't intentional.
Oh, don't.
Oh,
Someone just
Stay
pulled.
out, stay out, stay out.
oh god.
Oh,
What pulled the boss?
Stay out
Uh,
off
We're-
the
we're
curtain
in,
if
we're
you
in.
can.
What pulled the boss?
Engage. First hit, question mark. Oh,
Here we go.
Are we gonna reset it?
Half people are out.
You're half in, half out.
I can res.
yeah,
if
I
you
can't
drop
get
combat.
up.
Sacrifice yourselves, and then we can res you.
Also,
Oh my god.
There's a lot of purple. Oh, shoot, he still hits you from that far away.
Nope. Okay.
Wait, what?
It's over.
Did you reset?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's weird.
I'm out, at least. I was like down in the thing.
Was that Druidal being a bit overzealous?
Oh, we've got reserves. That's all good.
He's pulled again.
Wait, something's pulling? Is
there we
that totems or?
I don't know what pulled
No,
that time. There's,
like, I
there's
don't know
literally
any
nothing in
totems.
there. There's nothing in there
Yeah,
with him.
same.
What the hell?
And what?
I'm at low health.
That's really weird. We might just have to walk it back.
That's cooked.
Okay, he's evading. Jesus. Okay.
We're still in combat because of this elementalist.
I'm
I
not in
can't solo
combat anymore.
Well, this elementalist here that I shaped is still very, very angry.
I can imagine.
So I'm stuck in combat because of it.
I think I've got the stronger one, Josh.
Oh yeah, sorry. You can throw that on and override mine, can't you?
Shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Just trying to be helpful.
There we go.
Fucking healer shaman is still DPS.
So are we good now? Is he reset? He's all good?
I think
Yeah,
so.
he's reset.
I'm not running into that room until we're all here, because I swear I don't know what's happening. Like,
Yeah.
he's all...
It's very strange.
Ah, there are a couple of ads standing right on top of him.
How can I move these? Oh, there we go.
Twilight Shadow Mage is standing
Right
2
on
meters
him.
from him, so
We're gonna have to fucking pull them, kill them, and wipe. Aren't
range
we?
pull. Maybe range pull. Hunter should be able to reach them.
Yeah, but won't they common aggro him?
Yeah, but then once we kill them, he should reset.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
You want to pull him?
Hold on 2 seconds, mate. I'll just drink.
Okay.
Yep.
Just pull them all the way back to us here.
Come out, come out, come out. Yep, here he comes.
Okay, so just kill the ad.
Oh, I'm asleep.
Sorry, we've burned the ad.
Yeah.
All good.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Should reset sometime. There you go.
Is that reset?
I think so,
Yep.
yeah. But
I'm in combat still.
Okay. Is there another one in there to pull?
Oh no, I'm good.
I don't think so.
Doesn't
No.
look like it.
So ranged is just going to move clockwise.
I mean, I'm just going to be panicking. Can't afford to look at a bloody clock.
Someone want to do a ready check?
Does anyone have a spare fab? If not, no dramas.
Do our tanks want to
yeah, I
not
do.
go down together? So long as someone has aggro on him, right?
Thanks, mate.
I mean, yeah.
Are we splitting the tanks, right? Or not?
Ideally, I think.
So we got Udders. Do you want to go down first and Mud go down second?
Okay, so how do I make sure I go down first?
You just stand like
Stand on top of him.
You're inside of him. You're yeah.
As close as you possibly can.
Cool.
Let me just let Mud know. All right.
Ready?
Sure.
Going.
Let's give it a go.
Everyone in. Druidy.
Where is he?
He's outside still.
Hang on, just wait for him. He's not in voice chat.
Okay. Here we go.
He's already chat. Just
I-
wake him up.
Oh, that's Jesus. God damn it.
All right.
Interrupting the
Okay.
chains, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're out.
Oh, I'm down. Here we go. Here we go.
Sorry, I went the wrong way. I panicked.
Oh, damn. Oh, it's closing in. Jesus.
Yeah, why is this closing in so much?
Yeah, it's my bad. I went the wrong way.
Oh, okay.
So I think I fucked up as well. I'm not sure how that works as well.
I might pull him back out of here. He doesn't want to come.
Portal. Okay.
He's coming.
Hello,
A
Wes.
little bit.
Oh Jesus.
Do we need more DPS?
Yeah, I think we probably do.
Oh, I'm down.
Oh, God.
Oh Jesus. What do we even get him to?
50.
50%. Yeah. Fuck.
Or 40, 41.
40, yeah.
I think we can do it. Like, those clouds,
just-
like, why were they so close? Like, what was
It just
about
closed in real fast, yeah.
We've all got to stand together as ranged, and
Yeah.
it doesn't spread as fast.
Yeah, I didn't realize how that. I would have been part of that. I didn't realize how that cloud mechanic worked as ranged.
Yeah, you got to all stack and then all move together in a kind of semicircle around them, and
Right.
it really reduces how much they spread.
All right, I'll call that. That's all right.
Well, it's just like I'm one of the only people that like can do interrupts, so I'm like healing, doing interrupts, fucking having to move. Like it's.
Do you want to heal? Do you want to heal in melee range, or is that a problem?
Oh no, it's fine. I'm just saying like the reason I fucked up is because I just messed up.
No, all good. I was definitely.
mean,
I was definitely part of the problem because I had no idea that I was like moving around and dragging the clouds around with me.
We only have 2 interrupts, right?
3 if you include counterspell, but
Yeah.
Do you guys have a warlock?
Negative.
That's rough.
Let's not talk about warlocks.
wait, what do warlocks bring to the Kelrus fight?
I'm not doing the jump, Josh.
Nothing. I was going to say, if you had a warlock, you'd summon me and I'd help you out.
Imagine not knowing the shortcut,
I know.
Josh.
I know. Oh, why didn't I wait? Why didn't I take the telly? That was dumb of me.
Oh, same, right?
It'd probably be quicker to run back to the teleporter.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that.
Yeah. Careful of the mobs, though.
Oh, fuck. I'll just run out. Yeah, I've pulled them. As soon as he said it, because I was just typing to Mud going like, yeah, bring your Shaman if you want. And I fucking got him. I'm the worst player.
Just mark one of the ranged with a symbol. It helps a lot, I found.
Yeah, like in the chat, it's like, yeah, I know how to do it. I'm just a moron. Like it's.
You want me to rest you?
Sure. Thanks, man. Alright, let's tell
Yeah, no problem. Where's the guy? Is he on the right or on the left? Where's the thing? Oh, there it is.
Oh, thanks, Jomad. Jomad and Raid are going to come and help out.
Nice.
I mean, I'm a bit insulted, but thank you.
We are struggling. That's my bad. I saw the 8 players and I was like, we'll be okay.
Well, we made it pretty far.
We knew we didn't quite have the DPS anyway with 8 players.
Yeah.
Especially since some of us are really undergeared.
Yeah.
Has anyone picked up some good gear out of here? Or has it been beneficial?
I mean, I got the Twilight Elemental Scowl.
Yeah. One or two things.
I don't have any of the other set pieces, so it doesn't really.
Jomad, thank you for answering the bat signal, mate.
No worries at all.
We're fucking struggling. As soon as we got to kill rest, we were like, oh yeah. Our little 8-man raid.
Do you want to put a mark on one of the ranged, Josh?
Yeah.
I've done it a billion times.
I'll go grab a quick bathroom.
Where are you? Which one are you, Gecko, again? Sorry.
Ah, Chesterton.
That's the one.
You can say it with a British accent if you like.
Chesterton.
I sort of came up with this backstory that this guy used to be someone's butler.
Is Rexel flexing dominance on us and saying he's not going to be part of this failure?
Fucking Rexel.
Fucking how dare he? I'm not having it.
Alright, unboning. It's getting serious.
Yeah,
oh wait, I already unboned. Ah, I lost it. This is why you don't unbone early, right?
Yeah, the runs in Strife when the rogue off tank is doing the 3rd highest DPS.
Should we throw some buffs out there? Are we? I'll wait for Rain to get here. Sorry, where is he? He's South Fury River.
I've even got wild strikes. Let's go, please.
It's all happening now.
Do you guys want wild strikes instead?
Yes, fuck yeah. Oh, we've already got it. Someone's got it on already. We're good.
Yeah. God. Uh,
Getting there. Thanks for coming along, boys. I know it's not the usual fucking rip through at BFD, but it's been a bit of fun.
Been good. Saturday morning coffees with the boys.
That's the way.
Cheers, mate.
If you have any complaints, forward them on to Joe over there.
Well, what complaints? Forward them to Joe.
He'll take them on and reply.
Yeah, get fucked. How's that sound?
That's the way.
Solid reply.
Shaman tank has some of the most ordinary fucking threat.
Mate, you're just creating a campaign against Shaman tanks. Until Rogue tank is as good as Shaman tank, you won't be happy.
I'm having to just literally do nothing because I'm going to overtake him on threat. And I've never had this with any Shaman before.
What's the plan for the Saturday, boys?
Paladin.
Bit of this, I think.
Bit of this, bit of that, yeah.
Yeah.
Bit of WoW.
Bit of WoW.
Bit of chilling, bit of chatting.
That's the way. Fuck, I'm gonna be due for a second coffee after this one.
Might do some SMs after this if anyone wants to get some levels out of it.
Oh man, SM, pretty
I
cute.
definitely want to
SM.
take my rogue to SM.
Yeah, whatever's good, I'll tank it, man.
Man, I won't be touching any alts until the new XP buff comes in.
Yeah, I don't want. Yeah, I don't want to level until next reset.
Why not? What else are you gonna do?
I don't want to have to like farm gold.
I woke up yesterday and I was just like, I know that what else are you gonna do kind of thing. It sucks because like it does make sense to just level anyway because you're still making progress regardless of whether it's 50 or 100%. But like I got caught up in the whole like, oh, think of all the time I'd be like sort of wasting but not really. And I woke up yesterday and just played Final Fantasy VII Remake all day instead of
Oh, cool.
So fun.
So Rebirth.
I'm not thinking of the time, but I'm thinking of the like because you get extra gold rewards from the quests.
Yeah. Rebirth came out yesterday, and I'm like, oh, am I going to play this thing? I don't know. And I fired back up. Like, I actually didn't like Remake. I didn't love it when it came out a few years ago, and I thought, oh, I'll give it a second chance. And I'm fucking, like, I'm loving it, but, like, I was loving it at this stage of the game as well. I think the second half, it fell off a bit.
I, like, never played any Final Fantasies, and then on PS4, like, I don't know, what's it called, like, the gold member thing? I don't know. It was just free. And so downloaded it, and I think I finished it in like 2 days.
Which one?
7 Remake.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know, my ex-girlfriend tried to get me into it so much, and I was like, nah, never gonna do it.
Did you like it?
And then loved it.
Yeah,
finished.
nice.
Yeah, finished it so quick. Like,
Mate, I had a fucking got into it with my missus yesterday, where I was just like, you know what? I get a lot of shit for saying that 7 is my favorite because people sort of think it's like the basic bitch take. I just think the story, I know that 10 is like an excellent story and it is right up there and it's so close, but I just think 7's story edges it. I don't know.
If everyone says it's the best, it's like, it's the best, right? It's a cliche for a reason.
10 is so good as well, though. 10 is fucking amazing.
I find myself coming back to 10 more than 7, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I'm the same. Because 10 is weirdly a little bit more replayable, just gameplay.
Yeah, it is. Last time I played it, I was maxing the sphere grid, and I had probably about 5 of their stats maxed out.
Yeah. But like pure story, I think the narrative of 7 just edges out 10.
Oh yeah, I think so. It was so impacting the first playthrough back in the 90s.
But like 10, like 7's like, you know, a fucking 10 out of 10, and 10 is a 9.9. You know, it's so close.
Back in the 90s, you said, you boomer.
Mate, I'm like
It came out in 97, and that's basically when I played it.
I was,
that's
I
when
was fucking
that's when I was
14.
born.
I was 14.
I was 0 in 97.
I turned 44 this week. It was my birthday a few days ago.
There you go.
How are your knees?
How you
I don't know. I don't walk much, so I can't tell.
Yeah, the podcast is starting after this BFD run, Iconoclastic. Yeah.
So in 3 hours,
Yeah.
get ready for it. Strap yourselves in. No, we got Joe Mad and the boys here.
Oh mate,
Joe
Mad is ready to fucking rain some DPS.
Yeah, how could you not have a scroll to teleport you immediately to
I
your
have to
party?
probably
members?
owe fucking Joe Mad a bit
delay.
of a BG heal or something for this one. For
Got a
fucking
delay.
coming and carrying.
We're doing BFD prog.
Oh, by the way, sorry boys, for Joe Mad to help, we promised him every piece of loot that drops for the rest of the raid. By the way, so regardless of whether
That's
he can
mail.
equip it or not.
Oh no,
Mail, right? Yeah,
all
mail
that,
gear.
all that vendor silver.
Yeah.
I can offer 3 ABs with the best priest on the server pocket healing. That's a pretty big offer.
That's a good one.
We'll take you up on that. Yeah.
That's a bold offer.
All right, so
We will
ranged
really check.
all stand on blue square on fucking our boy Chesterton.
Yeah, so we'll start over here and we'll move clockwise.
Beautiful. Yeah, so I literally, because I've never done this fight on range, had no
That's all
idea
good.
that was a thing.
It really limits the cloud spread.
Yeah. So we're going to step to our left, like in a semicircle around him, are we?
Basically, yeah. Yep.
Too easy.
Sorry, I just gotta get my watch to find out what clockwise is. Yeah, got it. Okay, I'm on board.
Figured it out? All right, beautiful. Rain is now a cuck. Excellent.
Don't
Alright.
get me started on that buff.
Are we good to go, guys?
Yeah, it
I
should be
think
a
so.
lot
Should I do a
easier
ready check?
now with 2 more interrupts.
Just waiting on Rexel. Is he there?
No, he might be on rain, like he's there.
Oh, sorry,
Exactly.
Rexel is
Yeah.
Rain.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I forget that. All right.
So I think we're good. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Cool. Here we go. Step to the just a step to the left. And then a step to
Shoes?
the
What?
right.
2 tanks went down, I think, guys.
Oh dear.
He's going to have to be repositioned when you come up.
That's me and Joe Matt down.
Yeah, we're up.
Yeah, just reposition
Trying.
him when.
Oh, yeah.
Stay behind the melee as well, range. Don't move too far from where we were moving. Can you move him back, please?
Yeah, take him back to the altar. Voodoo, if you can.
He doesn't like to follow.
There you go.
Oh, here we go.
There you go.
Oops.
Oh, missed that interrupt.
I got it.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, this is way better. Way better.
Yeah, it's a little easier.
It's fucking night and day. There you go. Look what a bit of 40 DPS can do, huh? Ooh, I'm getting hit. That's no good.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Good work,
Fucking
boys.
Snack's dead.
Good work,
Fuck.
boys.
Aw. Oh god, that's a pretty
Nice
big
neck
neck.
piece.
Nice.
I'm just gonna light these up.
Here we go.
Best of luck on the necklace.
Thanks so much for the help, Jomad, and we'll thank Rexel for switching over.
Yeah, made a massive difference, guys.
Yeah.
Easy, yeah, no problem with that.
Hey, this fucking turtle. Jesus.
We're gonna get a res on mud.
What's the race? Oh, okay. Oh, grats.
Don't forget to loot the Kelris head.
Oh, yes, thank you. I never loot bosses. I just let other people loot them.
Mud, come on.
Yes!
Oh, rats.
Massive roll.
Yeah.
Too bad the staff didn't drop, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, don't tell Sambino.
Mate, he's seen it several times on ults.
That's the alt curse.
Yeah, I think the only person in our guild that ever got it was an alt. It was a boomy.
Oh, I got it.
We never saw the staff drop. We never saw the crossbow drop either. Our hunter never got it.
All good, boys?
I got a first round on my priest.
I think so.
We good to
Loot
go?
the dogs. Loot the dogs. There you go.
Let's do it.
The turtles, you mean?
Same thing.
Yeah, I mean, they both have 4 legs.
Stocky legs.
Breath incoming.
Oh god.
Not the breath.
Breath incoming.
Do you want me to even worry about clearing stacks?
Um,
Can if you want. I can
yeah,
just
do
read
it
it.
shits and gigs at 4.
That's whatever.
Yeah, go for it.
That breath positioning is awesome.
Taunt off. Okay. Taunting back.
Good-o.
Breath incoming.
Damn.
Lucky
couldn't
with
read
the
about it.
breaths, I love it.
Breath incoming.
Nope.
Good-o. Oh, I'm ding-a-ling.
Oh!
Fucking John!
Speaking of which,
Oh, mate.
speaking of which, eh?
Old fucking Tata John's just got pretty
That'll-
big all of
that'll
a
help
sudden.
you fucking
Uh-huh.
DPS.
Next ult.
Oh, that belt's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Do you need that for a stat stick, J-Mad?
Nah, brother, I'm good.
Alright.
Fuck, why didn't I roll in the belt?
16 again? Jesus.
Can I do a cheeky roll? No, it's alright.
I'll drop this boon. Fucking... I don't know. when I get back to Thunder Bluff, I guess. If anyone wants it.
I mean, yeah.
Chesterton,
Okay.
can you port anywhere yet?
Oh, Angie
Nah,
got
it's
the fucking-
level 40.
Angie
when you
got
take
the pearl.
portals.
John, you're laughing.
Yeah, it's got pretty big. I don't know where this Hearthstone takes me. Razor Hill, that's fucked. I haven't changed it since I've been at Razor Hill.
Razor Hill.
I just got a drop group to get
Oh
over.
man, I did not care about
Oh,
this.
thanks so
character
much for that
fucking
one,
at
boys.
all.
Appreciate
Thanks
that.
for the help.
Yeah, it was fun.
My hearth is at Crossroads, and this is my main. Can't be
You change
bothered
in minutes.
managing it. Well, actually, it is kind of handy, so I can like fly
in
straight to
between. Or yeah, it's in between everything.
Oh, I didn't loot Kelris's head. Do you reckon he's still there?
Oh, yeah, probably.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he's definitely there.
50-50 chance he's there.
He's definitely there. The Lurker's jet was there when we ran past him.
Oh, really? It doesn't really bother me if he's not, but we'll have a look.
Oh, thanks for the run, guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Boys.
Ooh. 220 healing.
Fucking BFD is going to be very interesting with the 100% XP buff.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I got. Isn't rested 100
Oh,
XP.
he's still
I mean, I got a half a level at 35 for 50%.
I got it.
I wanna see if 100% plus 100% means that the bosses are gonna give you 12k a kill if you're rested with the buff, or 9k, or 7.5k.
Definitely if you use the sleeping bag as well.
I mean, it's probably like what? If you're unrested, it's what? 3k, 6k?
Yeah, well, it's 3k. Next week it'll be 6k unrested. So then, if you're rested, is it going to go from 6 to 7.5, or is it going to go to 12?
It's probably 12.
That'll be wild. That'll
WoW
legitimately
math.
be like 2 levels in a run easily.
Yeah. Yeah, WoW math is always weird.
Does anyone want SMs?
Nah, man.
Not until the reset.
Sweet.
I gotta take off, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks,
Yeah.
man. Thanks
See
for
you,
coming
mate.
Have a
on.
good one. It was fun.
No worries at all. See ya.
Take care.
All right, I'm going to do a podcast. Yubi, how are we looking? Are you still in Noma?
What's the agenda, Josh? So let's.
Well, I was going to run it by you lot. I've got the fucking the class changes from last week and this week, the STV boss getting killed, the experience change, the waylaid supplies change, and if the guys are here, the inflation chat. If not, we'll do it another time. And I've just got, I don't know, Craftageddon and Noma difficulty as minor points. But
And BFD prog.
and what, our BFD prog?
Yeah.
Exactly. Is there anything I'm forgetting about that's huge that we need to chat about?
Is that last?
The Shaman
week's-
changes are pretty huge.
Yeah, we'll do that in the class changes.
The last week's class changes, that includes priest changes, right? The Shadow Word Death.
Yeah.
Yeah, was that last week?
Yeah, I think so.
Wasn't that the week before?
Might have been the week.
I think there was a week before and we talked about it.
Yeah, the week
we
before,
did.
yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Definitely plays better.
And they made the
Less
changes to the hunters as well.
Yeah, I think you've got all the
Oh,
things.
20-man raids. I didn't.
Oh,
put
that's
that
right,
in,
Yeah, MC 20
Yeah.
man.
MC 20 man.
How could we
Yeah,
not talk about
Red
that?
Team is now recruiting.
Yeah.
Send your resume and your passes, and we
Right.
might accept you for the
Right.
20 man.
Don't say that in the guild Discord. People are going to blow up.
People get so angry.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, it's just a joke to me now, but like people get pretty upset about it.
About different teams and stuff.
Oh yeah, and people just don't like clicks. That's really what it is. And people think that red team's a click.
Oh, okay. We can fucking Yeah.
I don't have as
know,
big. I
man.
don't
They
have as
haven't
big
met
of a
us
deal
yet, then, have they?
I don't have as big of a problem with cliques. It's just more like I wanted to know whether we were doing it or not, because it seemed like we changed overnight from let's mix the teams up every week to okay, let's just have static teams every week. It literally like the switch flipped overnight and nobody said anything.
Well, it's like, I was enhancement. I switched to Resto for the sole purpose of improving just that 10-man.
Yeah.
So if, it did get switched around and stuff, I'd be kind of pissed off because I'd be like, well, I could still just be enhancement then. Like, it's...
Yeah. But our little clique in fucking green team is great. We just shit talk you the whole time, Tits. We just it's an hour and a half of just fucking tits.
How shit's red team?
Yeah.
Or we just ride Timmy's. We just be like, I know you want to roll and everything, Timmy's, but
fucking give it. Poor Timmy's, like he has every right to fucking hate me. I give it to him on fucking everything. Oh my god, poor bastard.
He's over there just being like, I'm trying to be super chill about everything, and you call him out.
Yeah, and he's like trying to lay down the rules that the officers have like come up with, and I'm like, yep. We're not doing that. He's like, shut up, cunt. What is this?
Oh, flippin' heck.
The poor bastard.
Heck,
no, he
man.
goes well. He goes well. Where is this quest that I'm fucking supposed to be doing?
That's backwards.
Like, I love it when he actually gets heated and he accidentally lets a swear word go out.
I don't think I've ever heard him upset.
I heard him say fuck once and it blew my fucking mind. Like, it was so funny.
I love getting layered.
It's like hearing a Mormon say the F word.
Oh yeah.
Have you guys noticed layers being weird?
Oh, they've sucked for the last week. Like 2 weeks.
Like what's going on?
I don't know what's going on. I joined an STV group today, and I must have jumped me through like 3 different layers within 10 seconds.
You should also put that in the upcoming podcast.
I'm not even related to the STV event. Just normal layers.
Boys, I'm gonna jump in. Sorry, I'm going to jump in the other channel. If you do want to get on the podcast, just join me there. Otherwise, feel free to continue to talk shit here. I'll talk to you guys later.
Sure, mate.
Nah, I can't say gaming words. I'm not going to join.
I've just had so many instances of being mid combat and just being layered.
Where's my town hall channel, guys? What's going on? Oh, it's down here. Okay. Oh, Husky, you're keen. All right. There's Yubi. There's Tariak. I'll let everyone know.
Shit, don't even have to put my hand up anymore.
I
Just
know,
get
right?
pulled in here.
Okay, and I'll switch up OBS. Alright. That'll do donkey. Oh, that's no good. Let's just do it that way. Okay. Oh, fuck, there's my ugly mug on the launcher. I just tabbed over to it. Can't have that. Alright. Audacity. And we'll get started. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Very good. Alright. Guys, you know the drill. If you would like to be involved in this podcast recording, please right-click your profile picture and put your hand up, and I'll get you in here. Shock One's done it. He knows what to do. Jim, did you want in? Jimson? Joe, do you want in? Joe wants in. Fred, do you want in? I'm not pressuring anyone. Just let me know if you want in. Right-click your name. You know what to do, guys. Fred does want in, probably because I feel bad. I'll say it to him. Fred, I feel bad. I feel like I pressured you just then.
Oh, no. It's no problem. I was maybe just going to sit silent until the shaman portion came up, but I'm happy to.
Oh, no.
generally chat.
All happy for you to do whatever, man. Pube Sniffer's in. Very good. Can't do it without Pube Sniffer. Oh God, Fred, I've wanted to DM you so badly over the let's just call it the legal news that's broken in the last 48 hours. Oh my God, it's so intriguing and so wild, but that's a chat for another day.
Yeah, I know, not on a cast, I think.
No. I'll just turn your volume down a little bit. Shock, I think you've got to click one more button, mate, to accept the invite. And we'll just test everyone's volume. Tariak, hit me. Check, 1, 2, 3.
What's the crack at your boy?
That's the way, mate. Yubi, I think you're all good. Let's have a look.
Hello.
Yep, I think you're okay. I'll turn you down slightly. Pube Sniffer, can you hit me?
Hello.
Yep, all good. John, go for it.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yep, Shock.
Test.
Yeah, all good. Beautiful.
1, 2, 3.
All right. G wants in. All right. Anyone who wants in, we're going to start recording. Just as we're going, if we say something that you want to talk about, just right-click your profile picture, put your hand up, and I'll get you in here. All right, let's get the party started, boys. All right, it's been 2 weeks since our last recording, and it feels like so much has happened just in Phase 2 already. There really are changes flying left, right, and center. You know, we're dealing with a game now that has very active class balancing, and not just class balancing. There's, you know, fine-tuning going on all around the shop with Season of Discovery. So it's still blowing me away that every time I turn on this podcast to record, I don't even almost have to think of what to talk about. It's just laid out right there in front of you, and it's not something that I'm used to. So I really can't afford to waste time. We're not going to dick around and sort of shoot the shit as maybe we have in the past. I mean, it's kind of like, let's just dive into it. So let's introduce the crew that are here. We might get some more people joining us later on. You know, most of the usual suspects are here. Let's talk to them. Tariak, mate, how you going?
What's the crack? It's your boy Tariak. Hope everyone's well.
That's the way, mate. Good to have you here. Ubiquitous, what's going on?
Not a lot. G'day to everyone.
And OG Pube Sniffer. Everyone is so happy always to have you here and hear your name, my friend.
Yeah, happy to be here.
That's the way. Hideous John, my boy, what's going on?
Oh yeah, pretty happy to be here amongst podcast royalty, I think.
Oh, you mean fucking Fred Munro? That's the royalty. How are you, Fred?
I'm doing well. How are you, man?
I'm good. And we got Shock One. Thanks for joining us, mate.
Thanks for having me, as always.
Mate, fellow guildie, always good to have you. And G, another one. How you going, mate?
Thanks for having me. I'm just playing my mage, leveling, doing stuff on the side.
All good, mate. If we say anything that piques your interest, just feel free to yell out. Boys, let's get into it. Quite a few topics to talk about. I'm going to let the crowd decide. How about this? We'll let democracy fucking do its thing. We've got about 6 or 7 topics on the bill today. Do you want to do raid sizes for next phase, class changes, the STV boss, waylaid supplies changes, or the other miscellaneous topics I've got here? Who's gagging to talk about something? No one.
I think the raid sizes are pretty interesting.
The raid sizes are pretty interesting. Let's dive
There's
in.
a lot going on. People are mad. People want their 40 mans. People want their 10 mans. Nobody wants 20 mans, it seems like.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I think there's a lot of people who want 20 mans, but it does seem like there's a relatively, I don't know if I want to call it an even split, but there's a notable portion of the player base that are kind of vying for both ends of the argument here. So, guys, if you're not aware, about, I don't know, 5-6 days ago, Blizzard came out and said, hey, guess what? We'll answer your fucking questions now. Get off our backs. Next phase will be a 20-man raid. We're not telling you what it is, but it'll be 20-man. You're graduating up from 10s. And also, just for shits and gigs, we'll let you know that Molten Core, when you get to 60, will be a 20-man raid. So that's really, really interesting to know, because that was the question on a lot of people's lips. What's the future going to hold in terms of raid size? Are we going to have options? Is it going to be 10, 20, and 40? Is it just going to be 40? What's happening? Well, we haven't really had all the questions answered, but we've at least had some partial answers. And I sort of, I was dealing with a lot of people on the day that were saying, rip 40-man raids. And I was really I was getting a bit frustrated and having to say to people like, guys, they haven't said that 40-man raids are gone. They just said that Molten Core is going to be 20-man. We don't have enough information to either say definitively that every raid is going to be a 20-man raid, or that, we just don't know. So, like, for the people going like, oh, mate, it's going to be, no 40-man raids and MC will be on a 3-day lockout. Like, we don't know any of that shit. So let's just work with what we've got. Guys, first in Best Dressed, let's just go with the general reactions to the news. How did you react in the moment when you saw this come out?
I would say, sorry.
You go, Fred. You go, Fred. It's all good.
So, I'm playing with a squad of, 8, 9 buds who I know in real life. And in our Discord, everyone was super bummed because everyone was loving 10-mans. I mean, it was super easy for us to set it up, especially with sort of this rotating lockout where it's hard to have a specific day. We would maybe pug 1 or 2 people. We all liked that. We felt like a pretty strong impact on the game just from our character and just how easy and casual it was. My reaction, I probably reacted the best out of all of them, which is I am also definitely Team 10-man, just putting it out there on the table. But, I definitely saw a lot of people, really begging for 40-mans. And I'm like, wow, fuck that. So if we have to go for a 20-man compromise, I'm happy to do that. I prefer 10-mans, but 20-mans compared to 40-mans is a big difference. And I'm so I was kind of pleased with the news because I was really dreading it was going to be 40-mans. And so seeing 20-man as a compromise was something that was acceptable to me. Although again, my squad was definitely more Team 10-man I'm as well.
Just to push you on that point, and then we'll hear from the others. Fred, I have found it interesting that, look, just to get my stance out there for everyone, it's going to frustrate people, and not shock people as well to hear that I'm relatively ambivalent on this topic. I absolutely don't mind 40-man raids. I'm cool with 40-man raids. It's very, very cool seeing that amount of people. But I am pragmatic and realize that the organization of those raids is hell on earth, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. And yeah, sure, it can get done, but in the modern age of gaming in 2024, is this something that we really want to do in a seasonal server and make it so hard to pug end game raids or whatever? Either way, a lot of the points that come from the 40-man enjoyers, it really is 40 or nothing that I see. And you raise that word compromise, Fred. And you do have people that kind of go, hey, make 10-man's a thing. This is really cool, this 10-man, casual kind of expansion that we're dealing with here with Season of Discovery. And then you got the other end of 40-man, which is an extreme other end. And I feel like there is a real reluctance to even entertain any other option or compromise from the 40-man enjoyers. Do you get that feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I think they were not. I saw a lot of posts here, on the Classic WoW forum for Reddit, rather, that was discussing like that they were upset with MC being changed to 20-man. So it definitely seems like the 40-man enjoyers like it. I mean, I guess I'm just not a 40-man enjoyer, really. I mean, look, I did 40-mans in actual vanilla. I did them on Nostalrius. I did them on Elysium. I'm glad we're allowed to say the names of private servers now. And I did them, on Classic. I did not end up doing them in Hardcore. And I was an officer, like in Elysium, and I was, responsible for recruiting and for organizing to some extent. and like I wasn't even sort of the main guy behind it, and that was a headache and a half. So it's so I don't that aspect really is the worst aspect of them for me. And then also I've heard people on your calls, you had a lot of 40-man drawers on. I'm sure maybe we have some here who can sort of better express themselves than I can as someone who disagrees with them. But they were saying stuff like, well, it feels like it's a lot more social in atmosphere. There's a lot more people talking. You have your own little private channels and you have all these conversations going. It just feels like this much more like of an event and a social event than, a 10-man does. I'll say that in my experience, which was, I think, a lot of experience, there's maybe only 5, 6, 7 people ever talking on a call. And I have the same amount of people talking in a 10-man. So just as a proportion to, to the group size, it's actually way more social in a 10-man. But I'll leave the 40 enjoyers to make their affirmative arguments, because I'm sure I've ruffled some hairs with this description.
Oh, I mean, there's no doubt we've already ruffled some feathers, but there might be people. Hopefully, there are people in the call that are staunch 40-man defenders, and that's fine. I'm not. When I say there's a no willingness to compromise, you're not a bad person. You're not wrong for being a 40-man enjoyer. Like I said, 40-man raids are a bit of fun in my opinion. I quite enjoy them. And I'm not saying like you have to acquiesce or else you're a fucking idiot. That's not what I'm saying. But when I say compromise, I mean that the impression that I've gotten from much of what I've read around the traps already has been the mere suggestion really infuriates a lot of 40-man enjoyers that not all the raids will be 40-man. Like you go, what if just MC is 20-man and there are other 40-man options? Or what if they do some form of mixture where there's like 3 20-man raids and 3 40-man raids? And I do get the impression that it's kind of like, nope, they should all be 40-man. Fuck you all. No fucking other options. 40, 40, 40 all the way. And I'm like, well, I'm not sure if that... you're not really coming to the negotiation table when you sort of say that kind of stuff. I don't know, but let's turn to you other guys. And by all means, guys, you know the drill. You don't have to fucking, soften your stance just because I've opened up saying what I've said or what Fred has said. Like, come at us. If you're a 40-man enjoyer and you're pissed off about this, let us know. Who wants to go next on this topic?
That's right.
Wait, go for it. Yep, who's that?
Shock.
Yeah, go Shock.
When I first heard it, I was a little bit bummed out, and then I sort of thought about it, and I was kind of warming up to it, and then I really thought about what items drop in MC, and this is where I'm really stuck at the moment. So there's 3 legendary items that drop out of MC, and I know there's technically 2, but I'm counting Rockdalar as the 3rd, and it really boggles my mind how they're going to work that into a 20-man raid. And because there's more, potentially there's going to be more people raiding because there's 20-man groups instead of 40, does that mean that these legendary items are going to be cheapened because there's going to be potentially more of them around? So I'm a little bit bummed out about that. I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh, I'm really happy that I'm going to be able to get Thunder Fury again. And I know that we had Classic and we had Classic Hero. There's plenty of people out there that have got their Thunder Fury, have done that chain, not worrying about it anymore. But I just worry that that's going to really cheapen those end game items that people really do use all the way to the end.
Anyone else on that point?
Those items seemed pretty cheapened to me in 2019 Classic, dude. Like, it's just like every Paladin you would see would just be going around wreck bombing people with their orange hammer. Rogues were getting Thunder Fury, and like it seemed like they were because the game was solved essentially at that point, that those items were already cheapened.
I don't know if I'd go as far as cheapened is an extreme end, but I tend to agree more with what you're saying there, John, in terms of Thunder Fury. Whilst I wouldn't call it a dime a dozen, I saw a fucking lot of them walking around.
But could you not say the same thing about the rank 14? Has that not been cheapened from the changes? Do you know what I mean? To be more rank 14s, all that kind of stuff. It's in the overall scheme, changes. The fact that it's it's not as extreme to get rank 14 now. It's you can take your breaks. It can be nice, and it's more quote unquote casual friendly, per se. But it's that alone off the Thunder Fury. I don't think is a big enough mover, because let's say they could just rework Thunder Fury to be more like the Shadowmourne thing, where it's do you know what I mean? It's a more kind of standardized process where it's not less randomized, because like straight up for me, what happened to us is we got back-to-back weeks where it's like the left binding dropped and the right binding dropped the next week. Do you know what I mean? So
And
it's
that's
like,
just RNG though. That happens.
but that's what I'm saying. Like you could get like low key screwed the opposite direction. Then it's like you see one binding or just don't see a binding at all in like 2 years. You know what I mean? So it's like the 20 man. I was the same. I was like, I don't know. Like I prefer the 40 man with the boys, but I've been kind of softened to a degree. But the thing for me about the 40 man is like that in and of itself, organizing 40 people is like the problem to be solved, quote unquote, in terms of like loot distribution, all that kind of shit. And it just has that kind of bigger scale of like bigger bosses, bigger environments, all that kind of thing. But I do like that kind of nod that was mentioned on the post. I think it was it Agron that wrote it?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So it was like a nod base saying that, listen, like we have the technology to put in flex if needs be, like we can do that, which would be interesting to see because, again, like where you draw the line, there'll always be, you know, if we could only fit another one or two, or if we didn't have to bring, because like so far, like I've done 4 Nomergons or 5. And like basically, I've only like downed the last boss twice, because the previous like all other times one of the healers AFK'd or DC'd, and it's like, all right, well we can't. Even though one of the times I downed it, like we downed it as a 9-man. Do you know what I mean? So it's like that kind of false perception of, oh, we're down a man, whereas if you do the flex, then it's who gives a fuck. You know what I mean? If we're 1 or 2 short or 1 or 2 over kind of thing, you know. So.
Sorry, so if you're wrapping it up, Tariak, I just want to jump in, but let me know if you're done.
Yeah, no, I could go like for, you know me. Just go ahead.
All good. I actually really liked what you said earlier, and I want to throw that back to Shock if I can, just to get a bit more closure on this point. Shock, I think I might crudely sum up what Tariak was saying is, like, it seems like our general knowledge of the game anyway has cheapened, you know, the vast majority of high octane items in the game. Do you agree or disagree with that point?
No, I definitely agree. I just think that it'd be nice to have both. I do agree that the items have been cheapened and trivialized, especially with Rock the Lar and people, you know, buying it off other hunters. You know, getting the other hunters that can actually do the mechanics to do it for them. And, you know, when we were doing Classic Era, everyone had all their mats ready to go before MC was even opened. So I do agree with you. I think like the items have been cheapened. I just you know, like seeing those orange items at me give me a bit of nostalgia, and I just want to protect that nostalgia, I guess.
Someone else was going to jump in earlier just on the general 20 versus 40 man news here. Who was that?
I think that was me.
Yep, go for it, mate.
I'm definitely more on the 10-man camp than the 40-man camp, just simply because I have organized these raids in the past, and it's just miserable. I don't think anyone who wants 40-man raids is actively organizing them.
Yeah, can I jump in? I just
want them are people who show up for raid and then they do what they have to do and then they leave again.
I frequently ask that question, G, where I'm like, what percentage?
Like, it feels really epic when you actually play them, but organizing them is a totally different story. So,
I'm always just like, what percentage of people screaming for 40-man raids? I would die. It's no way to know, but I would die to know what percentage of them are GMs or raid organizers.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree.
I am the last person to organize a raid, so you're spot on there, 100%. But like I said, like I think some sort of a system that like is like flex between, let's say, 20 to 40, then we're kind of bang on. But then you're talking about very sophisticated kind of balancing and all that kind of stuff. You're like trying to wrench in the work. But if, you know, I don't think Agrand would be kind of hinting towards it or like mention it if he didn't think that they'd be able to do it. But like I said, I've already said, like they're 11 out of 10 so far for me. Like, you know what I mean?
Guys, on the again 40-20 thing, One interesting point that I had raised to me was in relation to Molten Core specifically. Do any of you have any major dramas with Molten Core itself being reduced to 20-man? Did you feel that Molten Core was something that, the 40-man Molten Core is, just goes hand in hand with what we know as a classic-esque environment? Or do you feel like you're open to a change like this with Molten Core?
I think there's one major issue with Molten Core 20-man. Just for Molten Core the dungeon. It's huge. There's so much space everywhere. It's going to feel kind of empty, I think, when there's only 20 people and not 40.
Feels kind of empty when there's 40 people there too.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like huge. There's like gigantic open areas. It's not the same as in even other 40-man raids.
I'd be
like
interested.
Blackmoon is much less spacious, for example, than a lot of places in Molten Core.
It's not like there's that many mechanics in the game that don't make 27 warriors stand on top of each other to zug a boss down.
Yeah, fair.
You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, fair. I never raided in a guild like that. Like I had I was pretty casual in 2019, so I had there was quite an even class spread, so that people were actually running around, not all zugging the boss, I guess.
I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to tackle the dousing. Because there's 10. You need 10 douses.
Oh, I'm sure they adjust that.
8.
Yeah.
You need 8.
Is it 8? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't need to douse the last 2, right? Because Domo only spawns when you douse the first 8.
Okay.
It'll be interesting to see what they do with the loot in terms of how much loot each boss drops as well. I mean, logic would sort of suggest it would just be double what we're seeing now off of 10-man bosses, but we'll wait and see.
Well, if they end up bringing out that new raid, maybe they take half the items from Molten Core and take them to that next raid.
Right. In terms of progressing to 20-man next phase, I honestly don't feel like... I mean, please shout me down if I'm wrong here, guys. I don't feel like there's a lot to say on this topic because it seems like the truly logical progression. If we are bumping up in size, in later raids, you've got to start that process sooner rather than later, rather than doing the surprise motherfuckers to guilds at the last second. I mean, this is a no-brainer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice that they're announcing it early too. They're telling us right now that we need 20 people next phase, so we can start increasing our raid rosters and everything. Ready for that?
The one thing I think they need to do, which is, you've kind of set the precedent now if you've told us that Molten Core is going to be 20-man and jumped the gun with that information. What guilds are really going to want to know now, and like I say, I'm speculating that there are still going to be some form of 40-man raids. Everything Agrend hinted at, suggested at, winked at, outright said prior to this point was basically saying we're doing a 40-man raid. It's a classic spin-off. Part of classic is 40-man raids where there's going to be a 40-man raid. Is basically 2 or 3 things came out over the last few months with him saying something along those lines. Now, don't get me wrong. Things can always change and you can pivot depending on how the game plays out. But I think that you'd need to almost lock that information in for guilds now or soon, so that they can start recruiting and building up that 40-man roster, because we've been told, hey, Molten Core is going to be 20, but we haven't been told there's going to be no 40-man raid. So some kind of soft or firm confirmation that, yeah, you might want to start building up a 40-man guild roster would be, again, better earlier rather than later. Could you guys see, do you agree that agree or disagree with that?
I strongly agree, because the reason why they're happy to make MC 20-man is because there's literally no mechanics that would affect 20 much worse than 40. But as soon as you go to BWL and AQ, AQ 20-man, 1/4 of your raids getting MC'd at the same time. I don't see them changing the bosses to that extent to suit 20-man, because I don't know if that's a clash with error that the system's built on or whatever. But MC, you can literally go 20-man MC and none of the mechanics make you go, oh, fuck, how do we do this? It just shit dies a bit slower, and they can just tune the numbers so that not every boss fight is taking 4 minutes. But we don't know our power spike at that level. But I think that's why
they
they
still have
alluded
to
to that.
increase health even at 20 man.
Yeah, like I think we were going to be
for
able
sure.
to 20 man straight off the bat on its own anyway. But just the mechanics, like there's nothing in MC that you're going, we literally can't do this with 20 players because you need 19 tanks or some bullshit.
Well,
like,
on that note, Yubi, I should say a lot of people are talking about we don't know what version of MC we're getting. Are we getting original MC, Season of Mastery MC, or a new spin on MC from Tim? We're just not sure yet.
yeah, it'll depend on what we get, but I don't think we'll be getting. Maybe I'm just being pessimistic, but I don't think we're getting a third iteration of MC for SOD. That's different from Classic or SOM. I can't see them giving us a third version.
Let me say this, Fred, before you jump in. I just want
need to. I feel like.
Sorry, say that again, G.
I think there's no need to give us a third version. They can just use the Season of Mastery one and retune some numbers and then be done with it.
100%, and I'm basically just going to double down on that before Fred jumps in. Like, I'll add that, again, doing the pragmatic, practical thing from the development side of the equation, if I'm pretty sure it was Tim that helped. I think he helped work on the Season of Mastery MC, but I know that a lot of it also came from Chris, I believe, who's left. But either way, I'm kind of like, why develop a new MC when you basically made a new one for Season of Mastery that a lot of people have not experienced? Don't waste development time on reworking MC when that can be used more beneficially on a new raid, and just basically dial the SOM MC to a 20-man change, which they have said is incredibly easy to do from a development perspective. They literally have a tool that just changes everything automatically to input, this is a 10-man or this is a 15-man or a 20-man raid, and everything just gets automatically adjusted. So just create the 20-man adjustment for the SOM MC, and that took 3 seconds worth of work. I'm being hyperbolic, but you know what I mean. And then you can move on to the next thing that actually needs a lot of attention in terms of development time. Fred, sorry, you jump in. You were going to say something.
Oh, sure. I was just going to talk about the mechanics that currently exist in MC. I mean, GAR could be complicated with 20 people, and the fight against Major Domo could also be complicated with only 20 people.
But those are really easily fixable, right? You could literally just remove like 2 ads on GAR and then.
Yeah. I mean, that's how you would solve it. I was just imagining going into an untouched MC, and I'm thinking, well, that those are mechanics that currently exist that would be more complicated with 20 people than with 40. I mean, the example we're talking about also was AQ and mind control. I mean, it's just as easy to make mind control fewer people as it is to remove 2 rock elementals from GAR.
Even with GAR, I'm pretty sure we were almost just having like 1 tank pick up the lot. And with SOD runes, that'll be even more of shamans will just be there pissing on them. So I think that'll just be. It will be so easy unless they actually tune it to be harder, and we're in there with 20 people.
That's what they should have made the shaman animation ubiquitous. Just Molten Blast should have just been the shamans just pissing thread on everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fred, sorry, you're going to say.
No, I was going to say, I mean, yeah, and so if they do implement the SOM mechanics, then we might actually have, some real mechanics. I wouldn't put it past them to do some tuning. I mean, Agren did say he wanted the, pretzels and beer style tuning, but on the other hand, they've made Nomer, has some legitimate difficulty to it.
If those cunts, Fred, if those cunts are appropriating my beer test moniker, I'm going to write them a legal letter drafted by you.
I think there might be a very thin copyright on that phrase.
They're in trouble. Look, it's an interesting one because from the comments that I've seen on the subreddit over the last few days, a lot of love was pouring in for the Season of Mastery Molten Core. Now, I've not played it. Let me know if anyone here has. Are you guys surprised, not surprised by people saying, fuck it, just do SOM MC, it was great?
Only the first boss.
You've only done the first boss?
Yeah.
What even changed in Season of Mastery? I've never played it.
Oh, I think a fair bit changed. Sorry, there's a bike giving it a good squirt down my street. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think a fair bit changed in Som MC, didn't it? But people seem to like the extra challenge.
Yeah.
I think, didn't they not have world buffs? That was probably more of the challenge.
Oh, yeah, but they changed the mechanics as well.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
mechanics.
that was the biggest
Yeah,
change.
there's good mechanics in there, and then on top of not having world buffs. But if we're gonna have world buffs, they'll need to make shit harder than the Som stuff. If we want it to be challenging, but it doesn't sound like they do, which is fine by me.
It seems like they want to just have like 1 foot in the pool when it comes to world buffs. So they sort of just give us one that we can use every phase and sort of pull the other one away once we get to the next max level. So they'll probably
we'll
just
see
do
what
the
they
same
do.
thing.
We'll see what they do in terms of like, you know, ZG, Diamol, all those world buffs. It's not like we're gonna, like you said, these ones replace each other, but will the final one that we get replace all of those? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't. Personally, I think they should just get rid of the Diamol buffs. They were okay, but they weren't anything they weren't necessary.
Annoying to get.
I'm enjoying the chat in Discord with Crudef saying you should be able to raid Classic with a beer in one hand and a baby in the other. And Judah adding that when the fight gets spicy, the little baby hands can hold the beer for you. Yes. But I mean, that's just, I'm putting a pin in that for later because, albeit the fact that you guys are joking, like when we start talking about the experience changes soon, that's something that I'm going to be leaning on a lot is like, you know, when we're talking about raids, when we're talking about anything design-wise with Season of Discovery, people are already seeming to forget that the whole ethos behind this season, you know, we say Season of Dads as a joke, but it's actually kind of low-key the backbone of the whole design structure because, yes, they kind of do want you to be able to drink and, you know, be a father of the house or a mother of the house while being able to game on the side. The whole thing about Season of Discovery is this is for people that do not have a lot of time. This is the game for you. So we'll get to that later on, but it you know, applies to raiding as well. So that's kind of why the 20-man thing makes more sense in terms of organization and management and just the amount of time that you're taking from the gamer in a general sense. But and a really interesting point being raised by Judah before that was, I didn't realize this. He says a Grend indirectly states that there are going to be 40-man raids in the final sentence of that announcement, where he says, we want to arrive at a place where, ideally, if your guild wants to strictly stick to a smaller raid team of 20 people, the rewards are compelling enough that you don't feel behind a team focused on 40-player raiding. So again, that's just yet another kind of soft confirmation from a Grend that there is going to be some form of a 40-man option, which I've said from the get-go, if there are options, then everyone can shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I haven't really fleshed it out as to whether someone can point out immediately whether it would be broken one way or the other, but like, if you could just 20-man MC or 40-man MC and the 40-man just drops 8 items and 20 drops 4, then what do you fucking do? If you want to be in 40-man and get twice as much loot because you've got twice as many players, then go that route. Or whatever, and there would be like, oh, what if you can still only get 1 onslaught girdle per run? Then obviously running 40-man is not as min-max as running 220s, but I don't know if it would be that big of a deal for people that care that much about it. Like, the sweaties will do whatever is optimal, and the guys that are just 40-man enthusiasts will just 40-man.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if they do go that route, if it's going to be just more loot for the 40-man raids, or if they do like the Lich King version where the 40-man's got slightly better stats than the 20.
Yeah, but that's
I don't believe they'll do that.
Yeah, if they do that, then half the player base will just 40-man, whether they want to or not. If the item could literally be 2 agility better, and heaps of people would go, well, that's it, I guess I'm joining a 40-man guild.
People do 50 hours of Warzone for 2% DPS upgrade from braces. So yeah, it's like, if even.
I find Warzone fun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You heathen.
Sometimes it's fun. Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of people who do it even though they hate it, just because they want like an extra 5 agi or whatever it is.
All right, boys, let's move on. I'll try and make things relatively concise today. Let's talk, if anyone has any more points they really want to get out there, speak now or forever hold your silence on the 20v40 man thing and the changes. Anyone? Beulah?
I'm gonna annoy you and talk about the legendaries. They did
Yeah.
allude to they're happy to make new ones, so
Yeah.
maybe orange
Yeah.
pixels will not be super niche anymore, regardless.
Well, can I be the asshole that said I'd
yeah.
presumed that was going to happen
cool with
anyway?
I'm
Yeah.
cool with that.
I'll be surprised
I mean-
if they don't, because those
The-
legendaries are like, there's so many classes in the game that don't get to have any interest in any orange whatsoever. So it would be cool if they did add a few more.
Or let's do Arcos' suggestion and change the raid size every reset to really get up people.
I mean, yeah, fuck 40, man. Let's go 60.
Yeah, literally you do a slash roll and that decides how many people you can take into the raid. Oh, we rolled an 86, boys.
It's a bit of a tangent from 20 versus 40. My hard stance is I don't care what they do as long as it's not flex rating. I don't want one guild rating with 17 and one rating with 23, but it's the same for everyone. I like everyone. I think Arcos might have said it this way. I like everyone having the same challenge with the same numbers, and you work with the same amount of slots for comp against the same boss.
I think
I
They
wholeheartedly
did say that
specifically
flex
said
trading was
that
something.
won't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there. I'm sure it'll piss some listener off. But
I'll finish up by pissing off a section of the listener base. Like I was alluding to at the top of this topic, I just want to say sort of one last time, like, I really do get the impression that Season of Discovery is trying to be somewhat flexible and provide, at least a little bit of a smorgasbord of options in terms of raid size. Like, it does look like we're going to have a 20-man and a 40-man option. And I'm just like, if you're still complaining to the point that, fuck this game, everything should be 40-man, this isn't fucking classic, blah, 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 I don't know what to tell you. And this is the dog shit answer. And the memes are going around already about, go to retail and go to era. But like, if you're true, like, I'm quitting this game if it doesn't have exclusively 40-man raiding and everyone has to raid 40-man raids with me, and that's your stance, like, there is a version of the game that is available right now that will be right up your fucking alley, and it's called Classic Era. And like, I think option-based raiding is a good thing, and I don't understand the stance. And I might not be talking about anyone, but if there is a very, very slim minority of people out there that are like, this game is broken and you're all fucking idiots if you don't embrace nothing but 40-man raiding, I don't know what to tell you.
I think
Game's dead, Judge.
I think I'm like
dead.
living proof of the flexible raid size and stuff. Like, I didn't engage with PvE content, have it in the past, but like, I'm thoroughly enjoying it now.
Husky, you got to click one more button. Husky, did I say the magic words? Did I set you off, mate?
No, you didn't set me off. I just wanted to be here because Hunk wasn't.
Oh, thank God. At least we need one baritone at all times in the conversation.
But what you just said right then, I like 100% agree with. Like, if you don't like it, go back to era. Is that the way to put it?
I guess. I mean,
no, that is the way to put it. It's season discovery. It's meant to be changes.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm
You're
trying
supposed to discover stuff, do new things.
Yeah,
I
don't
Reddit
want to
every
be
time
the classic era purist on this chat. I'm just struggling with the changes. That's all. We'll get there, but I'm struggling with it.
No, but there's nothing wrong with being a purist. But I really actually want to have that tangential conversation, maybe in an hour or so, Shock. And I'm glad you're here for it, because I think not so much a rift has been forming, but we have seen more of this kind of like, the invocation of the "but that's not classic" line versus the "yeah, but this is Season of Discovery," and it's this immovable object versus unstoppable force argument colliding all the time that has come up more and more now as we're learning more about what SOD is, and people kind of going, well, it should be more classic. Well, no, it should be more different. It's a different thing. So we'll get there in a little bit. We'll talk about a couple of other things first, but I'm really glad you're here, Shock, because I know you'll go in heavy on that one. Guys, let's talk about the experience changes. And I mean, fuck, this is kind of, running adjacent to what I just mentioned in terms of this is something spicy in a weird way. It's weirdly spicy to classic purists. So they've basically come out and announced that, what we've been playing with is a 50% experience buff for level 1 to 25 alts, and then that goes away from 25 to 40. We're 3 weeks into Season of Discovery Phase 2, and they've said, you know what? Let's do away with that. Let's just go 100% experience buff for all characters under level 40. So, obviously just anyone who's leveling. This was generally embraced rather positively. I think I don't think it's unfair to say the vast majority of people were supportive of this. And it's, again, helping define what Season of Discovery is going to be as a game. Is it alt-friendly or is it not? Do we want people running around with 4 characters, or do we want them running around with 1 or maybe 2? And again, taking into account how much time people have on their hands. And there's a whole slew of arguments that you guys will raise and I'll raise as well through this one. But again, we'll start simple. And I should say they're increasing the gold the quest rewards give along the leveling journey as well. So that's a notable point for the inflation discussion later on too. Shock, I might start with you. Mate, what was your reaction to this news?
Yeah, I was pretty happy with it, to be honest. I sort of looked at it and I was like, 100% leveling increase. And then I saw, on the other hand, what you were saying with the gold, with questing. I was like, okay, so they want to give people more access to late game content because it's Season Discovery. You want to experience the other classes. You don't want to feel like you're handicapped. But on the other hand, they also want you to do it in the world. They don't want you to sit in Scarlet Monastery for 20 levels. So I sort of like the idea behind it. It's sort of like a helping the community out, but also not having them stuck in dungeons. So I kind of like it. I don't think it affects too much Classic. I know a lot of people are like, it's the idea behind it is you're supposed to level up slowly and get used to your character. But this obviously isn't Classic, and I've sort of accepted that fact with regard to leveling, but maybe not end game content.
With respect to the leveling, to be sure, it was an 100% experience buff from all sources, right? Not just from quests.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well.
So, I mean, this is not going to do anything to stop people from farming Scarlet Monastery. It's just going to mean you do 50 SM runs instead of 100.
Yeah, but it's incentivizing the player base. So what they're saying is you can either do one or the other. You can either level out in the world, and then once you get before you hit 40, you'll get that gold bonus for doing quests. Right. But once you hit 40, you don't get that gold bonus. So you get that sort of like, do I sit in Scarlet Monastery for 20 levels, or do I go out and quest with the boys and potentially get that gold from the mount, or do I sit and it's that player.
Right, yeah, right. I just want to clarify that it's the gold that forces you out into the world rather than the XP buff, really.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome to the conversation, Jimson. How are you, mate?
Hey, mate. Thanks for having me. Big fan.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for being here. I'll have to turn you down a little bit.
Mate,
no has this topic prompted you to get involved? Did you have something to say on this one?
Yeah, I got something to say. Now, I just wanted to start by saying right off the bat, I hate being that cunt who whinges and complains about unreleased updates. But I think the XP and the mount price change is literally the biggest piece of horseshit. Not everybody needs 4 alts, and not everybody needs crazy gold, and not everyone needs a mount on their alts. I think it should be rewarded for hard work.
Yep.
Leveling's such a huge part of the game, and I think players need some tough love and to be told that if you can't level 4 alts to 40 this phase because you don't have time or you just can't be asked, then tough fucking luck.
Break the pillow, bitches.
To change it, I think it begins a slippery slope towards like a retail mindset where the main content is focused at max level, so the game forces you through leveling as fast as humanly possible so you can finally start playing the game. But that's not what I think Classic should be.
Mate, can I jump in? So
yeah,
no, finish your point, and then I'll jump in.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, I don't have the time to level several ults. I mean, I don't even have one ult at 40 yet. And I'm okay with that. And that's just because I haven't put in the effort yet. But when I have the time to put in the effort, I'll be able to see the results. And that's how I think it should be.
Mate, let me say, we Ubiquitous and I were on stream about 2 hours ago singing your praises for how, like, maturely you covered, this topic while being in the minority. It seems like you were, fighting against the masses as one of very few people with that take. Now, don't get me wrong, of the thousands of people that listen to this podcast, I guarantee you a good chunk of them have just heard what you've said and are fucking cheering. They're going, yeah, it's the fucking hero we deserved. And so I'm really glad to have you here to be able to get that point forward. It's a really interesting thing for me to hear, Jimson, because whilst I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why in a second, I couldn't help but sort of laugh while you were saying all that, because you sound exactly like me through all of Classic up to this point. I've 100% everything you said, all the emphasis you pointed in. I'm like, yes, damn it, he's right. He's fucking right. The one point that gives me pause here is that's all true and correct, but for the seasonal nature of the content that we're going through. And that's kind of the elephant in the room here, in my opinion, and why I'm happy to sort of go back and forth on this one. I won't go as far as fucking calling you a cunt, because I think you're making good points. You're a cunt regardless, but you know that.
Yeah.
It's and it comes back to timing again, where you say, if you don't have the time, we don't just give free handouts in MMOs. And generally, I agree that is the way it should be. You should work for rewards. The weird part about Season of Discovery is we don't know how long we've got this shit for. And I'm kind of personally working on the proviso that this is one and done. Look, they might do a SOD era, but it's, fucking, we don't know how popular that's going to be. This is the height of the popularity of SOD. It is the absolute wave of players all experiencing these new specs and new fun toys and wild and wacky ways to play the game that will go away in 12 months' time. And if you've wanted to play Rogue Tank, if you've wanted to play, Tank Shaman, if you wanted to play Mage Healer for whatever fucking reason, now is your time to shine and do that. And by limiting the amount of, specs or classes that people get up and running, you will create a lot of FOMO. And I know that it does feel retail-y to have 1,000 fucking tunes, but I don't necessarily agree that that's the slippery slope towards this game just turning into retail. I mean, obviously a lot of people are already going to say, oh, mate, it's already fucking retail, blah, blah, blah. But, I still consider it a bit of a hybrid, and I think it's a healthy hybrid at that. Like I say, not all of retail is bad. There is a universe that exists that you can take the good things from retail and the good things from Classic and smash them together. And I think that SOD is doing a reasonably decent effort of doing that difficult task. But back to what I was saying, Season of Dads is the fucking, sign that's hung up at the Classic team's office that they tap like a college football team going in every day. It is Season of Dads, make this game playable for the people that have no fucking time. It's a one-time thing, it's a short, it's a season, just fucking do it. So giving that dad who is playing with the baby in one arm and the beer in the other, the opportunity to try it all, I don't think is bad in this very specific niche environment, if that makes sense, mate. Tear me to shreds by all means if you've heard something you disagree with.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. And just to clarify, I'm not saying it should be, incredibly difficult to level a character to max and, join in on raids and doing all that fun end-game content. I'm all for players doing that. I think everyone should at least experience that. That's part of the game. But what I'm talking about is having the experiences associated with being max level, like leveling several ults, getting mounts, buying and farming the gold. I think that should be like a time sink equals reward system. I know you're going to roll your eyes, but if we're already doing these drastic changes like shortening leveling to as short as we can fucking make it to force people to make it, to force people to level as fast as they can, how long is it going to take until they release paid level boosts? You know, I know you're rolling your eyes at that, but if you're telling me people already don't want to level from 25 to 40, how many are not going to want to level from 1 to 60 to try out the new level 60 raid or whatever we're getting? You know, apparently people can't even do 15 levels without begging for double XP so they get the little dopamine hit quicker. Maybe I was wrong, but I seriously thought people wanted like a vanilla game with more content, not a simplified version of vanilla. I don't believe SOD was for people who don't have time to play. I think it was for people who wanted vanilla with more things to do. The convenience of Phase 1 for people without much time to play, you know, like the Season of Dad type of thing. I think that was a side effect of the changes. I don't think it was the main idea behind it.
I disagree just from the Blizzard perspective, because whilst that might be what I agree that might be what the players initially wanted, is we just want, you know, a sexier version of vanilla-based gaming. I think it's always been in the developer's mindset from the get-go that it's a season and we want to make this thing accessible as fuck.
Yeah, I get that, but I feel like they've already done that. They did that with the whole level tier system. Like, not, you know, dropping it and then going, oh, here's 0 to 60. Having it tiered and then having the previous tier have the experience buff was already doing that. This is overkill.
Just before Tariak jumps in, sorry, Tariak, just give me 1 second. I've just got one more question for Jimson, and then I'll let you throw him a question. Sorry, and you're not fucking being interrogated here, Jimson. You know,
no, you're right, mate.
Mate, the one thing I would say is, I think it's, and most people are commenting this, you know, it's pretty bleedingly obvious that to get a change like this 3 weeks into Phase 2, Blizzard has all the data at their disposal. They must have seen something that was cause for concern engagement-wise, and I don't even need to see the data. I have, you know, what you can call fucking analogous stories, but like, you know, mates of ours are already not dropping out, but playing less, lamenting the fact that, you know, it's taken a while to get to 40. Bugger, all those classes I leveled to 25 in the first phase are going to be left by the wayside. Guess I'm just stuck with this one class for the rest of this game, and, you know, if I fall out of love with it, well, that may mean eventually at some point I quit the game. Like, I feel like they've pulled this trigger to give options to the people that might have been a bit more fickle with their allegiance to Season of Discovery. And if you give them more eyes to see the game through, being, hey, oh, okay, maybe you're not loving the game on your rogue tank. Well, it's nice and easy to get your mage healer up and running. Did you want to experience Season of Discovery through that gameplay style and see if you like it more? That's something that they hope keeps people subbed and keeps people logging on and keeps people engaged. Now, I know that the Classic team has said they don't want this game to feel like a chore. They want Season of Discovery to be the game that you can confidently put down for a little while and play other video games, and that's okay. But then at the same time, on the other end of the stick, they don't want you not playing at all. So they need to give you some form of incentive to play. And like people have been saying, Phase 2 has felt a little tiny bit, you know, PvE-wise content dry. And so this is a cherry, you know, a carrot on the stick to throw out there who people were saying, oh, there's not as much to do in this phase. Well, here's a little bit more to do. You could get an alt up and running as an alternative. I just think that, you know, them sort of saying, you know, we're okay with firing up the engagement a little by flicking this switch is okay in my books. But sorry, feel free to say anything back to that before I throw it to Tariak.
Yeah, just quickly, sorry Tariak, I know I'm taking the mic from you.
No,
but I understand what you're saying. But I think if people are not enjoying the leveling system, you know, they're saying, oh, I've done the level experience so many times, it takes ages, it's boring, blah, blah, blah. You know, I think that's just a symptom of a bigger issue where the leveling experience is just not satisfying enough. I think this is a band-aid fix being put over it by rushing people through leveling faster, making it shorter instead of more fun. I think if people want to spend more time playing alts, the devs should add more content into the leveling experience. You know, add new zones, new professions, recipes, events, all that stuff that can be done before max level. Don't have it all as max level things.
Yeah,
make it fun, not more short. I think that double XP, a cheap amount, and more gold is not the solution for a boring leveling grind.
My hot take on that is that you could make the leveling experience as sexy as you want. Once people have done it once, after all the leveling they've done over the last few years, they're still going to be going like, oh my God, it's like 25 hours from 25 to 40 or however the fucking long it takes.
Yeah, but that's an MMO, mate. Like, that's what an MMO is. Like, you may as well just skip the leveling.
Well, that's what classic is.
I think you got to factor in that we're playing an MMO that's essentially running 10 to 12 weeks at a time. I just want to get the fuck to 40 so I can do what this whole phase is about, which is doing Noma and STV. If you make me get there slower, I'll go, like, I've got 140, I've got a 35 that I stopped to wait for some guildies. I could have had a second 40. If this XP thing didn't come in, I would go, no, I'm just legitimately not going to bother leveling a third 40 whatsoever, because he might only get there with 1 week left before phase 3 drops. Like, what was the point?
Yeah, well, I'm in between. You're the other. You sound like you're the other end there, Ubiquitous and Tariak. I'm so sorry. We're the biggest cunts. We'll get to you in a second. Just one last thing, and then I promise I'll let you speak, Tariak. I feel like I'm halfway between Jimson and Ubiquitous there when you raise that, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, Ubiquitous, but like there is a feeling out there amongst not just WoW players but MMO players, like Jimson is hinting at, of like, delete leveling, fuck leveling, end game's the only thing that matters. I'm not that player. I'm far more leaning towards your overall ethos than you might think, Jimson. I think leveling obviously is a wonderful and beautiful process, particularly in WoW Classic, where the world is the main character and all that shit. I guess I'm just saying that I disagree that speeding up the leveling process all of a sudden makes the world not the main character, because if anything, it promotes you to do it multiple times just at a faster rate on more characters. Like, I'll now level 3 characters at 10 hours a clip as opposed to 1 at 25. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, Tariak, mate, you have waited patiently. Thank you so much. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm actually going to do a Shaman twist and kind of like, defend Jimson's position a bit and clap back and say, like, from a business perspective, like business 101, you want to lead the customer wanting more. You know what I'm saying? It's like the whole thing, like the conspiracy theory with the medical profession. It's like they never want the cure, because then like you're no longer a customer. You know what I mean? If they cure you, you know what I mean? But like a remedy, that's where they get the money. You know what I mean? But like it's the same thing like here as well. It's like you don't want everyone like maxed out 100% everything unless you have all the legendaries. It's like that's why it's like you have the kind of whole choice aspect. You can't have it all. You can have a bit, but not all. And then that's why it's like next season. It's like season of got you motherfuckers hooked. You know what I'm saying?
Let me can Ubiquitous or Jimson, can you carry me for a second? I'm just going to grab a coffee from the fridge.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I was eating.
I
don't think
I was gonna say something if you don't mind.
No, go for it, mate. Go for it.
Just to go on with what you guys were saying about with the leveling, I do agree. I think the leveling percentage. I think if you're worried about leveling, just the 50% boost should have put you over the edge. I think 100% is just the same thing personally. I would have liked to have not seen it, but it being there doesn't really bother me. The reduced gold price of mounts, though, I think that's a bit too far. I think you got to give something for max levels to work towards. I thought the reducing the gold price of mounts was just a bit much for me. But the main thing that I really like about people being able to level up multiple characters, I think has to be like the meta warriors. These people that are really like obsessed with having the character with the max amount of damage and being able to go in one shot. And I really like the fact that we've got like a super active dev team that's nerfing and buffing every now and again. So you see that huge bunch of shadow priests that come in and then they get nerfed, and then you see a bunch of hunters come in and they get nerfed, and then you see a huge bunch of boomkins come in and they get nerfed. I kind of like that. It's just, makes the game feel fresh, and then you're constantly looking out for that next big blob of something.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's a good point. I think that the price of the mount, especially, I mean, if the XP change wasn't enough to open your eyes, the mount price definitely is where it just feels like, I don't know if it was like a higher up decision or if it was, you know, anyone in the team's decision, I don't know, but it feels like they're giving people everything they want on a silver platter so they can keep playing.
Yeah,
I think that almost, like, I hate to say it, I hate saying this, but I feel like players need to be protected by, like, from them own, you know, from themselves.
I agree with you. I think
I'm not that phased with the mount price change.
Oh, hang on. You'd be good to let Shot go first.
Sorry, I was going to say, I do agree the leveling buff, I couldn't care less, but the mount, it is, to me, it is more of a, it's sort of, I would like it to see people who, you know, want to level up multiple characters have that mount, and you can see like who has the mount and who doesn't. It's like a good measure of who's put like the time and effort into the game. I know that might be an arbitrary thing, and people don't think it's fun to do that, but I do think there is something to work towards once you hit 40 or 100, and I don't think cheapening it was a good idea.
I agree with you, though. I think that working for those rewards is always a good thing. I'm just not sure to what extent we've cheapened it by, I guess you get a little bit more gold through leveling now, but by getting to the level cap faster, you still have to put in the work for those rewards, like those, you know, revered rewards, the recipes or fucking whatever, you know, it's still something you have to pay for and work towards. You know, if you want to get reputations up on alts, you've still got to work towards those. Like, I do accept what you're saying, but I sort of half push back going like, I am captain, don't hand shit for free to players, but we're handing them levels, not rewards. I feel like it's like a compromise. I don't know. Ubiquitous, sorry, mate. Back to you.
Oh, it's good. It's good that you just said that. I was just going to make the example of I farmed Gold Fawn for 71 minutes and 33 seconds yesterday, and I farmed more gold than the difference that they decreased that amount. So whoop-de-doo, they've taken 1 hour of herbing out of everyone's fucking grind. In the character that they're going to play for days and days and weeks of time, they've all been given a handicap of 1 hour of gold farming, lads. I'm sure you're not going to see someone on their horse and go, guy doesn't even play the game, bro. He didn't play that 1 hour of farming to afford that mount. Because that's literally the difference. Like the 50 gold decrease, you can make 50 gold in a fucking hour on SOD. If you were an actual gold farmer, it's not that big of a deal. Maybe it's a big deal for the guy that plays 3 hours a week, and I don't really think they should base the game around that person anyway. Like,
Can I just add on to that?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I completely disagree. I think that the fact that they're increasing the gold rewards from questing, the level tier system keeping people at a level constantly for weeks on end, more gold is in the economy. I think that they should have increased the price of a mount, if anything. I think reducing it by half is ridiculous.
They increased the gold you got from quests while you level because you're going to do less quests because you're getting 100% XP. The gold reward at cap is unchanged.
Yeah, and you still need to buy
fuckload of quests
spells and shit.
Yeah, but like you don't have a fuckload of quests at 40 now that are all going to give you 6 gold, and doing the quest isn't even like the best gold farms at the moment. It's just easy. People like to just be brain dead and follow the quests around. But everyone has access to that. Like, and you have to think when these changes are coming in, you have to look at it from my perspective. I was 40 on day 2 and had my mount as soon as I was at 40. I don't give a fuck that people are getting hand-me-downs 3 weeks after me, dude. I've been in Noma like 8 times or whatever the fuck it is. Like, I don't care that people are getting gimmies when they're in like Div 4 of the waves of people hitting 40. And if it's people's alts, I don't care that they're getting gimmies on their alts. Like, I would be annoyed if they made this shit in from day 1. Like, if everyone just got cheaper stuff from the get-go and the sweaties that lived in SM for 18 hours on day 1 got a cheap mount, I would be against it. I'm seeing this as like, it's a handicap system. You're the second div, third div, fourth div players getting strokes off your score because it is to make it easier for them. If all these changes were in from the get-go, I would be completely on the other side of saying it's shit, it's ruined everything. But most of us have leveled to 40 without any XP boost. Now it's just people's ults. I don't give a shit that people have an easier time on their ult.
Yeah, no, I get that, but like what I'm saying is that like if you had started the game now, say you're a new player and you download the game, you're going to have a different experience than all of us had. You're going to have a quicker experience, a shorter experience, a shitter experience.
They're going to have a
because you missed
significantly
the boat.
different experience. Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't matter. Like they already are going to have. If you go start a new account today and level at level 1, and we'll compare it with my streams of when I was level 1. Guess what? You're having a 10 times worse experience than what the rest of us did leveling with the crowd. So
This
give
is
them a little
doubling
leg
down
up.
on that though.
No, why are you trying to prolong their time in shitty, desolate, like no one else is playing with them? Because of this change, they'll have me playing with them now. Without this change, they have no one to play with as a fresh player if that's the person that you're concerned about.
Let me jump in, guys. Rhett, you've just joined the conversation. Welcome along. Mate, have we said something that fired you up?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just turn you down a little bit. Go for it, man.
Hey, I would have really liked to see something to do with the Azeroth rep, the new rep that came out, and something to do with heirlooms. Like maybe grind to, like for the experience piece. Instead of giving everybody 100% experience right off the rip, make you level to 40 on your main. Grind the rep, get the heirlooms, use the heirlooms on your alt. Instead of just giving free levels.
I much
Isn't that
prefer
just
what
what Ubiquitous just said, where basically the guy who starts now is like already unreasonably far behind, and we want them to catch up so they can actually play the game.
Yeah,
Right.
heirlooms are lame because you never replace the slots, and yeah, like he's saying, that just completely fucks the new guy that's going to have to drag his balls through the desert on his own because no one else is leveling at his pace or anything like that.
Yeah, but then they need to improve that leveling experience. If that's the issue, where it's painful to level, don't make it shorter, make it more fun. Add new things. This is a season of discovery. It shouldn't be discovering what the fucking auction house is at 40.
I'm trying to be, I feel like it's unrealistic to expect them to just miraculously make Azeroth 10 times more fun with roller coasters than it's ever been in the last 20 years. I agree, they should do that. If you hear me, Tim, make the game better is pretty much the stance for leveling, but let's be realistic, they're not going to come and spruce up Desolus so that it's not the most boring shithole to quest in. Like,
we can sit here and say, in terms of jazzing up the quest, I mean, everyone, sort of does the thing where you point to Turtle WoW and go, oh, look, Turtle WoW did it, all these fucking new quests and all this stuff, and it is great, don't get me wrong. But I think, look, whether or not you choose to give Blizzard a pass for this particular aspect, they've picked and chosen where they allot their development time, and like we said, it is a small team, and I think it's fair for the counterpoint to be like, we can't give them all the passes in the world because they're a small team. It's a huge company. They should have done X, Y, Z or whatever to make it even better. I'm just saying that the reality of the situation is they do have a small team. They've sat down. They've gone, right, we've got whatever it fucking is, 100,000 hours worth of development time that we can pour into this thing. We need to allot those hours, divvy those hours up into what we can and should do priority wise. And clearly, like, new quests, or I know there are new quests in the game, but like new quest hubs and shitloads of new quests for the leveling experience and everything didn't make the cut, which is a shame, but it didn't like kill SOD for me. But like, I'd still sort of push back with, I'm sitting here with just the whole, like, whilst it would have been cool, I'm just speaking for myself. If I had done that really fun, well, let's just say different, new quests, different leveling experience. Oh, look at all these shiny new lights on the way from 25 to 40. If you tell me that the time investment was still the same, like I suggested before, I'm still sitting here going like, oh, I don't really want to do that again. It's not about whether it's different or not. It's about the time.
Well, they tried it in Cataclysm, right? they completely rejiggered the leveling experience, and it was fun the first time. Not the fourth, fifth, sixth time.
I mean, and again, I'm sounding like I'm saying delete leveling, but I'm not. Like fucking, I'd take the fucking Pepsi challenge with anyone on this fucking call about who loves leveling more, because if you guys have followed me for years, you know that all I fucking do in this game is level. I'm a shithouse raider, I'm a shithouse PvP player, all I do is level tune after fucking tune after fucking tune. So, like, it's not someone here talking to you who like, oh, this guy's not a fucking classic player, he doesn't respect the OG grinded leveling experience. Trust me, I fucking know it, I love it, I've done it a bazillion times, particularly over the last 5 years. But it's also because of that my point is skewed to the way it is, because I am not alone in being one of tens of thousands of, if not hundreds of thousands of players worldwide who started leveling a toon on a private server in 2018, leveled a few more toons in 2019 Classic, had a great time, leveled in TBC, leveled in Wrath. What's this, Season of Mastery? I guess I'll level again. Oh, Hardcore? Well, fuck. Oh, shit, here we go again. Season of Discovery, yet again. It is getting to the point of preposterous where I get you kind of want to go like, mate, it's an MMO, you've got to level. But at what point can we take into the account the external factors of how many times we've fucking done it?
I also want to circle back to your point, Josh, about how this might improve actual engagement leveling, because I 100% agree. I mean, I can only speak for myself, but, you know, I have 3 alts, which I level 25 plus my main. I level my main to 40, and I was kind of in the process of leveling one of my alts. There's no way in hell I was going to level my other 2 characters. But now that they've announced this XP buff, like, it's actually, I might, you know, have 4 characters at 40 now. Whereas there's no way I would have more than 2 at 40 without the change. Yeah. So, you know, I actually will spend more time leveling as as weird as it sounds, with the XP buff than I would have done otherwise.
I completely agree. The first thing I said when I heard this news was, fucking awesome. I'll go do some leveling. Because I've been sitting around for the last week kind of going like a bit unsure about, like, I've got a few options. It's not like I have nothing to do, but I've just been a bit unsure about what to do and kind of wind up doing nothing because I am so unsure about what to do. Oh, should I go farm gold? Or should I level an alt at 50% experience? Sorry, at 0% experience buff? Or should I PvP? I don't really know. Like, I have options, but I'm a bit unsure about what to do, and that's a me problem. But now it's taken the decision off the table. Here's 100% XP buff. Fucking awesome. I'm going to go level 2 more characters. That's awesome. Resto Druid, here I come. I have something I definitely know I want to do and that I'll have fun doing.
I agree. Like, a part of MMO is it has to be a little bit grindy. You can't just go kill 4 bats and ding and 5 dogs ding. But another massive part of an MMO is actually having cunts online, and this alt change will definitely help that a lot. I personally think it could have just been them letting the 50% ride till 39. I'm surprised they're going 100% the whole way. But I think the net benefit of the change is greater for an MMO than the loss of the grind, so to speak. Like, if you just kept it as full-on vanilla XP rates and grind it out, then cool, you've got 1 out of 7 fucking alts running around the world compared to now, and that'll be better for everyone. You'll actually be able to continue finding SM groups and all that kind of shit, because it's getting pretty dry at the moment. Like, obviously people are waiting for that change now, but before they ever announced that, I was leveling my rogue, and it wasn't anywhere near as busy as what it was leveling 1 to 25 anywhere in the world.
Sorry, boys, I was rudely on my phone because I'm just seeing the news that they've sent out to the exclusive fucking cabal of wanky content creators that to remind us to sign up for the classic, the Kadu beta, which is coming soon, that I will be signing up for. Look, I'm getting a bit more, fucking energetic about my points here, but I just want to say, like, I still obviously, fucking agree with a lot of the stuff I'm hearing in the counter to my argument. I guess I've got one question, and this is Jimson, I'll say your name, but this is for anyone who kind of is along your line of thinking on this one. And then I do want to hear from a few more people that maybe have been a bit quieter on this subject and see if they've got something to add. Mate, the one thing I'm kind of wondering, and I'm not trying to pigeonhole you here as like some evil cunt that doesn't want people to, you know, play the game on other specs, but like...
well,
yeah. Mate, when I do sort of say, is it a problem... or is it an issue that people do get to try out these new things that they'll never get to play again? You know, like, is it a massive deal? Like, why are we hamstringing the fun of the person who did want to play the, you know, rogue tank, shaman tank, mage healer, warlock tank? And if the dad that could only pick one of them, is the line tough shit, this is an MMO? Or is it like... who really cares, shoulder shrug, just go out and play them all?
I think that we need to consider why we're not thinking of playing the changes as leveling. You know what I mean? Like, why do you only consider playing the game as end game content?
Well, but no, because
like,
how much warlock tanking are you doing while leveling?
You can do shitloads, or at least they should be able to let you do shitloads. That's what I mean. Like, I think this is a symptom of a larger problem where their game model, I don't know if they didn't think about it enough, or, you know, they didn't have the resources to do it, but they should have made the leveling experience more involved for people to play the game. I don't think it should be like you're preparing to play the game until you get to max level, and then you can start playing the specs you want.
I do agree with what you're saying. Like, obviously, you run dungeons out the wazoo, and it's, you know, just because you're a warlock tank at 26 doesn't mean you haven't played it until you're in a raid. I accept that. I would say, though, that, like, raiding is a little bit of a different angle that usually people want to experience to sort of say they fully tried the spec. I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of argue that's what dungeons are, though, isn't it?
I would say that I would agree with you if it wasn't for the fact that they're bringing it in after everyone has already got to level 40. If they brought out this leveling boost day one and people were, you know, leveling their mains day one with the level boost, I would be, you know, a little annoyed at that. But because it's what, 3 months? Is it a month and a half in? I think it's fair to say to people, oh, you want to level your third alt, you want to level your, you know, whatever, or do you want to have a fresh friend that's come over from retail or classic era, jump on, we'll boost you up to 40 and we'll get you in the content. It is meant to be phase by phase, and when they release this new phase to 40, they're not getting rid of the old content that they just put in on the first phase, but they're sort of saying, hey, it's still there, it's still sort of relevant to when you're leveling, but we really want you to focus on, you know, the 25 to 40.
Yeah,
so,
I'm trying really hard not to like read the tea leaves and, you know, fucking Agron's like blue posts and whatnot, but he was saying that, like, you know, they're gonna consider the leveling experience between 40 to 50. And I'm like, what does that mean? Like, are we gonna have a boost on 40 to 50 from day one? Like, we don't know, and it's really hard to consider every aspect of it without knowing all the details. I'm trying to withhold my I don't know, being upset about it until I know more. But from the way the community is responding to Blizzard saying, thanks, Blizzard, we don't like leveling, well done, this is fucking fantastic, I can see them including that buff from 40 to 50 just so people can play the new level 50 content, whatever the new, you know, level dungeon may be.
Is there, on that note, is there...
I agree with you that it's not as if WoW doesn't have like a great track record of doing things that the whole community likes. So I agree with you that skepticism should be there.
Jim, if I can just say, and then I'm going to throw it to some other guys, is there, one of the suggestions I've seen around on the subreddit is people saying, who might not be in love with what was announced, saying, look, isn't there, and you guys might have said this while I was away, I'm not sure, is there a way of sort of, you know, classicing, or how do you say it, not classifying, giving a classic spin to what we've got? Like, you know, what if you once you leveled your main to cap at the normal experience rate, you then had like something you could obtain that you then pass on to your ults that gives them the experience buff that you had to work towards, or some shit like that. I don't know. Is there some form of middle ground that you think would be cool?
So I'm gonna be honest with you. As soon as I read the notes and the change and heard that it was coming, I thought that way. I thought, yeah, maybe if they did it as a quest line and kind of like the sleeping bag, have this like really long, arduous quest line, and then you get the buff or whatever. I was like, yeah, maybe that could work. But it's been a couple of days. I've been thinking about it. I think that's still a shit idea, just because I hate to agree with Ubiquitous, but
we all do.
I'm just fucking with you.
We all do.
But just to agree with Ubiquitous, like, that's going to leave new players behind. Like, these new players still need people to level with. Whether they're leveling with people doing their roles or, other new players, they still need people to level with. And I think having these, I don't know if you want to call them heirlooms or whatever, where people can then just get double XP, they're going to rush through leveling and leave all these new players behind. I think we need to either, do that and fuck over the new players, or let everyone level their ults like normal, and then, the new players have people to play with.
Guys, I'll throw it to everyone else, and I'll just throw in what Alenia's saying. I don't think we've mentioned this. Like a reminder that it's a tough one, Alenia, because I agree. I know what you're saying. Like, obviously, you can just click off the experience buff if you are very unhappy with it. But there's a lot of correlation between that point and the old, if you don't like world buffs, just don't get them point, which is... they're very murky waters to tread when you've got the community pool of everyone else doing it. It's a different spin on the argument.
I think it's the same way of saying, just like, go play a different game then. Like,
yeah. It's a tough one. But anyway, look, guys, there's a bunch of people who haven't necessarily weighed in on this topic that I would love to hear from. You don't have to, I'm not compelling you to speak, but if you guys have been sitting in the shadows and letting Jimson and Ubiquitous and I and Shock and Tariak kind of go hammer and tongs on this one, anyone else on this one that hasn't really had their voice heard yet? Crudef, have you just joined, mate? Welcome along. Maybe he's on.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for having me.
All good, all good. Mate, did you have anything on this one?
Oh, look, I think I've taken in what a lot of people have said, particularly Jimson. I think I've agreed with a lot of what he said. I do think it's a problem that the game seems to be designed to start a bit too much at the level cap. I think a lot of that design work, I think, should be focused more on the leveling experience, particularly for a season of discovery, which is, to be honest, what I expected to happen with season of discovery. When they teased that you discover new runes along the way in your leveling experience, I thought that would be where the focus of the content was. Instead, we seem to be, everyone feels a pressure to get to level cap in order to get into the raid or the PvP event, and it gets to the point where the leveling experience has not been refreshed sufficiently that people feel they want to accelerate it, to fast forward to that phase of the game, and now people are welcoming level boosts, and I think that's a bit of a shame. I wish we, especially with the staggered level cap, I think it would be nice if we'd spent more time discovering more things throughout that leveling experience. There are some new quests, but they're predominantly for the level cap, and there's really they're pretty really fun new epic quests. I have to say they're really good content. I just wish we had more of that, maybe regular everyday quests throughout the world, and dare I say new quest hubs. I know we're not going to get new zones, but so I won't deviate the conversation to that point. But I do wish we had a bit more for the leveling experience.
Oh, I think it's fair to say that everyone wishes, like, I'll drop the line, in a utopia, we all wish that we got fucking everything. I agree with you. I don't think it's like outrageous to say that we all wish there were new quest hubs and new quests and all this fun new shit. But yeah, unfortunately, like I say, I think there was a bit of a priority list and that one didn't make the cut, which is sad, but it's just the way it is. But I'll say this much as for you, Crudef, and particularly for you, Jimson, whether or not this is any form of light, what's the word I'm looking for? A consolation prize, without sort of outing anyone, don't feel as though there aren't people on the classic team that share your values, because there are people on the classic team that 1000% agree with what you're saying. Old school values wins. This is, I would prefer it to be the other way around. But at the end of the day, they do have to deal with what the data is telling them and needing to get the product firing, if you know what I mean. So I'm sure it's not outrageous to suggest that on a number of things that come to Season of Discovery, there's probably arguments for and against within the team. That not everything is necessarily universally like, let's make it, retail-esque. So I think that they're really trying to find that middle ground, and there are devs that are like, hey, like, are we sure about this experience buff? But it's coming because they probably need it.
Yeah, I just want to say that like I said earlier, I think they're trying to treat the symptom of a low player count rather than the disease of the fact that there isn't enough work being put into it, if you know what I mean. Like they could, if Blizzard wanted to. Sorry, I'm eating M&Ms at the same time.
Oh, I'm jealous.
If Blizzard wanted to, they could very easily, add everything anyone ever wanted. But it's like a monetary, risk versus reward type thing where they are still running a business, and I understand that. But I think that they should still be treating that disease, not the symptom of low player engagement.
Mate, your credibility lies entirely on this one question. Regular peanut or crispy? Crispy?
Yeah.
No, peanut's the right answer, my man. I'm so sorry.
I'm mate allergic.
Oh no. I really love crispy, but I haven't bought a packet of crispy in about 10 years, even though they are good, because I don't know, I just feel like it's very hard to beat peanut. Boys, who else haven't we heard from on this one? You don't have to speak if you've got nothing to say, but I'm going to yell out some names like Rhett, G, Husky, John. Yeah, go something. G.
I think they made one mistake when implementing this. I think the general idea of giving an XP buff is good. I think they should have incentivized people to go out in the open world more than just the gold. I think they should have made the experience buff smaller in instances, if even at all, so people actually play the game and not stand around Scarlet Monastery and complain about the game being boring.
What do you think about maybe doing like a stacking debuff, where if you do like a dungeon, you get like a stacking debuff of like a negative XP buff?
I mean, that would be one way to do it, but I think that's too punishing in a way. I think the only thing I would have done is just not have the experience buff apply in dungeons. So basically, dungeon leveling is unchanged, but you get more XP when you're out in the open world. And then I think it's already pretty much fine.
Let's go around the table here. Just yell out if you got something to say, boys. Rhett, John, Husky, any of you guys on this one before we move on? Yeah, go, John.
I feel like just looking at these changes from like a pretty functional point of view, like just talking about engagement and stuff. You're not gonna like this one, Josh, but Tia's gonna love it.
Here we go.
I feel like the seasonal context of SOD is like the data that's gathered from this is gonna shape the way that the classic game is developed going forward. And the more engagement we have in the juicier parts of the content, the better it's going to be long term. And I'm not excluding, like, it's a valid point to say the leveling should be better. And maybe it will be when, like, if they do decide to lock something in like SOD long term.
No, but, I agree with what you're saying. I know you're treading dangerously close to Tito territory, but I agree with what you're saying. Obviously, this data is incredibly important and will be used moving forward.
Yeah, and like I just feel like it's a good thing, and I can see why they've pulled this lever. They don't have the resources to change the world significantly to up engagement that way, so they've just pulled the only lever they have. And I think long term, it's going to be a good thing. And we're kind of just making a bit of a mountain out of a molehill, but it is still important to voice those concerns. So that's also data that will be used in the development of the game going forward. Like, hey, a lot of people aren't really that keen on just a flat XP buff, so how about we fix the world up?
Let me sorry, I'm going to keep coming back to you, Jimson, again, because I keep calling all of you cunts, but we all know I'm the biggest cunt here. Mate, just to throw this kind of problem solving question at you. Let's say hypothetically you are a member, you run the classic team, right? Congratulations, Jimson, you've been promoted. You are working in an environment where you don't have the budget to create new quest hubs, vast amounts of new quests and all that shit. but you have seen the data indicating that fewer people have started logging in phase 2, and also you've noticed a drastic decrease in the amount of max level players as compared to, you know, where you'd like them to be at this stage of the phase. What would your solution be outside of, you know, let's say the experience buff? Because I'm presuming you wouldn't be the staunch person that's just touch nothing, fuck them, I don't care if people start quitting, the game is fine.
Yeah, nah, like, if I was in that position, I think, I mean, when SOD released, I think it blew everyone's expectations out the water, including the devs. I mean, I know Agron's talked about it several times now about how overwhelmed he was with the response SOD got, and I'm sure it did. You know, I'm sure it tickled the balls of the CEOs up in, you know, head office or whatnot. I think that once the player count started going down, that's when, you know, the classic team can go, hey, we need more resources. We know how popular this is. People want to play this game. We just don't have enough resources to meet that demand. Like, I think there's an argument to be had. I think all the issues we're discussing today, I think it's just an internal power struggle between the classic team and, you know, Activision Blizzard. I think that's what it is. I think it's just they want to do things and they don't have the resources, but I feel like they should be getting those resources, and it's a really good business decision to give them the resources.
Yeah, I'm not... I mean, that could be true. I mean, it's plausible, but the thing is it takes time. You could, like, airdrop 100 developers in there and just say, righto, you guys just make the world better. That's going to take time, man, and they just don't have time. By that time, the ship's already sailed. They don't have the data that they need. So more data, more better, I reckon.
I find myself agreeing with Wonder here, who just raised in Discord chat that, you know, he believes the player count dropped due to the slower nature of phase 2. And I know we've touched on that already, but I co-signed to that. But it kind of pulls me to, and again, tell me if this is a terrible fucking comparison to make, but it pulls me to, like, what a rock band must go through a stadium set, right? Like, you know, fucking... You come out, you open with your bangers, you get the crowd fired up, you know, you're fucking Foo Fighters, you come out with the Pretender, you come out with fucking Times Like These, fucking everyone's jumping and pumping, everyone knows the goodies. Then you get to a point where, like, let's say for some reason you play a song that falls a little flat, and you just notice that the crowd, you know, weren't quite as into that one for whatever reason. Maybe it was from your back catalogue or fucking whatever, it was a cover that everyone fucking hated. The crowd just, you lost them for a fleeting moment there. You have a decision to make of, like, you know, hey, don't we kind of want to get the crowd back to that point that they were 5 minutes ago and being super fired up? We know we can do it. Let's do it before we kind of lose them. You don't then play the second track that's also a bit of a snooze fest just to get it out of the way. Like, again, like I said, it's probably a terrible analogy, but I understand why Blizzard has flicked this switch, going like, hey, we came storming out of the gates with SOD. We cannot afford to have back-to-back, you know, problematic snooze fests. Not to say that, you know, 25 to 40 was a snooze fest, but, like, if they did start to see data that indicated the crowd was a little bit like, what else you got? Like, again, play a banger, not a fucking slow jam.
I would 100% agree with you if Blizzard had come out and said that they are aware that problems exist and they're going to also spend time doing it. Because right now all we have is Blizzard saying, play count dropped, and this is our solution. Like, we have nothing else. Like, we know the other phases are coming, but we don't know that those phases are going to be exactly like phase 2, where everyone just wants to get to max and then raid log for fucking 10 weeks.
Fair enough. Sorry, anyone else on this one? Yeah, go for it, mate.
Josh, I like the analogy. It's perfect. I'm not sold in on the heirlooms idea or anything. I just don't like getting it for free. That's the only thing I really push back on it. I'm not in love with it. I don't absolutely hate it. I don't like getting it for free.
Fair enough. And like I say, you don't lose me on that point. I'm not I'm trying to somewhat walk this tightrope of, and maybe it doesn't exist, the situation I'm trying to create or the position I'm trying to create, where I agree that the thing should not be free, but I don't necessarily put this sped up leveling process in that box of handing players shit for free.
Like, for me, I think the unforeseen consequence of the level gating is that, like, we're like, what, 3 months in, 4 months in? Like Rag was killed within a week when Era launched, do you know what I mean? So it's like, that's the kind of lag that you're facing. So in terms of, like, injecting in the pace, like I said, is there any other lever they could have pulled? That's probably the best way of looking at it.
Fair enough. Boys, we'll try and wrap this one up. Is there anything else anyone has to say on it? The one thing I'll add that we haven't said, I don't think, is, look, I think there's one very clear, hopefully, benefit that will come from this experience change, and that is it will help alleviate the massive healer drought that people are experiencing at the moment at max level. All you see in trade chat, if you are a pugger, is looking for 2 more heals, need healer, Noma, blah, 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 blah. Nobody's fucking healing. I think this is a benefit to that. You get, again, more people with ults, more people with options. Oh, I have a healer. I'll jump on that one because I want to go to Nomagon for whatever reason. Do you guys agree or disagree that this might help the healer issue?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, definitely it's going to help it.
I think part of the reason why I switched to healer so early on was just because there was a low barrier to entry. I didn't have to level for 100 hours to be able to heal me mates.
All right. Anyone else on this before I move on? Speak now or forever hold your silence.
Good chat.
All right. It was a fucking great chat. Jimson, I'm going to give you fucking best on ground for that one. Mates, thank you for taking that position. It's Countdown probably hasn't had enough of that of late, of people sort of standing up and going, you know what, fuck you all, I disagree.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Fucking Father Kush wants us to talk about the Taiwan GDKP changes, which I don't really want to talk about, but I'll just say, if you haven't heard, Blizzard changed their stance and made GDKPs legal on the Taiwan server, because basically the players over there have dictated that they want nothing less than GDKP through some very funny weak aura usage, and it's a whole story you should go and read. I don't think it's worthy of a conversation, to be honest with you. People want to do the whole like, oh, they changed their minds for Taiwan, that means they can bring GDKPs back for us. That's a far more nuanced argument that I don't think is necessarily sold just on that point. But anyway, what was I going to say? We need to talk about the Waylaid supplies changes. All right, let's knock this one. Actually, wait, before we get that, let's do something more fun before we get to the drier stuff. Boys, Kadamu got taken down. I'm sure so many of you either watched it live or watched the VODs. All the streamers were in North America there. We're having a go and giving it a red hot go over the last few days, and they finally got it down. And it turns out that, the joke was on us. After all, I personally think this was just a fucking brilliant touch. I loved everything about it. I want to hear from you guys, though. Who wants to chime in first on what they thought of the attempts and then what they saw what happened when it died?
It was the best community-generated content in-game of the season so far, by a mile.
Yeah?
I watched it like every event while I was at work, like I'd at least listen to it or something with my earbuds, and it was super fun listening and watching them try to... It was like a genuine, like, unlike Noma bosses where you could just brute force it and kind of wing the mechanics, it was cool to see them just die and die and die and try and figure out, what's this debuff doing, what's he casting, how much HP does he have, finally get him down to 20%, suddenly has 14 million more HP when he only starts with like 2 million or some shit. And it was just cool to hear them discussing, like, after the event, because you're so time-gated, they only get one shot, and then they sit in Discord for another hour in between events, going over their VODs, thinking, what the fuck happened? Like, what happened here? Why did he turn massive? What, like, and yeah, it was just super cool to see it slowly unravel until they got better and better at it. And the GM interaction with it was really interesting too. They wanted them to kill it. They were giving them little hints and shit.
Yeah, so if you guys at home listening aren't aware, an in-game GM did appear and started tanking the boss, I believe, at one stage, and started dragging it towards the altar, sort of intimating that this is where you want to be fighting this thing. And it was wild for people just to see, number one, just to see a fucking game master and be like, what the fuck is this? We haven't seen this for a long time. And then let alone to see a game master joining their party and fighting the boss with them and actively giving them tips and tricks. All of this unfurling on stream was a huge publicity play by Blizzard and a very, very smart one to do. I don't necessarily say this is the, rebirth of the in-game GM, but it's something which was really, really fun and really nice. And, I personally don't think that, it's hard to quantify monetarily the kind of PR that something like this generates, but like it has generated some form of buzz and PR around SOD. And, who knows how many eyeballs see that and go, oh, I haven't played Season of Discovery. This looks fun. I'll give it a go. Oh, look, an experience buff that'll get me in the game. But anyway, fucking the
eye twitches.
Yeah, that was just for you, mate. Anyone else watching this one along live or anything?
I only watched I watched the parts of the kill and stuff like that, but I think just the interaction with the GM, how the community got together and tried to get that guy down is really like the antithesis of what Classic is about, right?
The antithesis.
Yeah, if that's a word.
Okay.
It's the real deal, man. It felt very.
I'll help you out, John. I think you meant the opposite, but that's all right.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's definitely like what Classic is all about, and it was good to see it happen. It's good emergent gameplay.
I didn't get to see it live, unfortunately. I watched the replay, but it was fucking sick, dude. Like, just seeing that community engagement, everyone working together, like the stories they're going to be told in like 10 years. You're going to see those YouTube videos of like the time SOD players came together for a greater purpose, like all that kind of shit. I think that hopefully the devs look at this and go, wow, players really fucking liked that. Hopefully, they add some more shit like that in the future.
But they've known this whole time. That's why Grand is only tweeting more and more frequently and more in depth. They're very aware that like it's not a secret source. It's a known source. When the devs interact with the community and make themselves open, communicative, and generally articulate, the players fucking love it.
I'll be the downer here, and it really, I think, showcased one of my the thing I dislike most about SOD, which is to start out. I liked watching it down. I thought it was interesting. I watched the attempts before it, and also the attempt where they killed it live. And I'm just thinking, like, what are the people going to see in the YouTube video? They're going to see characters who are locked out of doing anything with literally like 15,000 milliseconds of lag and slideshow gameplay. They're going to see someone sitting there for minutes. But where the boss is right in front of the arena and it's not spawned in on their screen. That's absurd. It was frustrating to watch. Also seeing this and like I'm like switching between like 7 streamers. Like, oh, okay, finally this one actually has the boss loaded in. Or this one's not waiting for 2 minutes to revive the Spirit Reser. And this is what I don't like about SOD is the servers. I think it's just not ideal. This is the same issue with Classic, having come from private servers. Where they did 200 versus 200 Blackrock Mountain on the regular, and the lag was okay, maybe like 100 or 200 milliseconds extra, but not 15,000 milliseconds, which is what we're getting here. There's a big difference between 100, 200, and 15,000 slideshow gameplay, and also the render distance was like 5 or 6 times higher. So my issue with SOD has nothing to do with the actual game itself, which I think is great, but the servers are just wild. And look, I'm not an engineer. I don't know why private servers are doing it better. I feel like I always quote like the Iron Man thing, like the people at Elysium, they did it in they did a better server just from a server perspective, in a basement filled with mold in France than apparently Microsoft, Activision, Blizzard can pull off.
I think the argument, I agree with you, Fred. I hear what you're saying, and Wonder agrees with you, saying like 100%, it's a bit of a weird one showcasing your servers struggling. And obviously there was, this is a streamer event. There are hundreds of players converging on the one small area, which is going to push a lot of games. But anyway, I hear what you're saying. I think the one thing I'd say in fairness, and I don't know what the like details are, so it's a weird thing for me to say, but whenever this has been raised in the past, the pushback has always been for the people that understand the technical side of games, or the engineers out there. Apparently there is just so much more going on under the hood in Blizzard's game as opposed to a private server, and that's part of the reason why you see the difference in technical performance. But I don't know, because I'm not an engineer, and someone can shout me down if I'm wrong.
There's basically the difference is that Classic is built on top of the Legion client, which is just terribly optimized for this kind of thing. And
no, isn't it? It's not the Legion client anymore. It's the Dragonfly client, isn't it?
That's what it was originally built on. But yeah, I mean that doesn't change between those versions, though, right? Because it's still a retail client, which is like very bloated with a ton of features we don't actually need in Classic. So in the end, it just comes down to that, because the 1.12 client, while it has its shortcomings, obviously, is much more lightweight on the server side.
Fair enough. Shagger, thanks for joining, mate.
Hi there. So actually I've got sort of a almost opposite reaction to how cool this was. I mean, seeing it was cool, but I actually think it's a bit more of a disappointment, because the other theory, or one of the leading theories, was, well, we can't kill it now, so there must be something at 50 or 60, maybe something in combination with the ZG opening. Then this boss becomes important again. And now that we've actually killed him, and the loot being, something ridiculous, which ain't like fun, but ridiculous, kind of means me, well, then there is nothing. Or maybe, when you can ask, I'm going to ask you guys, maybe it just wasn't added yet.
I'm not in the. I know in terms of like the conspiracy theory that like they're going to update his loot table later, and they weren't ready for him to kill us, and they got caught with their pants down, and there's no loot where there should be loot and all that shit. I personally don't subscribe to that theory. I think this boss is 100% working as intended, and this is.
So you think never was a plan for anything else coming?
My personal belief is absolutely not. I think you have to look at this thing at don't try to peel back the onion. Literally take what they're giving you at face value. This is the Classic team having a laugh, and the Classic team, by character, has been a team that will fuck around and have a laugh with us, particularly over the last year. They're trying to get their personalities out there a bit more. They're trying to show us that, we're just like you. We get vanilla gaming. We like to dick around and have fun with you guys. We're memers. We're shit posters. We're just like you. We're all that shit. It is literally a giant troll boss. Its name backwards means like you mad bro, when like you translate the last few letters means like brother in Arabic or something. It drops a sword with 420 speed, blaze it. It's unequipable. It is absolutely them conveying their personalities and putting a little bit of their humor in the game, and it's their stamp, their signature, going, I made this. This is our team. We're proud to sort of, fuck around. Like, it is sort of Classic to fuck around with you a little bit. Like, I really, 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 if you can't tell, strenuously disagree that this was them not being ready for the moment. I think this is 100% working as intended. I personally think it's very funny.
I just want to mention, you mentioning that reminded me of what I wanted to bring up. They said time and time again that half the excitement they had for SOD was from the Classic beta in the very beginning, where they capped the leveling, but then we formed 200-man raids and went and killed like level 50 elites out in the world. I'm adamant that this boss was because they knew that we would try to kill it. Like, without any instruction whatsoever in the world of you should really go kill that troll boss. They just knew that eventually we'd be like, what the fuck can we go do that's ridiculous? Let's kill this big fucker. And they knew that we would try eventually because we've literally done this crap every time they've capped us at a lower level. We try and go fight bigger, better things.
I'd love to hear from everyone on this one, but like, and Shagger, sorry, I don't mean to like, I'm not saying you're crazy for thinking that way. A lot of people out there share your beliefs that this is something that will be updated, and they'll make you have a reason to kill this guy and everything. Even though I don't share that belief, that's not to say you're crazy for thinking it. But like, I'd love to hear from everyone on this. I'm just going to say, like, I am more than okay with this boss dropping nothing nothing usable in the ways of epic equipment or whatever. I am more than okay with them saying you have no reason to kill this boss. It's just a thing that is part of the STV event, and deal with it. Like, I don't think this is a dropping of the ball. Like, oh, it's a world boss and it should absolutely drop some really cool shit. Like, does it have to? I don't think it does, and I'm totally fine with it. How do you guys feel?
I'm fine with it, man. I'd just love to have that sword in my bag. That'd be cool. Yeah.
Anyone else on this one? Everyone's gone quiet. Everyone.
I thought it was the coolest shit I've seen in years in this game, including like classic. I thought it was wicked fun. Despite the shitty lag and all that, they did figure out that they were just trying to brute force it too hard. They can definitely do it with like 100 people, not 500 people. But the rest of the people on their server were forcing their way onto that layer because they wanted to be there for it. So that kind of fucked it a bit more. But yeah, I thought it was heaps cool.
Here we go. Wonder's going to drop in from the top rope here because he doesn't think we're giving this enough credit. Go, Wonder.
All right. There are a lot of people complaining that there's not enough to do in Phase 2 on their main character. I think it's a massive missed opportunity. If this boss was reasonably killable with a raid group in the event that was getting harassed by 5-man PvP groups for the entire time, it would give you a reason to log in every 3 hours. And I think that's something that could have been taken advantage of that isn't/wasn't.
I thought you were going to go the other way. So here we go. All right. So you want to you're chastising the team for fucking with us.
Look, no, I don't mind the fucking with you part, right? But I'm just kind of noting that people are a little frustrated that there's not that much going on with their main. You have an opportunity here, or there was an opportunity at least, to give you something to do every 3 hours, because obviously you can't kill him outside of that window. And, well, now we know there's no real point in doing it outside of the one time it's been done. So,
is the event itself...
How many of us not on Crusader Strike are ever going to kill...
But is the event itself not the reason to log in every 3 hours on your main anyway?
Well, once you've got to Exalted on AB rep, once you've got the...
Yeah, but how many people? How many fucking people are there?
Well, I mean, I'm there.
Yeah, but
every single mage in the game.
You don't sleep.
but I mean,
that is disgusting.
It's just something else that could have been the case that would only have been unlocked after a certain amount of gear had been achieved by, or, a massive community coming together to get the kill. I kind of think it's a little ridiculous, to be honest, if it was killable now, and only one person gets the drop, right? So you'd need, I don't know how many people were there to kill the guy, and nobody got anything, but I'd be fine if he comes back in Phase 3. It's a way of us testing and having fun with our new runes.
If
it's still a PvP pen that's irrelevant, but he's a feature or a lootable feature of the encounter.
If anything, the one tweak I would have made is still have him drop the joke item, but only one person in the first person in the world to kill it gets it or whatever. Only one person gets this thing, a la the thing in Classic, the fucking neck piece or whatever in MC. But it's not good. It doesn't do anything for you, but just you've got it, and you're the only player in the world that got the joke item. I thought that would have been a fun twist.
Yeah, until that account gets banned for buying gold.
Yeah, 100%.
Personally, I quite like the event. I know a lot of people were criticizing it because it looked like a laggy mess, but I I was watching it and I was excited for them. I thought like the streamers, their excitement and the way they were strategizing about it really shined a lot away from how laggy it was. But from all I've got from the conversation that everyone's saying is they should just add more world bosses in.
Yeah.
And then just give them maybe a cosmetic item or something, to work towards. I personally like the idea of having more world bosses.
But again, I don't know about you guys, but like that's part of the reason I'm not fussed. I have every expectation that phases to come will have world bosses with cool shit for us, and this is just like a sampling of what's to come as a joke. Like, I'd put fucking $1,000 down right now that either next phase or the one after, absolutely, there's going to be a new world boss with cool shit.
Yeah, I think that like this, it really just cemented in my brain why I love MMOs and why I love the player bases, especially like the classic WoW player base. It's just like you see a mountain in the distance that no one's been there before, and you go, "Fuck, it'd be really cool if I climbed that mountain and been the first one there." And then you do it. You don't need a chest of gold at the end. You're just the first one to have done it. It's fucking sick.
I thought as a community we'd kind of decided that world bosses are dog shit because just one guild per server gets a benefit from it.
I don't think it's world bosses on the whole that people dislike. People love world bosses. It's how you do it.
Well, I mean,
yeah, I'd go for like lots of instances a la Onyxia, just one boss raids I think would be fantastic for SOD. Because, something like I think a phase of 3 or 4 one boss raids would be fantastic because then I could do one boss a week. Throughout the week I could do each boss one night of the week. I just need my 45 minutes because I can't do anything for longer than 90 minutes, and that kind of I can hardly do Nomergan now, and that's only after 3 weeks.
Oh, again though, I'd put money down, and this is me just fucking speculating. But again, like we keep talking about how there's so much more SOD to come, and just wait. We're all bitching about stuff that no one's saying you're bitching, Shagger, but I'm saying we're all talking about stuff we don't have, and the devs are like, can you cunts just wait? There's so much more of the game to come. You might actually find that what you're asking for is delivered at a certain point. I'd firmly believe, and again, throw another 1,000 down as a prediction for the fact that we'd get another one-off, Onyxia-style encounter at level 60. Like you just walk in and basically there's the boss. I would absolutely guess that we get something like that because that's the devs will laugh if they hear this. That's relatively, in massive air quotes, simple. Like designing one boss encounter and implementing it. I don't know.
Just to speak up on the amount of trolling they've done, like under the hood as well, they had like almost every single paladin wanting to buy and sell anus in the monastery. I mean, just saying.
Yeah, I love it. I love that chog item as well. That drops in Nomergon. Big fan. I
like the jump
love
animation.
That shit.
Go, mate. Did you say something, Wonder?
Oh, I was just saying I like the jump animation of the trog.
Oh, right. All right, guys. Does anyone need to say anything else about Kadamu? Is anyone else pissed off, happy, or can we move on? All right.
He was never supposed to be killable.
What was that?
He was never supposed to be killable.
There you go.
The devs just put it in as they saw people trying to kill it.
Right. You think they changed it on the fly?
Yeah.
Okay. I love all the conspiracy theories flying around about it.
Actually, I think you mentioned that the GM was helping. My impression was he was pulling him to the altar so that a certain mechanic didn't work, so that he would reset.
Right.
Or that the people would lose their blood, because that was like the leading theory that everybody needed blood to survive or not to heal him. Right, so if he's at the altar, all the melee are in the range of the altar, lose their blood. I thought that was going on.
There you go. I reckon that was Tim. Agren said it wasn't him because he was off sick that day. I reckon it was Tim.
My thing is that I didn't see a difference between any of the pools, other than when they were like immune to the event. But like I think the devs saw them trying to kill it and just decided to troll them. That's basically what I think.
Well, I'm sure they had a plan. That, you know, it wasn't just, just guy kills one shots everyone, got lots of hit points. Surely nobody's going to do anything about him. They must have had a plan.
I don't know.
Yeah, devs aren't stupid. They know people
we-
are going to try and kill it.
Do we mention
Yeah.
something, Josh, or
Right.
are we not allowed to mention something?
I'm.
when we chat with Tim.
Oh, no, we can talk about that. That's. I don't think we're outing Tim in any negative way.
Well, Tim, one of the devs came and hung out with us for a couple of hours on like the launch
About
weekend.
about 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago.
Yeah, and that's when the Datamind Epic Sword first appeared on Wowhead. And I don't know if I think it was me that asked him, and I said, do you have to make that item to equip it to that boss? Like, so that they have a usable item? Is that how you build mobs in the game? And he said, oh, not always. And then I think one of us said, like, oh, like, does he drop it? And he said, yeah, try and kill him. Find out. And that was it. And then he just had a bit of a giggle. And you go, well, all right. Like,
Yeah.
one of them saying fucking try and kill him. So I'm pretty sure that they probably wanted us to kill him.
Yeah, it was Tim heavily intimated to us 2 weeks ago that we should, he was killable by saying try and kill him, you should try. And also intimated that it dropped like, you know, very cool gear a la an epic, and that was all we knew. So like we didn't talk about it on the podcast or anything, not because we were like hiding it, or, you know, Tim's not going to get in trouble for that, but like we just didn't happen to mention it. But yeah, it was really, really cool to sort of see having that in the back of our heads. But yeah, that's why you hang out in the Countdown to Classic Discord. Sometimes you'll get the devs just fucking casually dropping by for a beer.
Yeah, what I mean is like, did they? Because there's no way they intend for us to kill him at 40 for him to drop something, because it's just way too chaotic. Looking at the event, right?
That wasn't implied. Like,
I think-
there was no time frame around it. It was just
I
give it a
don't
go.
think-
So that means,
I
Yeah,
don't
it's just a bit of
think
fun, right?
I don't think they ever intended it to be killed like a world boss, because like, how on earth is anyone gonna be assigned the kill and get loot without everyone being outraged, unless they design some new loot tech, like personal loot, but it only applies to that one mob out in the world, and even then people would be shitty about personal loot. I don't even know if that's mechanically like possible by the coders and shit, to make one boss that just magically works different from all the rest, where tags don't exist. As long as you're there when he dies, you get your share of the loot. That was a part of my copium when I was watching all these attempts. I was hoping that whenever he died, you just got like 10 silver put in your bag somehow. But none of that dropped, and I'm kind of fine. Like, if they made it that he dropped an epic necklace, but one person gets it, how the fuck's that going to work when there's 483 people killing him? One person gets a necklace. So I think that's why they could never make it an actual beneficial kill for any purpose, other than just fun, just dumb chaos that was fun to watch for 2 days.
Boys, sorry, finish
I'm
on that.
wrong, but didn't when they released the video for the next phase, didn't they describe him as like a Fel Reaver, and you might need to get into a raid to fight him?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure they always intended him to be killed at some point, and maybe they just put those joke items in there, and I just saw people attempting him, and they were like, well, we just push them a little bit, they'll get it done, and we'll have our giggle.
Well, can I ask, has, you know, across vanilla, TBC, and Wrath, does the game have form for just an unkillable boss you're not supposed to bother with? On many occasions? Like, generally, aren't we encouraged, if you see something big and bad, to try and get a crew together to take it down?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of this. What was it, shark whale, or what was it? Pretty useless. A boss that swam around somewhere.
The whale
that
sharks
didn't
in
actually
the
have
mall.
anything. Yeah.
I'm
Did
curious.
absolutely nothing.
If he ever does drop something good, like if they change his loot table later, how on earth is anyone gonna get that kill? Because there was a lot of colluding to get that kill at 40. Let's just say level 60. it's up for half an hour every 3 hours in a free for all zone.
Yeah.
No one's going to let anyone kill him. We'll just
And
grief the shit
that's
out
what I
of
was going to say.
everybody.
Ubiquitous. I tried very, haphazardly to put together an attempt on it yesterday, and we didn't end up doing it because they killed it and we saw that it dropped nothing, so I aborted mission. But like, we were thinking about giving it a go. But the one question I was asking myself the whole time, and a couple of people raised this to me when I mentioned we might give it a go, was like, how do you even almost attempt this without talking to a large amount of the alliance and asking them not to fuck with you? Because like, anything outside of a big streamer attempt, like, this does almost feel impossible.
Yeah. It's basically
To
a
be
big
fair
streamer
though,
event.
like collusion between the factions was always happening. Even in classic era when they released it, they had Discord servers where the Alliance and the Horde would work together to reset Ren buff with the mind control.
Oh, I'm not poo-pooing the
totally
I'm not poo-pooing the collusion or sort of, frowning on it or anything in that regard. I'm just sort of saying it's still a fucking difficult thing to organize.
Oh, it is definitely.
It's a lot of
I'm fine with
effort.
things being like one or two things in the game being incredibly fucking rare to do.
Mm.
I'm more than fine with that. Like, not everyone needs to be able to kill the boss. Like, let a handful of people do it, max. Like, I'm fine with that. It's cool.
I never would have guessed you'd have that take, Jimson.
It's just a lot of effort for like so many people to like take part and then
Yeah.
get nothing from it.
Yeah,
but that's fun. That's the story.
To be fair, Jimson,
Is it though?
I completely agree with you. By the way, like I've been on this fucking high horse for a long time about like, I really like seeing the highest of difficulty content in the game. Not like, I believe MMOs should contain content that not everyone can do, and
Yeah,
I know
100%.
that that's a spicy topic because then people say, why pour development time into something that only 5% of the population can do? But then it's a conversation about how much dev time are we talking versus the reward and all that shit. But anyway, Porkrot, hey.
We're talking about.
Sorry, go
talking
Pube.
about,
Go Pube.
We're talking about having difficulties raid leading 40-man raids. This is multiple hundreds
Yeah,
of
I
people.
know. It's fucked. It's
doing the
very,
thing.
very tough.
Yeah, it's not meant for everyone, though, is it?
Now, are you ducking out? Ubiquitous has ducked out. All good. Porkrot has stepped in. Mate, how are you?
Good, mate. Yourself?
Good, mate. Did we say something that fired you up?
Oh no, I was just listening to the conversation about the big boss in STV and thought when you were saying that the collusion between Horde and Alliance to get the kill, world bosses in Classic were a very similar thing, like especially bosses like Lord Kazakh and stuff like that. Like if an Alliance player came running across with no mana and attacked it, and then he gets whatever he did when there was a no mana target, he got like a heal or whatever he got from it. It was a big issue anyway. It was always very possible for one faction to fuck with the other.
Yeah.
While you're doing a world boss attempt. So if this is a legitimate thing that they want to activate at level 60 and put real loot on it, and have it that a 40-man raid during the event can try and kill this boss for loot, and everyone can try and stop them from doing it, I don't see that being a problem. I think that'd actually be kind of interesting.
Oh, it's not. I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm just saying it makes, and this is an issue. I'm just saying it makes it borderline impossible. Because all it takes is a couple of people to decide to do that, to fuck with you. Because, like, particularly on, like, Kadamu, like, if you don't have everyone in that area signed up as on board with what's going on, just a few people of the opposite faction or whatever turn up and go, and this will happen 100%, people will just be like, no, fuck these nerds. I don't want to see them fucking achieve something, and they'll just start going nuts. You know what I mean? Like, that's all it takes.
Yeah, definitely. But that's what I like. That's why I went for Lord Kazakh in particular, is that he did have that mechanic where one person could basically torpedo an entire team's attempts on it. So yeah, I mean, I think it's always been possible. The weird thing for me is that it's on a 3-hour window. If it was like once it was dead, it didn't come back until normal world boss respawn timer. So the event just didn't have the bonus blood and all that kind of stuff in it, then maybe people would actively be trying to stop you from doing it purely so they can benefit from the blood event that's going on. You know, if you're trying to get the rep or trying to get the, you wouldn't be trying to get the items at 60, but you know what I mean? Like, if there was an active reason to stop people from killing it, then that might be interesting.
Yeah.
You know,
boys, sorry, go. Who was that? Jump in.
So on the World Boss thing, I mean, I think the point you're making about Kazakh is so true, and it's even more true if, forget about someone on the opposite faction. If it's your own faction torpedoing it, there's nothing you can do to stop it. If it's an opposite faction, at least you can maybe kill that player with no mana as he's running up to tag Kazakh, right? And so, this is sort of what I had said in jest as the hot take at the end of like one of the initial calls, like when we were leading up to the launch of SOD, was they should make Unguro Crater, a free-for-all PvP zone, because if there's anything that's being farmed, it's contested. In this case, I had in mind Devil's Roar Leather. And there's cross-faction collusion which happens. The best way to combat cross-faction collusion is just make stuff free-for-all. And if you do that, then all of a sudden, you don't get some advantage because you grouped up with like the Alliance over some Discord call to, we're going to do Kadu today and, go ahead and kill everyone. It actually gives everyone sort of an equal opportunity without collusion, because you can kill your own faction members. And so in that sense, like having the Kadumu, if it actually is a real world boss, and by real world boss I mean one that drops good loot in later phases, by having it be part of the free-for-all event STV, you've like already solved that issue. And yeah, you don't want players feeding, bloodless players feeding into Kadumu and healing him when you're trying to do your attempts on him. Well, good thing it's free-for-all, so like you actually can't be griefed by other players. So I think it's actually like a pretty ideal situation to have a world boss when you have sort of free-for-all going on around it. And when we're thinking about world bosses in the future, I would encourage them to think of something similar, because otherwise you end up with these like weird collusion events where it's like, we're the top guild on our server, and we have some alliance guild on the other side, and we're colluding, and we'll trade off world bosses, and then basically like both of us will always show up there when the world boss is happening, and one guild will just kill our faction, and we'll kill the other faction, scratch with its backs like that. I think that's super lame. I think this collusion between the factions is super lame. So when you make it free for all, then you don't have that issue.
Well, one of the biggest guilds on Whitemane towards the end, on Horde side, they, kind of prided themselves on having the world bosses completely locked down. Like, they got all of them. Like, I was getting text messages at 3 and 4 a.m. to say, hey, such and such is up. Everyone get on. So that was their whole thing. And the Alliance basically never got world bosses. The Horde had them completely locked down. The only time that we started losing world bosses was when another Horde faction started doing it as well, because they could actively fuck with us without us being able to stop them from doing it. Whereas with the Alliance, you just call extra members from the guild out who weren't in the raid team and be like, hey, there's a massive PvP event. We need 15 people to run interference. So you'd get 15 PvPers to come down and hold the entrance to that PvP or to the world boss zone, and they would just lock the Alliance out while you got the kill. But yeah, you're right. When it's the same faction, there's nothing you can do about it. So it would be cool to see some kind of solution to that, but I don't know what it would be.
We had a lot of people complain that the BFD event holds no value, or very little value now. I think that the RSTV event with Kodama being killable adds value, and so I'll make a bold prediction and say the biggest nerfs we'll see in game will be to Kodama, not to Hunters.
Yeah.
There you go.
But would you need to nerf him if you were killing him at 60?
I think if he, rather than having 14 million health, you might, nerf his health substantially.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot about his pure health number. You're right.
All right, boys. Look, we'll move on to the class changes, and this is where, listen up, everyone in the crowd. This is your chance. If you've ever wanted to be on the show and you want to talk about your class, I guarantee you one of these classes I'll be like, right, who here plays mage? And fucking no one plays a mage. So put your hand up if you want to be on the show. I'd love to hear from you and get your opinion on some of these class changes. We'll rip through them because I don't want to spend too long on any one class. I'm talking to you druids.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know, right?
What? No, never.
I know. Let's start with today's class changes, and then we'll backpedal to last week's class changes. So, Tariak, mate, real quick, I'll read all the changes in a very, very fast manner. So listen up as best you can, everyone. And then Tariak, we might get you for a couple of minutes just talking about what you feel about all of this. And anyone else who plays Paladin for that matter, please feel free to jump in and piggyback off of what Tariak says. Paladins. Seal of Martyrdom damage increased to 50% weapon damage per swing was 40%. Seal of Martyrdom Judgment increased to 85% weapon damage was 70%. Seal of Martyrdom Seal and Judgment effects now benefit from talents and effects that modify Seal of Righteousness, particularly improved Seal of Righteousness. Tariak, thoughts?
Yeah, so this is like part of kind of like what's been basically like if I could like have a picture of like me in the neck brace. With the amount of kind of changes back and forth with the seals.
Right.
It's basically been up and down like a horse drawers, as the saying goes. Essentially, like this kind of all kickstarted from like a hidden kind of like stealth nerf or stealth buff, sorry, to Seal of Righteousness, where it was like noticed an issue where it was like incorrect scaling or whatever, but it was like this whole kind of thing I could go off on that, but essentially all these kind of like readjustments to Seal of Martyrdom is to bring it in line. As being like value, like equal value per se. In terms of like with Ret, it's like very nice for Ret, obviously. But in terms of not being able to proc the ice bolt, and then it being able to proc itself, all that stuff is kind of I think probably a necessary cleanup. The Art of War, I think I'm pretty sure everyone's like pretty happy that that was reverted. So like there's that to it as well. So. Pretty much, it's been insane in terms of that, but like it's pretty much been all about the seals, and I'm not talking about Rosie O'Donnell, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would. Well, give me the review of Paladin's in a good spot right now, or what?
Yeah, like I think Paladins are in a perfect spot. I think Paladins are living their best life right now. Whatever you want, you can pretty much do. If you want to tank with spell power, you can do it. If you want to tank with attack power, you can do it. If you want to DPS with attack power, if you want to DPS with spell power. It's dealer's choice kind of thing, and they and like just to reiterate in case there's anyone who's flipping the lid right now. When I
was going to say because someone is flipping their lid because they're staring at the meters, going like, "Mate, we're right down the bottom. What the fuck is this guy talking about?"
Yeah, but like you see, like this is where we're seeing like the fine tuning. Like that's all that's required. A little 10% here, kind of a couple of percent there. Like we've seen with the Crusader Strike being treated as holy damage, that's pretty much like a 5% buff with current armor values and all that, of course. So like that's the thing. Like we're only level 40. We're just over halfway, boys. Like that's the other thing where I think the whole trolling and all that kind of stuff is to kind of not take ourselves too seriously. Like a reminder of that kind of thing. But yeah, like I said, like when I mean by Paladins being in the perfect place, it's like, yeah, they might not be in the right place on the meters, but all it is just tweaking. Like in it, the rotation in and of itself, it's like you take the top like 10 parses or whatever for any boss Ret, there'd be one guy who's seal twisting with righteousness and martyrdom. There'd be another guy who'd be doing command and martyrdom. Then there'd be like another guy who's not even seal twisting at all. So it's like he's just using the divine storm. So it's like there's a whole kind of mishmash of like Ret trying to work out what the best rotation is and all that kind of thing. But you're getting the variety of all like from vanilla rotation all the way up to Wrath, and then the same thing on the side of the tanks as well. You have pretty much dealer's choice, spell power, shocking, and all that kind of stuff. Or if you want to go attack power with the two-handed build, all that kind of stuff as well. So it's literally, dealer's choice. The one thing I'll say is about PvP is that, like, and you don't see it so much this phase because it's like there's not really enough points on the table in terms of talent points. But like the Reckoning, I've seen like 1 or 2 videos surface where you're starting to see that kind of like playstyle come in, but that needs that extra 10 points. To like level 50 is when that really starts to become unlocked, especially for PvP.
Mate, I'll just make one last point about Paladins before we move on. It's funny because obviously like Tune TV points out in Discord chat about Paladins are living large because a dev plays one, which has been the ongoing joke about a Gren. But I must say, like, the last couple of weeks seeing you guys right down the bottom there on the damage meters has been a good little fight back to that conspiracy theory. Don't you think that a Gren's going to make sure Paladins are always fucking the best?
Well, like that's the thing. Like it's you cannot have it all. You can't have everything, kind of thing. And it is that thing where it's people like look at Paladin and say, oh, it's like they get all this shit, or they might get one shot with the wreck bomb and all that in PvP. But when you actually like do it across the board, it's like Rets have been screaming, oh, we need more buffs, we need more buffs. But like I said, an extra, like the fact that like Crusader Strike and Divine Storm don't trigger seals, but they did on Wrath, so that's another hidden buff that they could put in. So there's a lot of these kind of like, you know, I call them hidden or kind of like minor kind of tweaks that can have a bigger impact overall on DPS and boost the numbers. But we even seen with tweaking the armor values, that in of itself can really just like make a huge impact for melee across the board anyway.
Fair enough.
So
fair enough. All right, guys, let's move on. Unless anyone else plays Paladin that wants to say something, speak now, forever hold your silence. Anyone? No? Okay. Guys, let's do... do we have a Warlock here? No, that's okay. They only got one change. Grimoire of Synergy now increases damage done by the Warlock and their pet by 25% when it is active. It was 5%. I don't play Warlock, so I have no fucking idea what that means, but I'm sure it's significant to someone.
There seems
I play
to be
Warlock
a real...
and I'll never use it, so...
There you go, Husky. So that doesn't mean much to you?
It means nothing to me. That's okay. It probably means something to something else.
A Warlock's in a good spot.
There seems to be a real lack of Warlocks playing the game.
There does.
Or am I just imagining things?
No, I agree with you. I have gotten that impression. Husky, have you felt alone on an island playing Warlock?
No. I think especially in our guild, I think we've got one in every raid group, so that's important.
There you go.
They're heavily relied on at the moment for the last boss, it seems, to do some bomb damage.
Yeah. Are you happy? Are you happy with where they're at? Are you happy where they're at the moment, Husky?
Yeah. Like I said last time we spoke about Warlocks, I thought they were in a really good place. They're very, in my opinion, very balanced in that respect.
They haven't had many changes to them with their runes as well, is that correct?
No.
Well, they haven't needed it because I think, you know, they'll talk about devs playing hunters and paladins, but there's got to be one there playing a warlock saying, you know, this is pretty good, so we'll just leave it.
There you go.
Oh,
all right.
My question is,
Shago.
it's the same spot as Shadow and Flame, right? And that's like what everybody's using. And it's a way because they work so similarly. Like, why even have two different ones? You know, because clearly one is going to be better than the other, and they basically are the same thing. It's like a random proc that increases your damage. Sure, they work slightly different, with one involving the demon, one not, but I don't really see why these two runes even exist.
There you go. Have you had a problem with it, Husky, or have you been fine with it?
No, I've been fine with it. I mean, I think I started playing Flame and stuff, but I obviously Shadow, sorry. But then, I don't know. I've always played Firelock, and I'll continue to play Firelock. So it doesn't really make a difference to me.
Fair enough. Wonder says he's somewhat concerned about the lack of use of Demo Pact, but I don't know what he means by that. But what people aren't using demonic pact.
That's Demo Tree.
Oh, sorry, Wonder, you're still here. Sorry, mate, go for it.
Yeah. Essentially, all DPS Warlocks are opting to take Incinerate as a rune on their leg.
Right.
And a really great utility rune in Demonic Pact, which gives spell power to the group, is not being used as a result, unless they are a Warlock tank, I believe.
Right. So they're chasing their individual pass over the group utility, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I don't know if that just means there's too much tuning on the one rune over the others. I don't know enough about Warlock to be confident.
Well, yeah, I mean, Incinerate is just mad good. You know, first of all, it's the spell you can spam because everything else has a cooldown, and it decreases all other damage by 25%. So it's like, well, obviously we're going to use it.
It sounds to me, Wonder, like you're saying every player that plays Warlock is a piece of shit, particularly those in this call with us.
They're not buffing me, motherfuckers.
I think what he's saying is I think what he's saying is most warlocks are pretty selfish, which is
Yes.
highly true because I'm
Right.
not buffing the rest of the group. They've got their own fucking shit to deal with.
Fair
I
enough.
want to buff myself
Yeah,
by 25%.
yeah, you should buff me.
Say, historically, in World of Warcraft, warlocks are the entire reason that all the bad things have happened. So having selfish warlocks players kind of makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I forgot to say, we'll move on to the next class, but I forgot to say about Paladins. Last week they got some changes as well. Crusader Strike now deals holy damage instead of physical damage. Ignoring armor is now affected by holy damage prevention. Crusader Strike is still considered a melee attack and not a spell. Seal of Martyrdom will no longer be triggered by Frost Oil or other weapon procs. So you might have touched on that, Tariak. Is that's all good?
Yeah, like I said, it's minor tweaks like how the strikes are considered either physical or holy, and do they proc seals or not, and like all this stuff can kind of add up to like a couple of percentage here, a couple of percentage there, and all of a sudden it's a 20% buff or whatever. So I wouldn't worry too much about the things. We're level 40, guys. You know, we're in a good place in terms of rotation, a lot of choice, a lot of variation, and even myself, like I said, I'm like how many times when I was like, I want the 70% hit. That's all I want. Even with me, I'm constantly changing between that and the Sheath of Light and all that kind of stuff. So they've hit the nail on the head per se in terms of nailing the choice, you know.
Too easy. Warriors. I hope someone out there listening is a warrior, because I'm going to say what they got, which is probably not as much as warriors would have liked to have seen, given where they are in the meters. They're used to being up the top. They are not. Devastate damage increased to 150% of weapon DPS was 100% before being increased by number of Sunder armor stacks. So obviously that's just really a prot warrior or tanking warrior kind of change. Nothing really for anyone else. The DPS warriors might be crying poor, but, you know, we might be ready to say fuck them for once. I was a little bit surprised by this one. I was like, did Devastate need a buff? But, you know, fuck it, whatever. Anyone out here play warrior that is happy, unhappy, whatever, wants to say something on this one?
Just on the Devastate front, so between phase 1 and phase 2, they totally nerfed it. So the way Devastate used to work, so it was based upon your weapon's damage,
right?
Like its actual damage, and then they changed it to be based upon the weapon's DPS. So you know, so the Talwar was, you know, a 2/7 weapon, and if you make it based upon its DPS, well, then you're dividing its damage by 2.7. That's a pretty, you know, it's 1/3 of the damage it was.
Right.
So that's why they needed to sort of buff it back a little bit. I don't think this buff is actually going to be enough.
I didn't realize that it got that nerf, because I was still playing my warrior, you know, when Devastate was, people were just pressing Devastate and doing amazingly well. I didn't realize that nerf came in. So that's when I said, like, did Devastate really need a buff? That's what I was talking about. Now that makes more sense.
Right. No, and I picked up on that. That's why I was explaining that.
Thanks,
so that's why that's why it needed the buff, because it got horribly nerfed. And it's also why, you know, prot warriors aren't topping the meters right now. I mean, they would be still if you're using a 2/6 fist weapon and devastating with it. But yes, that's why that changes there.
So that was a normalization buff, was it? Debuff, I should say. They did that whole weapon speed normalization thing for it.
Well, so if they normalized it, the Talwar would be attacking as if it was a 2/4 speed, but now it's attacking as if it's a 1/0 speed. So that's a lot more than normalization.
Yeah, that's completely fucked.
If we don't have many warriors here, I'll just throw out this one question just before we move on to the next class. I mean, on the whole, you know, where DPS warriors are on the meters, I mean, I think it's easy to say, you know, fuck, get used to it, warriors. You're not always going to be number one. This is Season of Discovery. Your position will chop and change over time. But my question for the crowd is everyone, like, happy, cheering on the, like, fuck you, warriors change? We're happy to see a difference?
I don't think warriors have actually, like, fundamentally changed, though, right?
In terms
all
of
this changes, the boss has more armor, so they're dealing less damage, so they're generating less rage.
Yeah.
But as a class, they haven't copped a nerf. So if you looked at, say, a boss that doesn't have high armor, they're performing very well.
Oh, okay. So it's just the Nomagon armor that's fucking them a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
the buff of the armor debuff, the buff for the warriors of the boss armor debuff, has really made a difference for them.
Right.
I don't think warriors are in a horrible spot, and my only concern with like, don't get me wrong, I'm the biggest warrior DPS hater ever. I came from classic, but I don't want warriors to suffer. I don't think that's fair, but they always are in a better spot towards the end of a phase. So for people to want them to be in a great spot, during the first half of it is a dangerous thing to want, because by the end of it, they're going to be so far ahead that no one can catch them.
Yeah,
we've already seen that they're scaling harder than everyone else within the phase as well.
That's where I'm coming from. Like, and I'll throw it to you, Rob, in a second. Like, I'm the one person, cackling with glee, going, suck shit, eat shit. This is where you should be at this stage of the game, right down the bottom, because we all know what's going to happen eventually. Rob?
Yeah, I mean, as someone maining a warrior, I'd say we're in a pretty good place. Like, the damage is good. In a competitive raid, I might still be swapping the meters with melee hunters that are pumping. Yeah, the pseudo nerf with the armor, but still doing 600, 500 DPS on even on the high armor bosses. So I'd say warriors in a pretty good place. And as I'm feeling my gear increase, I'm feeling the damage go up, rage generation. Probably don't need endless rage soon. Like, yeah, the warriors are in a pretty good place. We might
Very
not be
good. So you're happy
top.
overall, mate, moving forward? You're happy with where you're at now?
100%, yeah.
Very
I thought
good.
we would be lower down.
Very good. All right. Well, guys, unless anyone has anything else to say on Warrior, I'll move on. Like I said, I want to try and tear through this. Let's go with Mage. This is a big one. Frostfire Bolt, base damage increased by 50%, and its increased damage from bonus spell damage increased by 10%, identical to the value for Fireball. Spell Frost Bolt, base damage increased by 50%, and its increased damage from bonus spell damage increased by 14%, identical to the value for Frostbolt. Regeneration, regeneration, and chronostatic preservation spell power coefficients increased by 88%. Developers notes, this is to compensate for mage healers wearing primarily items which grant damage and healing instead of just healing. Chronostatic preservation, mana cost reduced by 44%, and resolved some tooltip issues with chronostatic preservation. Any mages here who want to sound off on this? This is a big buff for Frostfire Bolt and Spellfrost Bolt. No one here plays a mage. There you go. Suck shit, mages. No representation on Countdown to Classic. Anyone in the crowd play a mage? Please put your hand up if so. Otherwise, they're going to get dicked. Congratulations, Frost Mages, I guess. Frost Mage was sitting all the way down the very bottom of the DPS meters, I believe, by quite some margin. So it looks like this is a reaction to Blizzard sort of saying, look, we know it's a bit of a PvP spec, but like we don't want people to feel like they can't play Frost in Raid and get sort of yelled at by their fellow Raiders. So, look, I've said everything relatively coherent that I can say on this. If anyone else has anything, let me know. Otherwise, we'll have to move on. Nope.
Sounds to me like mage healers might become meta.
Whoa, that's a big call. There you go. What makes you say that?
That healing power buff is substantial. I know a lot of other healers kind of go... a lot of raid leaders will say, I don't really want to rely on a mage healer being our number one healer. Happy to have them as a second tier healer in the raid, but if our number one healer... Like, no one's solo healing Noma as a mage. This might actually allow them to do that, and that could open up a lot of opportunities. So I think it's great.
Interesting. All right. Well, we will move on to Hunter. Changes from this week and changes from last week. Strap in. Chimera Shot damage increased to 120% of weapon damage, was 100%. Chimera Shot Serpent Sting damage increased to 48% of Serpent Sting damage, was 40%. Explosive Shot base damage done before attack power increased by 15%. Carve damage increased to 65% of weapon damage, it was 50%. Then we've got last week, Dual Wield Specialization no longer grants a 30% damage bonus to Raptor Strike for wielding two weapons of the same type. I think that was the big one. Hunters, rise up. Anyone here? No, I knew this would happen. That's all right. Look, Melee Hunter was bonkers in terms of damage. I think they're still right up there. Does anyone expect that this will bring them back down to earth a little bit, or they should still be pretty strong and right up there?
I mean, they fell a bit before the 30% damage hit. If you look at the 95% parse, they were actually third place after Fire Mage, which was sort of in a league of its own, and then Warlock, and then it was Melee Hunter. And so Melee Hunter's fallen a bit. They're still now they're fourth place actually because Enhancement Shaman shot up there. But yeah, I mean, I think they're still in a strong place. Though they weren't first when they were nerfed, and they remained not first after the nerf. I think it's important to state.
Anyone else on this one on hunters? I'm more than prepared to move on.
Well, the only thing that I've heard from the Melee Hunter and I guild is that they were saying that the nerf doesn't really affect the Melee Hunters that much. They're still doing like a little bit less damage, but they're still very competitive. But realistically, what it's doing is opening up the other specs, because he was saying that it just makes marksman more competitive.
I'll read out what Simo's just posted in Discord chat, which is from the Hunter Discord, which is someone saying, Chimera Shot and Serpent Sting equates to roughly 30% of a marksman's damage. A 20% buff only equates to a roughly 5% overall DPS increase, which still keeps them second last on both median and top end damage, below Ret Paladins. I'm not sure if that's legit, but I've got no reason to believe it's not. So some food for thought there. But everyone...
Well, if it did break them, you'd see a lot more people using it. I still see people using the dual wield Melee Hunter, so I don't think it's going to affect it that much.
How do you guys feel in general about sort of this kick in the nuts for ranged hunters? You know, the play style that we're so used to with this class being more than backseated by the new melee style.
I definitely am not a fan of it. I mean, if you want to play Melee Hunter, and you want it to be good, that's all well and good. But like, I feel like the melee ranged hunter is the only like class of that role, like the only physical ranged DPS. And if I wanted to play, and I did want to play, a melee DPS, I would have rolled up a warrior. I would have rolled up an enhancement shaman. I would have rolled up a rogue or a ret paladin. That space is already inundated, and so it seems kind of tough. And this is actually what I've heard from the hunter in our guild. He's like, I played hunter because I wanted to play ranged, and because it's so terrible and because melee hunter is so much better, like I'm just trolling all of you guys if I bring a ranged hunter to our raid. So I feel forced to play a melee class when like I specifically rolled a hunter because I was not looking to play that.
Yeah.
And so yes. So ultimately, I think it's fine if melee hunter is good. I just think I just don't really ever think it should be better than ranged hunter. Just because that's the play space for Hunter is I am the ranged physical DPS. I'm the only one who does that. There's a whole bunch of other options if you want some super strong, super viable Melee Hunter. Again, that's not to say Melee Hunter should crap, but just make it so it's not so much better than ranged Hunter that you're trolling by not going Melee Hunter. And unfortunately, in our min-max worlds, so much better that you feel like you're trolling means better at all, really.
One last question on Hunter before we move on. Pork, I'll throw it to you, just because I think of, this is the class that you ditched relatively early on in phase 1 after being all in on Hunter. You then went, fuck that. I'm a druid, fucking lifelong druid. I'm going to that and riding with it. Do you see all this shit that's happened with hunters through phase 1 and now all this shit, with the ranged hunters falling by the wayside in phase 2 and sort of have no regrets about switching to druid?
Well, as someone who wanted to play primarily merely BM hunter build, I would have been right at home in phase 2 on my hunter. This is when I knew that it was going to get a bit of a buff and I knew it would actually be more playable. I think it sucks that there's been so much back and forth. They nerfed in phase 1 they nerfed ranged hunter so much, and everyone's biggest complaint was BM, and they nerfed the one thing that would have made BM less appealing, and now they're still in a spot where ranged isn't the best, which is, just agreed, it's completely ridiculous. The ranged hunter should always be the best option. And I don't have any regrets changing, purely because I always, I've been druid for so long, to play anything else does feel kind of off. But the I don't like that melee is stronger than ranged hunter. I think if ranged hunter should be the strongest, and to say, you're trolling to play anything else is accurate. I think anything more than like a 5% DPS difference is to the point where people will start calling you out on it. If it's only a 5% difference, if you're talking about, 10 DPS difference or 20 DPS difference,
whatever.
no one really cares too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you're at that point where you're doing 50% less DPS to do what you want to do, it's at that point where everyone's like, well, come on, stop fucking around. We're gonna have to look at benching you to bring someone who's actually playing the game properly.
Fair enough. Now, let's move on to, as I mentioned, Druids. Let's fire up Wonder and Pork and talk about Druids. We'll try not to stick to Druids for 10 years, but there is a bit to talk about. I'm going to take my big Ace Ventura breath and try and knock this out. Sorry if I sound like an auctioneer, guys. Here we go. Druid, Life Bloom mana, cost reduced by 50%. Developers notes, Life Bloom refunds half of its new base mana cost per stack when it expires or is dispelled. This part has always functioned in this way, and we've seen a bit of confusion around how the mana return portion of Life Bloom functions. Living Seed now heals 50% of the critical heal that planted the seed, was 30%. This heal now blooms from non-periodic healing received in addition to any damage taken. Nourish, mana cost reduced by 27%. Moon Conform now also reduces the mana cost of Moonfire by 50% and increases Moonfire periodic damage by 50%. Sunfire also benefits from this change. Moonkins can now cast non-healing restoration spells without cancelling their shapeshift. This includes Remove Curse, Remove Poison, Abolish Poison, Innovate, Rebirth, Revive, Mark of the Wild, and Gift of the Wild. Fury of Storm Rage improved when this rune makes Healing Touch instant. It now also makes it castable in all shapeshift forms. There you go. All right, Wonder, fucking hit me. Good, bad, whatever. What's going on?
Well, firstly, I'm sure an auctioneer would have been able to do that in a single breath, not with one. Many as you.
I'm out of practice.
Come on, bring up your game. Starting with the healing changes, I think that across the board, this is exactly what a Resto Druid needed thematically, because they were just pressing Wild Growth. Wild Growth is so strong. It's a great button to press, but it would be good to see them pressing some other buttons as well. I haven't played around with the Living Seed change, and I also haven't looked it up. But my question from it is, what bloom are we getting from a periodic heal if the seed only gets activated from a crit? Because our HOTS are not critting. So I'm wondering whether HOTS were going to crit in the future. In relation to the Moonkin the Moonkin changes, just the quality of life stuff alone is fantastic. A lot of the frustrations that you have as a Moonkin is having to waste GCDs and time changing or getting out of Moonkin form to decurse, to abolish a poison, or just to buff somebody. So all of those changes are fantastic. It's awesome. Great to see. Fury of the Storm Rage change, again, it's really nice. It's great PvP changes across the board without directly buffing DPS. The Moonfire and Sunfire change, increasing their tick damage, now mean that they are in our rotation again. Whereas prior to this, we dropped them from our rotation. I don't know whether I like the improved rotate, like the rotation, including the dots. I know there are a lot of Moonkins that want it to be a key feature. And there are some suggestions that they have as to how that could potentially be improved upon as we go through each of the phases. But right now, I think Moonkins are generally happy with the changes, but we're not necessarily climbing meters significantly as a result of them from a PvE perspective. It really just feels like a quality of life and a fix of the rotation.
All right, Pork, hit me.
Tank Druid is in a real good spot.
Yeah, you guys got some great fixes the week before this,
they just
right?
keep giving it more.
The Lacerate was huge.
The Lacerate is huge. Yeah, the 3-target Lacerate buff is massive. Everything, they just keep giving Druids more, and I'm kind of, I don't know, like I'm trying to hide from the light. I'm like, no, stop shining light over here, because I don't want anyone to look. If no one looks at Feral Druid, they'll stop fucking with it, and it's in a good spot. I'm worried that we're going to cop the Hunter treatment if people keep shining a light at Druid, but it's been it's been absolutely amazing.
No, just to jump in, sorry, Pork. No, seriously, no pun intended. But is it somewhat fair to say that Druid gameplay now, regardless of what spec you're playing, is kind of night and day to what it was just 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, I think we've got a cat druid in my raid team. Again, because as a bear, you need to have a pet cat to perform properly. It's a weird synergistic druid on druid weirdness, but it's just the way it is. But he seems to be doing all right. I know druid feral cat in general doesn't seem to be in an amazing spot, but it seems to be doing all right. As a bear though, it is it's been absolutely amazing. Boomkin is great. Our top DPS in our group is either our Boomkin or our Mage, and all of these changes for Boomkin has just made Pickle in a much better spot for the ability to roll out some utility while he's absolutely nuking. From pure bear point of view, it is it's ridiculous. To mirror what Teriak was saying about one paladin's doing his thing this way, a different paladin's doing his things this way because they're all still trying to feel it out. I was looking at the druid tanking passes there, and one of them was I think the top druid or one of the top druids was rolling lacerate and then using maul as a main ability, and here I am spamming lacerate and only using maul as a rage dump, and I'm 99 passing, so it does feel like a very weird space where you can try multiple things and still do fairly well. So I think there's a lot of room for different interesting things that you can do, which is good. I love that there's not just one cut and dry way to do this, or you're kind of wasting your time, where Druid doesn't seem to be in that place right now. So yeah, I don't know. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I think Druid's in an amazing spot.
It looks like a lot of fun. Wonder, you seem to agree with my statement that they're in an incredibly different spot than they were just 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, I think it's true. Although I'm concerned, and this concern is because Agrand has re-rolled to a Druid main.
Has he actually?
We know that he has advocated for Paladin nurse when he's a Paladin player. So now I'm sitting thinking, no,
get out of here! Get out of here!
We don't want nurse.
So what you're saying is he has shone the biggest light on it. Son of a bitch.
Oh, I love it.
Good.
He's gotten on the Forrest Gump bus and the seat is taken. Fuck off.
Oh, no.
That's so funny. I didn't realize he swapped to Druid. It's because that's actually these changes. I was probably going to do it anyway, but these changes over the last couple of weeks have absolutely pushed me to roll a Druid alt when I then found out about the 100% experience buff. I was like, mate, I want to try fucking Bear and Resto Druid 100% now. So it seems like it's really slick and really fun. So you've signed a Grend up, you've signed me up. Fucking everyone will be a Druid tomorrow.
Well, it's funny because Rain was looking at doing the same thing as leveling a Bear Druid as an alt tank. I mean, he's got 1 billion alts already, but he was looking at doing that because he was saying that bears have had so many good changes recently. Mate, all of our fucking rogue tanks are going to turn into bears. I see what's happening.
He's another one. He's like fucking Wonder, where I'm like, does that cunt sleep? Like, he's in BFD on a new character every 3 seconds.
Yep. Insanity.
I love it. All right. Well, look, that's pretty much everything, Druids. Yeah, everyone, they're in a good spot. Go out and try one. I really want to try Tank Druid, but I actually want to heal, but I just want to try Tank Druid because it sounds really cool.
It's good fun.
Let's move on to Ubiquitous. Are you around? Do we do rogues or do we save that for lucky last? Here he goes. He's put his hand up. He's fucking fired up and he's ready to go. All right, mate. Let's do it. I sound sad, but like I'm not that sad, but I do have a couple of things to say, good and bad. Rogues, here's what happened. Redirect no longer triggers or is affected by the global cooldown, and it is its own cooldown. Sorry, no, I fucked that up. And its own cooldown has been reduced to 10 seconds. Cool. Developers notes: when redirect is combined in a macro and with other combo point related abilities, it often does not function as expected. We recommend not including it in macros. Cool. Main gauche now generates 3 combo points on your target, and base energy cost is reduced to 15. We'll have something to say about that. Just a flesh wound. Threat bonus increased such that rogue tanks will generate approximately 30% more threat. Great. All right, Ubiquitous. Let me kick you off here. You and I both play rogue tank. I'll get you fired up, and I'll just say, look, I was talking to someone earlier this morning about redirect. They were of the opinion that redirect still sucks. I disagree. I think this redirect change is fantastic. I think in a perfect world, it would work outside of melee range, but it doesn't. You know, whether they want that to be a thing or not, I'm not sure. But, you know, being off the GCD and given a 10-second cooldown, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we fucking asked for in the last podcast, and we got it, and I think it's fantastic. I don't use it all the time, but I use it pretty frequently, and I love it. Great, perfect, problem solved. Well, not necessarily problem solved, but a good amount of problem solved. Just a flesh wound, 30% more threat. My God, has this changed how rogue tank feels. It feels great now. I really feel like it's pulled it up to level of the other tanks. I don't feel like a half tank anymore. I'm doing fucking good threat. If I play right, I am keeping threat on 80% of the 6-pack mob, and I like that. It's good. Well done. It's also sort of fixed Shuriken Toss. Not entirely, but Shuriken Toss isn't a limp dick ability anymore. It at least does something, which is great. It's a nice little setup for me to then do more at the start of a pool to maintain aggro on the bulk of the mobs. Main gauche, my one criticism of this is just, how does this even almost change anything? I know that you can make this ability as fucking overpowered as you want. 3 combo points, that's a fucking lot of combo points. 15 energy for 3 combo points, holy shit. But it's still an ability that shares a slot with Mutilate and still is on a massive cooldown that does not even almost tempt me to equip it. There you go. I've fucking thrown you the alley-oop, Ubiquitous. Slam it home.
It's probably the most doomer I'm ever going to sound on the podcast. I actually feel the worst about our class I have since 2019. It is dog shit.
Just talking about tanking?
Tanking got better with the last change. It can still be a bit lackluster in that you're not really doing... You mutilate, you press blade dance, you mutilate, you press slice and dice, and those last so long that now you can mutilate, and because the other finishers are just so shit, you just keep pressing mutilate. You don't even use your fucking points anymore as a rogue because it's so garbage to press another button. And that's the problem with main gauche being in the same rune slot as mutilate. Why on earth would you give up mutilate to essentially get 10% parry half the time, and it only hits with your offhand for normal offhand damage? Then someone will go, why don't you try running a slow offhand? We can't. We have to run deadly poison on our offhand so our mutilates don't hit like piss. But like that wouldn't be a problem if you're running this. I think this ability could be on fucking no cooldown and it would still be shit. Like you wouldn't, because what are you going to press outside of that? Make it a 10-second cooldown, so it's got 100% uptime. What do they want us to press? Sinister Strike.
I can fucking hear your blood pressure rising, and I love it. Keep going.
It's counter. I don't know what they're doing. I genuinely don't understand what they're trying to make us play. I would love to know what it says we should be doing on their whiteboard with the changes that they make. How do they think rogue tanks should operate? Because at the moment, you're literally a DPS rogue by pressing mutilate, but you have to take blade dance because you baked it into just a flesh wound. But like, just a flesh wound gives you the minus 20% damage reduction while blade dance is active, but blade dance is a separate rune. It would just be nice if you took it off just a flesh wound and blade dance was parry and a damage reduction, so then you can run fucking deadly brew or some shit on your chest if you're willing to forego the threat. It's just annoying that I don't know what fucking rune combination they think that we're trying to play with, but they all suck. I hate tanking. Shuriken Toss feels dog shit. I pressed 5 of them or 6 of them with the energy ticks back to back to back to back, and all 5 mobs stayed on the Shaman that pressed 1 Molten Blast. I pressed 6 GCDs. He pressed 1. Everyone says that we're not supposed to have AoE threat, but apparently Shaman tanks, it's fine for them to have insane AoE threat with 1 fucking GCD. The guy could AFK and press that and hold threat off me spamming Shuriken Toss the whole time. Now to rip into fucking DPS, they need to do something, because if you look at the data, there is the big dog casters, which are a mile ahead, including Enhancement Shaman. But then it's a dead heat between Boomy, Pally, Feral Druid, Shadow Priest. What do all those classes have? Fuckloads of utility. They're awesome classes to bring. All 4 of those. Wind Fury, Battle Reses, fucking Chicken Aura, Pally Bubbles, and all that bullshit. Guess what? They all do the exact same damage as a DPS rogue that brings you absolutely doodly fucking squat. We don't bring the team a single thing. There's no tricks. We don't make bleeds do more damage.
Our DPS was traditionally our utility.
Yeah, that if you want us to not even bring a debuff because we don't expose or anything, then I would expect us, if you're brought to just do DPS, we should at least do relevant DPS. We're in a dead heat with all the classes that no one likes. So that's the problem. Like, I would be happy to do the same damage as a Boomy if I could bring cunts back to life and also re-top mana bars, especially now they can do it without breaking form. Like, this is my problem with it. I'm glad the XP buff's in next week, so I can just fucking level ults and just coma this phase as far as Rogue's concerned, raiding. Like, I'll just go do my lockout, but it's shit. I'm lucky I'm in a good guild. The Enhancement Shamans just carry me, doing double my damage, and that's it. Like, but it feels so bad to play Rogue at the moment.
I'd want to call you a doomer, but the problem is I agree with a lot of what you've just said. I maybe wouldn't dive in as vigorously, but like, you're not wrong. Rogue is in a funny space to the point that even myself, unfortunately, I told you guys, 8 weeks ago, I'm all in on Rogue. It's so fun. I'm starting to doubt that for the first time just this past week, going, I'm not actually having that much fun on my Rogue. The thing is, it's hard, and I have to ask this tongue-in-cheek question, Ubiquitous, because, if any devs are out there listening, they'd be saying, shut the fuck up, Ubiquitous. We literally gave you what you asked for on the last podcast, and yet here you are still complaining. And I think the answer is, like, I think it's phenomenal that those changes were brought in terms of just a flesh wounds threat, also a byproduct helping Shuriken Toss, also changing fucking redirect. But there's a lot more going under the hood with Rogue Tank that kind of is stopping it from being fun. And I think back to something I said in phase 1 with Rogue Tank, where I was like, it's in phase 1, I found it fun but not functional. Weirdly, I found myself flipping the script in phase 2 with all the changes they've made. The last couple of runs I've done, with these changes have been fantastic, to the point that the Rogue Tank is now functional as a tank, but it's not fun. My big, and again, the answer to this might be, hey, dickhead, just wait till later phases. But again, it's like, how many phases will we have to wait until kind of the jigsaw puzzle is completed? My thing is, like, it's now kind of weighing up on me that over a prolonged period of time of Rogue tanking, like you've kind of alluded to, I am just this tank that is just spinning plates that are buffs. And I said this to you guys earlier when we were raiding, going like, I build and build combo points, and I spend big on Blade Dance. Then I build and build combo points, and I spend big on Slice and Dice. Then you build and build combo points, and, Blade Dance has 5 seconds left. You probably should just refresh that. And these aren't fun. Blade Dance and Slice and Dice are not fun buttons to press, and they're certainly not fun buttons to spend all your big combo builders on. There's just no oomph to Rogue Tank that, like, I'm not saying we need to hit hard, but there's no ability that we're pressing that is like, I'm going Super Saiyan and kablamo, take that, boss. It's just not there. And so now we really are a tank that is just, I'm just putting buffs on myself and making sure I watch those timers, and that's about it. it's starting to get a bit dry for me personally. And Blizzard might be sitting there saying, hey, fucking mate, we've got an ability coming for you in phase 3. Wait till you get the level 49 rune that's like fucking, head punch, whatever it is. But again, it'll be, well, how many months are we waiting to get there? And it's starting to feel a bit, I don't know, it's good that it's functional. It's more fun that it's functional now. I can hold threat, and that's what I'm supposed to do as a tank, and I like it. But the other stuff, I'm kind of like, does any of that make sense to you, Ubiquitous?
It does make sense. I'd be curious to know if you try and hold threat, like if you're doing 99 percentile rogue tank effort, if you have like a 99 percentile fucking enhancement shaman or some shit, they're on your ass still, even after this buff.
100%.
Like, we're not like other tanks. Like, I DPS when I've got a tank, and I'm nowhere near him. I can just go ham all day. Whereas, if you've got some good DPS at the moment against the rogue tank, they can catch up pretty easily.
I held threat pretty decently in my last raid.
Yeah. Well, that's like, I mean, it depends on who would be DPSing behind you. Like, as long as you're pressing mutilate with your rune on, you should generate pretty good threat. But if you have a DPS in there that's an absolute fucking zuggity duggity, they'll probably catch up.
We didn't have an enhanced shaman.
Yeah. The biggest problem is like it just feels so shit to not actually want to use your combo points as a rogue. It's the whole point of the class. But Eviscerate is the worst scaling ability I've ever seen in 10 fucking expansions. That thing's dog shit, always has been. It's garbage to press. Like, you only press it specifically when you don't have a better button to press and you have Blade Flurry popped. And even then you go, fucking 5 points in the bin there.
It feels bad to press it. You feel like you are doing something wrong.
It does less. I'm pretty sure I haven't checked, but I'd bet my money it literally just does less damage than just pressing mutilate anyway. And the other options, Rupture, which is a bleed in an instance where bleeds are nerfed. Those are the only other two finishes worth pressing because you don't have Envenom, because you have Blade Dance on its own fucking rune instead of in its tank rune like what everyone else got to have.
I think I want to say, and the rogues will kill me because I'll get this wrong. Just from what I've noticed from numbers, I think a 5-point Eviscerate is pretty much the equivalent of a non-crit Mutilate, but Mutilate has a fucking 40% chance to crit or whatever.
Yeah, and Mutilate can proc your poisons from both hands.
So you'd never hit a 5-point Eviscerate over a Mutilate. Even if it did 10% more damage, you cannot throw away that insane crit chance.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, I mean, you're already at 5 points, so more points being generated isn't relevant, but it's just, I'd love to see him fix Eviscerate to make it even relevant just for once in its life. My main gripe with the PvE DPS is that we're so ordinary and we're actually low-key getting like massive party buffs. Like when we get given attack power, Wind Fury, we've got a Druid giving us 20% more nature damage, which people don't think is big for a rogue. Like, my second highest damaging ability in a full clear is Envenom, which is nature damage. So we're getting super, super jacked up. We're actually buffed to the tits from everyone else in the raid to still just be ordinary as shit. Like, this is max output. There's not as many things making casters do more damage. Like, there's the Dream State's nature damage and shit. No one else is getting, like, here you go, here's literally 40% more damage than what you should be doing because of party buffs. They're just strong on their own. Imagine if they were getting as jacked up as what we are, they'd be doing twice our damage. So that's the problem. If you're in a bad comp as a rogue at the moment, it's like you're just dog shit.
Can I throw a wild? These are my wilds. I am clearly not a game dev suggestions at you.
Yeah, of course.
As you and I just continue to try to fucking retool this class like the fuckwits that we are. I would go as far as saying something like Blade Dance is no longer involved with combo points and it's just an ability on cooldown. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it could get removed from being a finisher, but that doesn't fix the whole of not having a finisher to press. And then that's when in the next phase you bring in a new finisher to press.
Yeah,
I think I would. Yeah, if you could get another finisher to press, I think I'd still rather it just be inbuilt to just a flesh wound, and then we get to press Envenom as a tank.
But what I'm saying is the finisher crowd is going to get very packed if we get a finisher in the next phase for tanking, because now it's slice and dice, blade dance, and this other finisher, and potentially expose armor, whatever. Like, that's why I feel like one of them has to be removed, a la a blade dance, just make it a cooldown ability that lasts X amount of time and doesn't rely on combo points, so that we can get a cool new finisher that actually does something fun.
Yeah, that's viable.
Okay, what is Rogue missing from its toolkit today that would allow them to compete with Warriors? Because if you looked at logs from previous iterations of WoW at level 60, Rogues are very competitive. So what's causing the massive difference, potentially through talents or spells?
Because we don't... Warriors are being a little inflated by their cleave potential on fights, which everyone knows that they're good for. Rogues cannot run our spec that has Blade Flurry. It is garbo outside of, like, even with cleave, if the fight's more than 30 seconds, combat is worse to be than assassination, because assassination goes balls deep on the poison application, so we can skip all the armor that they've put in, and we get to piggyback off all your nature debuffs that you give us. I don't know, you can't just say scaling. I don't want them to just make Mutilate hit harder to bridge the gap. It's like, it's just bizarre that we're playing Wrath of the Lich King Assassination right now with actually less buttons, and that was a 2-button spec. Like, overall, the rotations Mutilate and Venom with a slice and dice that automatically refreshes. I don't know if they needed to bring that in somehow, give us the refreshing slice and dice or some shit, or Hunger for Blood, just a blanket. If they're bleeding, you get a percentage, you put a buff on yourself for a minute to do more damage. That shit's really boring, but at least it would be an improvement. But I don't know what, like, we are just playing Rogue, although it is completely new vanilla Rogue. We didn't have Mutilate, we didn't have Envenom in Classic in 2019 when we were close to Warriors. So I've got no idea. Well, I've got plenty of ideas, but what's applicable, and I don't want to see him just change numbers. I don't want him to just go, Mutilate now does 20% more damage.
Right.
And we're like, cool.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. All right, we won't stick on Rogues all day. That's we'll come back to that another time, but well said, mate. Very well said. I'm keen to get my Druid up and running. That's all I'll say. Like, I'm enjoying... Look, I don't want to doom Rogue too much. I'm still enjoying it, and I still say Tank Rogue is okay. I just feel like it's just missing a little bit of that X factor. I don't know.
I'm dooming, but I am leveling my third one, and I would just like to see us, if we're not going to be good damage, let us bring stuff to make bring something to the raid, because we're not exposed armoring, and that's all.
Yeah,
if you nerf a homunculi, all of a sudden, Rogue's bringing a bunch of utility. With that
but then we'll do literally Frost Mage damage if you make us expose currently. Like, if someone wasn't exposing for us, imagine how shit our damage would be. I'm saying, I'm happy to bring a debuff, but not if I'm literally like 14th of 14 specs because I bring one debuff.
Right. Fair enough. Oh, that would be quite a strong debuff. I know in phase 1, I haven't done the math in phase 2, but Sunder Armor, if you didn't have a priest, was a 33% damage increase to your physical DPS. 33%. So I imagine exposed armor would be similarly a huge buff.
It's not much better than Homunculi or Sunder at the moment.
Well, it is way better than Sunder if it's improved. But yes, it's only 25 better than Homunculi at the moment. That's why it said you'd have to nerf Homunculi for it to ever be worth it.
I'll just say, like, we're in a spot now for me where, like, a tank that just tanks by applying buffs to itself constantly is nowhere near as fun, perhaps, as Blizzard thought it would be. Because imagine for anyone who hasn't played Rogue Tank, who needs an idea to go by. Basically, imagine playing Red Paladin in Raid, but your fucking blessings last 15 seconds. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it's like. Anyway, we'll move on. Shock, mate, you want to fucking tear Shaman to shreds, don't you?
Yeah, a bit actually.
All right, mate. Let me read out what's happened, and now we'll give you the soapbox. There's actually a fair bit going on here, so give me a second. Shaman, two-handed mastery rune now also provides 10% increased attack power and 10% increased chance to hit with spells after hitting a target with a two-handed weapon. Shamanistic Rage, rune now grants 5% of the shaman's maximum mana per second instead of a value scaling from attack power, spell power, or healing power. Spirit of the Alpha rune now grants the casting shaman 20% increased attack power if they cast a spell on a target other than themselves. Earth Shield mana cost reduced by 67% and charges increased from 3 to 9. The base amount healed now properly scales with level and is about 50% higher than previously at level 40. Power Surge tooltip revised to clarify functionality. That's fine. Who gives a shit? Ancestral Guidance cooldown reduced to 1 minute, was 2 minutes. All right, Shock. Mate, you were very passionate about shamans and getting on the podcast this week to talk about them. Tell me why.
Well, besides the whole funny haha thing about the change to the alpha buff, I give them props. I think it really did help the enhanced shamans, giving them all that extra attack power. And to be honest with you, I changed over to elemental mainly because I was feeling like you were saying about the rogues, really doomer about enhanced shamans, and that sort of made me look at it and go, maybe it might be fun to swap back, but I can't because I took Timmy's dagger. But just I don't understand. Because at the moment, I'm the only shaman in my Gnomeregon group. So I got to run alpha and getting 20% and then getting the cuck buff, as everyone's calling it, the beta cuck buff. It just sort of doesn't help me that much. And especially when I put it on a tank and I'm blasting away, and then I have to sit there and stop, for 2-3 minutes while the tank gets threat back because of my aggro's going over the top, because even though he's got the alpha buff, I'm still ripping threat like it's no tomorrow. Like I'm running double rock biter, even though now I can use my mage spell, the wizard, the mage enchant buff on the weapons. But yeah, it's just really infuriating. And it doesn't feel nice to use it with the joke about the cuck buff. Okay. Fred, I'm sure you've got something to say as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing tank and enhancement shaman. It is a bright day for shaman players out there. It's extremely fun and also very, very good. If you look at the meters, only fire mage is beating us. That's it. We're at the top, baby. So this is a lot of fun and it's really good. So
wait, enhanced shaman. I thought I saw something today that you're about 4th or 5th. Or lower.
Look at you can go to Warcraft logs right now.
Yeah, I thought I saw something about the 80th percentile today. I'll have to double check.
Well, I'm looking at 95 percentile, which is how I usually do balance. Yeah. And so in this case, this is bad for me because I'm playing a shaman. So if you had questions about me being consistent, I am consistent here. I'm looking at 95 percentile. But if I go to 80th percentile, just out of curiosity, enhanced shaman is still second, so I don't know what they're talking about. They're probably sorting by 1 week or 2 weeks, which is pre-shaman buffs. Sort by over a range of 1 day, because that'll give you information. Obviously, it's a smaller sample size, but sample size that's post-buff. And you'll see, yeah, we're second place here on the 80 percentile. Fire Mage beats us by bits, but then it's enhancement shaman, then melee hunter, DPS warlock, elemental shaman. Big dip into basically everyone else. Warrior, shadow priest, balanced druid, rogue, other mage, feral druid, and then paladin and rage hunter. So I mean, yeah, it's second place for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, look, as an elemental shaman, I've never felt so powerful in classic. This is so fucking fun, dude. I'm feeling really positive about where shaman's at. I'm expecting a nerf any day now just because of how good it feels. But yeah, elemental, really fun right now.
That's the way.
I agree. I think elemental's fantastic. I wouldn't change much about elemental. The only thing I would change about elemental is I really wish that they would change the lava blast rune to make the fire shock be at the same range, because I really hate having to run in, use flame shock, and then run out and then use the lava blast.
Yeah, no, I feel that as well. Constantly moving in and out of range is a bit annoying when you could be spending that time casting, but with the amount of damage output we're doing, I feel like that's a fair trade-off.
That would be pretty strong in PvP. I mean, sort of what balances lava burst is you have to run into 20 yards and then wait 1.5 seconds for the GCD and then do the cast, right? Like,
yeah,
if you could just do it from 30 yards.
That is the biggest thing, because when I was doing the PvP, that's how I noticed it. Because trying to run in and use it, because it does reduce your damage by about 50% if you don't cast it. So it's almost it feels really bad using the ability, and considering that is your main damage ability, it sort of really hurts having to run in and then get destroyed by a mage that's running away, instant casting you to death.
Yeah, I mean, Mage is, of course, extremely overpowered in PvP, so it's kind of funny they buffed him. But, yes, ultimately, the way you play it and the way I was playing in 8B is it's so funny. You basically wait for people to be busy with someone else, and then you sneak up on them, hit them with a flame shock, and then they're just marked for death. You can't just, like, run out like Rambo, because you will get killed.
Oh, yeah, 100%, yeah.
So what about Stan Dash's recommendation here? How about having Lava Burst refresh the flame shock dot and leave the range as is?
I would like that. I wouldn't be against it. I honestly would like it if they changed the wording on the rune itself and just said if there's a fire shock on the boss from any shaman, it procs. Because then that way you could have like your tank shaman using it, and then you don't have to run into range. Or if you got like a enhanced shaman, they can hit it with the flame shock, and then you can play off other shamans. But at the moment, it's just sort of very.
We're already giving you Storm Strike. Now you want us to give you Flame Shock as well.
Can I just say something about enhanced shaman? As someone who has an I think our team is 3 enhanced shamans, 1 tanking, 2 DPSing. Yeah, the pile of pink on our damage meters, it's normally like, depending on the fight, it'll be like our Boomy and then 3 enhancement shamans, or our Mage and then 3 enhancement shamans, just depending if, who has, tasks to do or whatever. But yeah, their damage seems insane, and that's even with one of them being a tank, like he'll swap out to enhance to DPS when they're single boss fights, or when I can just tank the entire thing myself anyway. Enhancement is in a beautiful spot right now.
Enhancement's been in the best spot it's been in all SOD.
Oh, forever, yeah. My only issue with the comment you made about, if the flame shock was on the boss, then it would trigger your things to do more. I don't have an issue with that. Well, I have a minor issue with that, and that's SOD seems to be leaning into druids help druids, and if they do that, then it's shamans help shamans, and then it's, I really want there to be more cross-class pollination. The whole thing of Shadow Priest makes Shadow Warlocks just way better. I reckon that is a cool, thing, 2 classes working together. And I would have loved it if they'd put, I don't know, even if Standard Wind Fury worked for me as a druid, so that way me having a cat was only helping me in, the bleed buff or something. But yeah, I would have loved to see more.
Well, I know what you're saying. Like, if a rogue could apply a poison that increased bleed damage, and then warriors and druids are like, "Oh, baby!"
Exactly, right. And the fact that I can only get Cat Wind Fury, I can't get Shaman Wind Fury, which means I'll always have a cat in my 5-man. Like, in my group, I'll always have a cat, because otherwise I don't have Wind Fury, and who the hell doesn't want Wind Fury? It's a very weird situation.
Yeah, Shamanistic Rage changed as well. I know it's been a bit controversial for enhancements who, relied on that mana regen from the attack power. But man, as a fucking Ellie dude, my mana regen has doubled from that rune. I was getting 80 mana per tick, now I'm up to like 160. Like, it's just so fucking good. Fuck everyone else.
Definitely hurt the enhancement shamans a little bit, and same with tanks. But it's made the healers and the elemental love life, because at the moment that they were just, I talked to some of the healing shamans, and they were talking about having an offset with 2 attack power weapons, and then having to buff them with Rockbiter, and doing like a macro swap where they pop these 2 weapons and then pop Shamanistic Rage and then got rid of them again. And that's
what I was doing
healing.
In BFD. I was having to have double daggers, and then as soon as I've finished, pressing my shamanistic rage, I'll just swap back to my staff, whatever I was using. Like having to swap to a fucking attack power weapon, then enhancing it with rock biter, which increases your threat anyway. It's
It
just
only
stupid.
lasts 5 minutes, and you have to pref up it for every fight so that it's on when the
It's a
fight actually
pain.
happens. Yeah,
Phase
it
one
was a
fucking
smart
sucked
change.
for Ellie Shaman. Phase 1 was so bad for Ellie Shaman, and now having Phase 2 where I feel like a god, man, it's like a power trip I never knew I needed.
Yeah, I agree.
Fuck, all this vigorous shaman chat. Fred, you're going to have to take a cold shower after this one.
I'm waiting for someone to say that we needed a nerf, and no one's saying anything.
What's that?
Yeah. I'm waiting for someone to come out and say shamans need a nerf. I'm ready to fight.
I'm shocked that you've gone this long without like a significant one. It's one of those things like, and this is what Ubiquitous was hinting at when we were talking rogue tanks. And I must admit, I've felt this way for, quite a bit through SOD now as well, where like Blizzard has been saying, hey man, we don't want tanks to be too strong. Come on now, like threat's important. You've got to work for it, blah, blah, blah. And everyone is just pointing at Shaman tank going, excuse me?
Yeah, the shamans are over there eating like a bowl of cereal going, what?
Yeah, going, don't look at me. Don't, no, pretend I'm not here.
Yeah, focus on the rogues a bit more.
Shaman threat is instant and it's huge, but Druid threat takes a little bit longer to build up, but then overpowers it.
Hmm.
So that's the biggest issue I have with having a Shaman off tank, is that if we're both fighting for threat, in the beginning he'll have it, and he doesn't need it to maintain rage, where I need the instant threat to get more rage to generate longer term threat. So I rely on an instant taunt at the beginning to get some incoming rage to generate long term threat. But the minute bosses start coming in that don't have a taunt, it's going to be an interesting opener because, Lacerate's not the best, opener, whereas Shamans can just run in and shock.
Yeah.
And it's game over.
Is that your wife screaming about Shaman?
No, it's my wife screaming because she's about to go to work and the children.
How does she feel about Shaman, though?
Can you get your wife on?
How do you feel about Shaman tanks? Useless. There you go.
Tell her no pressure. 5,000 people want to know. All right, lads. Well, look, that's Shaman. Fuck, Fred. Did we leave anything on the table? Oh wait, we've lost Fred. No, he's still here.
No, I think we discussed all the specs except for Resto.
Oh, yeah, Resto, real
Let's move
quick.
on.
Does anyone have anything to say about Resto? Let me just read this out from Savage Vine. Restoration Shamans need to be in a better position currently with a dramatic gap in quality compared to other healers. Totem Projection was a great change in this phase. The recent changes to the Alpha Rune have improved damage output for melee and quality of life for tanks. However, the Ancestral Awakening ability is Cactus. Healing in general is not performing as well as it should be, but the change to the Earth Shield ability with increased charges and higher quality of healing is helpful. Yet, does it outclass Shamanistic Rage, which is still an excellent mana battery and helps the entire raid? An improvement to Healing Wave or Earth Living Weapon would be great. Does anyone have any experience with Resto? What can we say?
I've been off-specking it every now and then. I did one Noma with it. It was alright. I mean, it's not as fun as Ellie, but I felt like it was working. I wasn't main healer, but I felt like I was still sustaining kills if I was like 70-80% of our priest healing, so it was right.
All right. Standash is saying his
with
Resto Shaman is pretty happy with it as well. Fred, you were going to say?
The Earth Shields replaces your Shaman tank's shield, which can be an issue if they're using Water Shield instead of Lava Lash. So that's kind of an interaction that probably wasn't intended, but sucks.
One thing that I know a lot of people were saying was the Ancestral Awakening. A lot of people were saying is sort of like meh. It's not that great to use. It's not fun to use. But the biggest thing that I see a lot of healers whinging about has to be the healing wave, not interacting with other people not in the same group. So they were saying that it doesn't jump. So if you're hitting someone in group 1, it doesn't jump to nearby people in group 2. I'm not entirely too sure if that's how it works, but I know a lot of healers were saying that was an issue. And if you're going to go into 20-man raid groups and they're not putting all the melee together or all the range together, then it definitely hurts.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm an idiot and I just didn't notice that happening. But I didn't find that an issue. But I may have just been completely oblivious to it.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm wrong, but that was just one of the shamans was saying that to me, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I am wrong, but if that is the case, then yeah, it's a bit of a shit design.
Yeah, you should definitely do the whole raid.
Guys, two quick... Well, that's all the classes. Thank you so much for that. Two quick things, very, very quick things before we wind this podcast up. And I promise we're not going longer than like 10 more minutes. I really want to wrap this up because I'm getting fucking zapped. But real quick, one question for all of you. Look, I've seen it floated out there, people saying, oh, you know, we were talking about it with the experience buff before, you know, are people logging in a little less frequently in Phase 2? Has the game maybe seen some data sent back to the devs about engagement going down, blah, blah, blah? What do you do to fix it? Some people have suggested that they think one of the reasons that engagement may be slightly decreasing is the difficulty of Gnomragon. I disagree with this. I think Gnomragon is fine. Do you guys, like, I'm firmly in the don't fucking touch Gnomragon camp, it's fine. Do you guys agree or disagree on that? Would you think it would be an issue? Well, I should say, part one, do you think Gnomragon's difficulty and maybe the difficulty in pugging Gnomragon has maybe had a hand in decreased engagement in Phase 2? Then part two of the question is, do you think Gnomragon should be touched? Anyone?
Well, I think you can guess where I'm going to sit on this one. I think that if they touch Gnomragon, I'll be back here next week on this podcast really fucking angry about it.
Yeah, I would be too.
Yeah, like... It was the exact same situation with BFD, where the raid drops, everyone fucking cries, oh, Kelrus is too hard, it's fucking brutal, we need to nerf him, you know, we just can't kill him. And then, like, 2 weeks later, everyone's rinsing through it in, like, fucking 30
100%.
minutes.
And that's
it's
why
going to be the exact same thing. Once people get gear, once people learn the encounters in pugs, we're going to be breezing through it.
I agree. And, like, everyone's like what's happening now in Discord chat, you get a lot of people do point to that last boss only and to say, look, the last boss is a pug killer. I'm with you. I still think with gear in 2 weeks, like, pugs will be complaining less about the last boss.
And if it becomes, look, if it's a permanent pug killer, the last boss, oh well, go join a guild. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
I agree.
Like,
That's it, just join you.
100%.
Literally.
I think it's similar to the Ragnaros in MC. Like, don't get me wrong, MC is a fairly easy raid, but original classic, Rag was definitely the roadblock. Like, once you hit Rag, if you weren't able to DPS before Phase 2, you were basically going to die. So, like, it was always a bit of a harsh one for pugs. Now, obviously, in 2004, when they re-released it, Rag was an absolute joke because everyone knew everything already. But, yeah, I think it's good for the last boss to be an actual challenge, because otherwise, where's the fucking point?
Firm agree. I think I was on this podcast 2 months ago saying this exact point, like, make the last boss hard.
Well, like, the last boss is not hard, and this might be the controversial, but fuck it. I'm going to go long, boys. You know what I'm saying? It literally just comes down to casters pressing the button. I never again want to hear shit about melee being like the zug-zugs and like not being able to understand mechanics. You know who you are, boys. One fucking button and it breaks the raid. I 9-manned one group, and then another group had we had something like 7 fucking casts and shit like that, and they were just tunneling the boss. I was like, boys, but this runs into, sorry to go on, but like this runs into like an issue where I face where it's like there was like the gear score, like, you know, toxicity, all that kind of shit. That's kind of shaped now into like the whole kind of like parses now. So especially if you're a DPS spec, it's like if you don't tunnel the boss, you're not going to get good parse, which means you're not going to get invited to a decent group, all that kind of shit. But at the end of the day, like I think Zico put out a video or some shit like that where it's like, lads, you're better off making your own group at that stage. Do you know what I mean? Because there's always going to be shitters in each group, you know?
To defend my fellow casters, the pressing the button does give you like a debuff where you can't press it for a certain amount of time. So if your guild's not, you know, perfectly organized, you can have too many people having that button debuff, and then, you know, it becomes a bit of a shit show. And I think that's where pugs are struggling a bit. And from personal experience, I found Managerie harder. Like, I got fucked up more in Managerie even the last boss.
It's the last boss is one of those encounters where it's like, once it's a stupid thing to say, but once you get it, you get it. It just clicks. And like, yeah, okay, it's not super pug friendly, but like, yeah, it's a wild thing to say. It's having bosses that aren't pug friendly isn't a wild new invention. Like, I know it's not to the same extent, but I think of something like, you know, the last boss in Sunken Temple is like, it's not just super tank and spank and you know, I know it's still pretty simple, but like, it does require some form of communication between the party that doesn't necessarily always take place, and sometimes you might wipe or someone dies or whatever on the threat swap. But like, you know, there are examples through relatively basic versions of the game of having bosses that do require some form of communication. And this boss, like, it's not wildly difficult by any stretch of the imagination. And like, in this day and age, if your pug's struggling, you solve it by just jump into Discord, literally anyone in voice chat, and you'll fucking knock it over. That's all it requires is communication.
There are a few things that are a little awkward about that last encounter, particularly, or specifically, when the bomb drops from the little mouth thing at the top, they don't always fall straight down. Sometimes they decide it's a great idea to fly in the air slowly towards the middle of the middle of the map, or the room. Other times they'll drop instantly right on top of you and explode, and then they'll also drift off to the side where you're trying to press the button. And as you get more geared for some casters, you're taking gear that gives you less stamina. So if you're running in to click a button, it's very easy to get clapped if you're low health, and it's not necessarily fun.
I feel like this comes down to if your entire task on last boss is clicking, which it basically is like, we do that fight with 2 ranged. So 2 ranged and 2 healers. If your entire job is clicking, then chuck on a stam set. Chuck on your PvP set. If your damage is insignificant on that fight anyway, don't gear for damage. It's the same as tanks having to gear for fire resist set and shit like that. Like, yeah, we get a horrible pass on Ragnaros if we go and put on a full FR set because we have no offensive stats at all. But if we don't, we're going to die.
But you survive the fight. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. It's just one of those things. Sometimes clearing the content is more important than passing. And once your group is like, again, this is guild over pugging, but once your group is consistently clearing, you turn around to everyone else and say, hey, I don't have a pass on this fight that is, you know, above a 40. I would like to pass this time. Can everybody else cover the buttons? Yep. And your group should say 100% you pass this week.
Yep.
I sacrificed my DPS so badly that I got like 14s just to make sure we fucking got the boss.
Man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I don't think I've passed above 5 in the last boss.
Oh god.
As a warlock, because all I'm doing is spamming searing pain on bombs.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a slightly different change here. I think they need to make one change to the last boss. And that is after you defeat Managerie, they need to make it so that you don't instantly pull the last boss.
I'm actually gonna second that, and I'm gonna put the boot into the classic team on this one. This is actually the fact that we're 3 weeks into the phase and this is still a thing. This should have been changed on day one. I don't know what the hold up is. The fact that the boss pulls and gives you an insta wipe every fucking time you get to the last boss. Guys, it's I know you're out there listening. It's gotta change, and you guys know it. Please help me help you.
I'm gonna disagree on that. Like, I feel like it was the same thing in Wrath, where in what was that fight called, the Trial of the Crusader, where you had the big arena and whatnot, and you didn't want to stand in the middle because you would have pulled all the Alliance soldiers on the other side, like that kind of thing. You just move out the way.
No, but that's fine. I agree with you in principle, but you get about 3 seconds to do it here.
And
so
the biggest problem is if you're doing your prep to do your last boss, then you're not looting the Menagerie, and then if you don't loot the Menagerie, the items disappear.
We pull all the mobs to the doorway, kill them at the doorway when they're all at about 5% left, and then loot them all at the doorway without the boss attacking us.
Yeah.
Which is the smart play.
Once.
That's the smart play. But I mean, think of like the amount of pugs or groups like mine that just want to kill it as opposed to where we kill it.
But even if you kill the Menagerie, pop outside of the boss room and then let the one master looter go in there to loot the items, you still get hit outside the boss room. So you can't even fees it that way.
Man, I'm not super
literally
passionate about it. Like if they're gonna change it, whatever.
Nobody complains. Nobody complains.
Sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah, literally.
Nobody complains if it's 10 seconds later until the boss appears.
No.
Nobody.
I feel like it would be very easy for them to have like the have his chest in the middle of the room or his little box, and when you go and click on it, he spawns to fight you. Instead of you attacking him becoming invulnerable, then getting into his mech suit. If there was a lootable object that when you clicked on it, he spawned to fight you,
well, like
that would work as well. Yeah, exactly.
They
like a button.
love buttons in that room. Just put another
Yeah,
button
that's it.
in.
Put a fake button in the middle.
Or you can just talk to him.
Yeah, you just talk to him.
Guys, we'll move on, or I'll fucking go on forever.
Could I?
Yeah, go for it.
Just real quick,
Yeah,
I wanted to circle back on the first point and be the opposite of everyone here, which is about the current state of balance. This might come as a surprise, considering I've always said I always like private servers balance. There's a YouTuber called Jake from Tree. Highly recommend him. He, I'm sorry to do a plug on your podcast, but he's the one who found the Devastate one-button warrior build, or at least popularized it. And he made this video. I usually don't agree with his takes, but he made this video saying that the current state of balance is bad because we're basically in this middle area, which is shit. Either you make the content actually difficult, and then if you go to the raid and you fail, you don't feel bad about it and it's no problem, or you make it easy and people can do it, right? But the current state of balance as it stands right now is, well, most people can complete the content no problem, but if you don't complete it, if you're like in this pug group that's failing, then you feel like a total failure, like total shit because you didn't complete the raid. And that's like the worst place of balance. Either make it, if you make it slightly easier so those guys can complete it, no one else is really going to feel the pinch there, or you make it way harder, and then when people go into the raid, they don't go in with the expectation that they're going to complete it because like only 10% of the people complete it, and they don't feel like total shit when you don't complete the raid. So, I actually agree with that take, and so I would think that maybe making numbers slightly easier would be the issue. Not because I'm having any issue with it, but I do feel for I don't know what percentage of the player base can't do it. The 15%, 20% of pugs who are really struggling, hitting their head against the wall, wiping for hours straight, and they're going in there with the expectation they can complete it, and then they can't. I do feel for them, it seems not like the ideal state of balance.
I feel like they've tried to find the happy middle ground because what they clearly want to do is they want to promote social interaction. They're pushing people to guilds in SOD. They really are. Everything is indicated. They're pushing you to groups and guilds. They want social interaction to be really high in this version of the game. So, but they also know the classic players don't like hard content. So they've had to find that happy medium there where it's like, we want it to be easy for a guild, but hard-ish if you're not in a guild. And I'm okay with that, but I know what you're saying, Fred.
I understand the thought. As someone who, in original Classic, I only ever saw MC and ZG. I never did BWL, I never did AQ40, and I never did Nax, because I wasn't good enough. If you're struggling with content, it's either because you are not good enough or you need to find a group and join them, and that way you're all good enough. I don't agree with the take that pugs should be able to do it regardless. And I mean, we had guild groups struggling with it. I mean, hell, it was a nightmare for us. We stealth had an extra week over everyone else to learn it. But yeah, there was our guild teams weren't all clearing it first week, and I think whilst it is a little bit deflating when you're not clearing it and other people are, and it makes you feel bad, I think it also gives you something to strive towards. Me seeing people in Nax gear in Classic made me want to do those things. And I think the fact that they've gone and put set pieces everywhere in the dungeon, the only thing you can't get if you're not full clearing is, a handful of epics. You can gear progress by never killing the end boss. You can still get weapons from the PvP event, and most people can anyway. And, you can get to a point where you should be over-gearing that last fight. So, I don't know, I think there is always a way for you to get that last boss dead, but you might actually have to work for it. And if that's the case, then, I don't know.
No, you know the drill. Jimson knows the drill. We don't work for anything in this game. That's how he likes it.
Guys, just push back.
Yeah, go.
If I can push back on talk a little.
Yeah.
How when you said you weren't good enough, how old were you when you weren't good enough?
Oh God, I don't know, 15, 16.
Right, and so I think our attitude is a little bit different. most of us playing are probably in our 30s or close to our 30s. I don't think any of us like being told you're not good enough at a video game. Whereas when you're 15, you can kind of cop it on the chin because you're like, oh well, maybe
You're
they're
more mature at 15.
maybe.
Like, I mean, I don't know. I've
I can kind of understand going, I don't know enough. I haven't thought about the.
I mean, I'm not
I haven't
upset that
thought
I'm
about it
not
enough.
making the Dota 2 fucking international. Like, I'm just sometimes not good at games. Oh well, suck it
But
up.
we're not talking about that, right? We're talking about a raid that's supposed to be accessible to everyone. It's not.
And it'll get easier. Like I said earlier, the more we get gear, the more the pugs start to learn the mechanics. It'll get easier, just like BFD.
Fucking
I think it's one of those things. It's like we're already giving a leveling boost. We're already giving so much. Why give them the end game content as well? It's the only thing we've got really for us in like SOD that's not
But I think
that's hard to do.
The point that I think that this guy was making, which I agree with, is that we basically already are giving them the end game content. I think most pugs are clearing the content, right? The point isn't you should definitely make it easier. It's the place where we're at now is bad. It should either be much harder or it should be easier. It shouldn't be so easy that almost everyone's completing it, but you have this 10-15% that are really struggling with it. If that's where you're at, which is perhaps I'm wrong, my perception of where Nomer is at right now, then there's really, if you make it slightly easier so it's accessible to those people, you're not really losing all that much. The alternative is to go the other direction, which is my preferred direction, which is make it way harder, and okay, maybe only 20% or 10% of guilds should clear Nomer, in the first
Oh,
major
that's
week.
what you were saying. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah,
I
I
thought you were
misunderstood
going
as
the
well.
opposite way. I thought you were advocating it for it to be easier.
No, well, I am. I'm advocating for it to not be its current balance. Whether that is fixed by making it easier or fixed by making it much harder, either one works for me. I would prefer the harder variant, but I'm saying where we're at right now is not good. We're basically getting all the benefits of a really easy raid that everyone is getting, but with also, so like people don't really feel that accomplished. People are when they complete it, people are, basically getting like free handout stuff with all the negatives of a harder raid where some people are feeling like total shit because they're not getting it. We're in the perfect valley where we don't really get the benefits of either one. So I'm saying where it is at right now is bad. You could fix that by making it easier. You could also fix it by making it harder.
Guys, I'll jump in, and yeah, Punchy's all over it, quoting me as saying 20 minutes ago, boys, we won't go any longer than 5 more minutes. I should have made a rule 5 years ago in this podcast that I'm never allowed to say any form of time estimations. It's funny though, Tim just obviously dropped in and is now here having a listen in. Tim, I hope it's okay if I fucking outed you like that. We were just saying you missed it about 10 minutes ago, Tim. I was going ham on the whole. Half of us were like, what has Tim done? Why the hell does fucking Thermoplug spawn immediately and 3 seconds later you've all pulled aggro and it's an insta wipe every time? I'm sure we need a fucking director's commentary on the DVD for that one, and I've begged for some form of change or rational explanation.
I think just quickly while Tim's here, I just want to say
give
that
it to him.
Rogues are
Call him
still too
all the
powerful.
bad words in the
So if you could nerf Rogues a little bit more, that'd be sweet. Thanks.
No, that's okay, Tim. He's driving. He can't talk to us.
One thing I will say about the difficulty level or whatever is that if you look at let's say a Patchwork or Broodlord Lash Lair, that's not a technically mechanically difficult fight, but it is very a very difficult fight in terms of tanks and healers in terms of the damage that's being taken. So it's in terms of that, I'd like to see it kind of more, because there's a lot of kind of magic damage and all that stuff getting thrown at us already, and mechanics in different phases, and it's we ain't even 60 yet, we ain't even had breakfast yet. So it's personally I'd like the first boss to be that Patchwork type where it's kind of okay, your tanks need to understand what an attack table is, how that interacts, cover the crushing blows by either getting an armor cap or push them off the table with your shield block. Those kind of things where it's fundamentally it could just be a very walk in the park where it's a tank and spank, but the tank's getting massive, absolutely smacked. You're not going in with dual wield and you're not going in with a two-hander. You need to go full mitigation spec. and then DPS accordingly have to then respect the threat. And it's like, yeah, it's quote unquote a gimme fight where it's attack and spank, but it's at least a bit kind of like
an
sitting forward in
education
the
fight.
seat. Exactly, you know what I mean? But yeah, sorry.
You're good. You're good. I'm just trying to think. I just want to say this while I remember. Tim, don't have to answer this because I don't want you to fucking text and drive and get in an accident on our behalf. Trust me, we're not worth it. But at some stage, if you're feeling up to answering the question, we would love it if you could confirm or deny. We were talking about 2 hours ago on the pod about the conspiracy theory that Kadamu was not meant to be killable and you guys have adjusted on the fly. I believe that. Not many of us believe that, but it was raised. I'm firmly in the camp that Kadamu and the shit that he drops was planned from day one, and it's not something that's going to change later on, but we'd love to know whether or not you can give us the insider knowledge of, yeah, that was as designed, or if it's like, no, keep an eye out, it was just a placeholder. And the other thing,
who the GM was.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And the other thing was, can you confirm or deny? My guess is that you were the GM that jumped in the other day, but maybe you weren't. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out one day. Boys,
if I can add one more thing quickly, Josh, on the raid, good guilds or good high performing guilds are already one healing Noma, and I kind of feel like, to Fred's point, that probably suggests that it's a little too easy, just across the board. I kind of think 6 clears down, you should still need 2 healers to clear the content.
Our healers were saying a similar thing. Like in my team, one of them was saying, I'm barely doing anything. He was talking about switching to Shadow for off healing and then, jumping out of Shadow for
100%.
If there was a healing intensive fight.
And like Punchy's saying, not taking any, like, I can see Arcane Mage and Shadow Priest doing all the healing you need. And I don't know whether I like that as being a good position for the raid to be in.
Boys, I'm even hesitant. We'll see how we go. I'm hesitant to raise the last topic, which I wanted to do 5 minutes on, but knowing us would go longer. I don't want to go too deep in the weeds on it because it's the waylaid supplies change that they brought about, and the increased rewards that come with it. I'm hesitant to go deep because I do have a couple of guys. Jimson, it was you, wasn't it, about the inflation, right?
Yeah.
Oh, mate, we're pretty late. I think we might do that another day.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty tired, mate.
Yeah, I'm fucked as well. And that's an hour-long conversation that's going to get really fucked. We're going to need some energy for. So, look, we won't... That's what I was going to say. I don't want to do that now. But just really quick as you can, guys. Yay or nay, thumbs up, thumbs down. Did you guys like the Waylaid Supplies boxes change?
Yeah.
No.
One vote
I
yes.
just thought the rewards were underwhelming.
All right, underwhelming.
I agree. Underwhelming, but I took advantage of it.
Okay, I liked it. Anyone else? Shock?
I'm indifferent about it, to be honest.
All right. Did you all get involved in Craftageddon when it dropped?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I doubled my money. I made 135 gold.
I went from 2 gold to 80.
Very good, very good. It was a wild day. So everyone here in Australia, the boys, we woke up to the news that these boxes were now worth 12 gold. And I was up at 6:30 in the morning and online, and I've just gone, wait, what? And I've never done anything like this in WoW before. I'm not economically minded, and I'm not the auction house guy. I'm not the crafter. I'm not the flipper. I'm not the guy that buys out markets and tries to fucking outsmart everyone and reset prices. But I gave it a go. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, but I bought out all this shit, reset prices left, right, and center. I was crafting shit. And I was in the Discord dooming to everyone going, oh no, boys, I've done me dough. I'm gone. I've lost it all. I'm going to fucking be in the hole here. And mate, fucking 12 hours later, I was 135 gold up and I couldn't believe it. It was a wild day.
Yeah, my phone was going off at like 6:30 in the morning, and I have a look, and this trade shuttermin's just blowing up, and I'm like, oh shit, what's going on? So I jump online, see what's happening, and I didn't leave my computer for about 9 hours, I reckon.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I got the tail end of it. I looked at my crafting folder, and I was looking at it going, oh, this has got plus, 12 gold. And I was like, I'll make a whole bunch of these, put them on auction house. None of them sold. It was too late.
So I only spent an hour on, this was all from about 70 minutes working the auction house. Like, God forbid what would have happened if I'd stayed on fucking half the day. But anyway, it was an interesting time for SOD. Boys, look, I think I'm going to pull up stumps there because we're all getting a bit tired. We've been here for 4 hours and you guys have been fucking fantastic. Tim, mate, you'll have to go back and listen to the VOD. You'll probably be more interested in the last half an hour where we do talk encounters a bit more. But thanks everyone for being here. We'll say our goodbyes. Tariak, mate, you're a legend.
Been a pleasure as always, Josh.
Absolutely. Wonder, thank you so much.
No worries, brother.
Husky, mate, you're the fucking hunk substitute I'll take any day of the week.
Got to bring the baritones, all right?
That's right. Jimson, mate, look, I really do want to sort of not, ream your asshole too much, but just say again, thank you so much for being as forceful as you were with your point, fighting back against everyone when we needed to hear that. And, mate, you've been fucking an all-star on this podcast, and thank you so much, and we'll get you back for the inflation talk.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Appreciate it. I know that I hold the minority opinion on it, and, I'm probably wrong. I don't really care.
No, there's no right or wrong. It's your opinion, mate.
Yeah. Cheers.
Shock, mate. Thanks so much. I'll see you in raid.
Thanks. Thanks for everyone having listened to my voice, I guess.
Yeah. Pork, mate, thank you so much. I'm going to do the thing where I have to say, fuck, I might be a 50-50 call for raid tonight because I'm so shattered. I should be okay, but I'll let you know. But thank you so much for coming on the show.
Not a problem at all, mate.
He's busy leveling his druid.
Oh, yeah. Fred, mate, thank you so much as always. You're the fucking king.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's always really is such a pleasure.
You and I will have that fucking hour-long chat about SCOTUS soon. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, that's a chat for another day. And boys, I love you all. We'll see you all later. Buy a stream, and I'll stick around in Discord here and just shoot the shit and grab a beer or something. Guys, we'll talk to you in a bit. Buy stream.